secure, and trustworthy way. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield said the world must work together on this.
We must focus on capacity building and close the digital divides within and between countries so that everyone can benefit.
The U.S. has been a strong advocate for the consensus resolution, saying it was the best way to spark a global conversation about AI development.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The EU recently passed the world's first comprehensive AI regulations, with the U.S. and other countries already working on rules. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Rough. Look out. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer. It's holy smokes. With Pete Davis, sidekick, producer, and sports raconteur extraordinaire. And the mechanical mangler who just turned my mic level down at the controls there. It's Flounder. I like it a little higher, please. As my ears sounds different. I know it doesn't sound good to anybody else. Oh, Lordy. 303, how's it going? All right, I got a level here I can live with my headphones. Everything's different because these stupid stinking ear rockets aren't working properly. So, anyway, I'm not going to complain, though, because I'm happy and healthy. It's a beautiful day. It's freaking 72 degrees. And, life goes on. So what the hell? How y'all doing? It's only me. It's on the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. 304, let's call it. And here's our phone number. 404-741-1230. 741-1230. And now, have we heard from Neil Borch yet? We normally have him Thursdays at 4. We have not heard from Neil. Last I knew. I think Flounder's trying to get his mic on there. Something's right. The board is broken. Oh, there we go. Okie doke. And again, last we did hear, although he was on Tuesday morning with the Morning Boys on the All-American Anal Team this past Tuesday, if I recall correctly. So I hope he's healthy and happy. He's out traveling around in his house on wheels there. So anyway, so possibly Neil Bortz at 4. If not, we'll do it tomorrow if he's available. And at 5 o'clock, we'll join Shannon Burke from his Florida Man Radio down in wherever he is. Is he in Orlando? I think he's Orlando, isn't he? Winter Park, yeah, right outside there. And he has a show on till 6, and he joins us at 5 for a few minutes, talk around, see what's going on, in case you remember Shannon Burke from our old days back in the radio many, many years ago before the pandemic hit, and they sold us out and stabbed us in the back. Sorry. Anyway, how you doing? All right, it's only me. It's only the camera. Oh, okay, a bunch of things. So we got that going for us. By the way, we got some serious stuff. The U.S. Senate is debating, I have to call the Kimmer Show bill. Do you remember the very first thing I said, and therefore we as a program said, when that scumbag was arrested, the illegal invader for murder for the Lake and Riley case, the first thing I said was, how is it possible that anybody who is an illegal invader coming across this country, how is it possible that if they commit a crime, they're not automatically kept in jail until their crime thing is completed, and if they're found guilty, then they'll go to jail, and after jail, they get deported. And if any illegal comes into the country and commits a crime, then they stay in jail, and then they get deported. How is it possible they keep getting released, like this guy who's allegedly murdered Lake and Riley? And so finally, the House passed the Mike Collins bill from Georgia, and now the U.S. Senate's debating the same thing. If you break the law, if you commit a crime, and you're illegal, you stay in jail. We cannot let you back out on the street until everything is settled. Which is, it makes sense. It ought to be unanimous. Yes. Anyway, well, I'm sorry, but I didn't even scream. We'll talk about it. So we got that going. That's kind of a new thing. Also, I'm going to start in a minute with a great idea. I love this idea. Bring back, if I got to make, I forgot. I was going to make Red Dogs, and I forgot to write it down, and I'm writing it down, DOGS. Red Dog teams with a supermarket guy. And also President Stupid Face. Oh, my God, he's done it again. We got all this stuff. But first of all, and we'll talk about the morning crew laughing along with the Kimmer. Oh, by the way, thanks a lot, you bastards. They found that tape of me talking about how to teach a little boy how to shake a hand. So they're having a little fun with the morning show. Yeah, grip him, give him a good firm grip and look him in the eye when you grab it. Yeah, I was talking about it anyway. I don't know. It is amazing. Well, okay, I'll admit this. I will. Mr. Dickey came to me. If the morning show guys talk about me for more than an hour, I get $40. So, I mean, I don't want to discourage them because, $40 is $40. Anyway, and by the way, and we'll get to all that stuff, and I'm going to look up Bloodbath. What do you hear about that? Also, I put some great video on, and our YouTube audience, our YouTube maniacs, you guys are growing like freaking weeds, and we love it, too. I put some really good video. Okay, first of all, Flounder just gave me this. Let me go ahead and read this here. The Kimmer Show is hitting the road and broadcasting live from Nucky's Hoagies of Roswell this Friday. This Friday? Not tomorrow. Join the Kimmer and Pete this Friday, from 3 to 6 as they bring their show to Roswell and fire the first responder owned and fire the bring their show to Roswell and fire and first responder owned Nucky's Hoagies. So no, it's owned by fire people and first responder people. I think it's what they're trying to say here. Anyway,
we don't get to fire somebody.
No, I was going to say I'm not going to set the place on fire. They're trying to move a business there with these hoagie thing with the hoagies. My God, man! But they were serious about this. They have any idea what it means to have the Kimmer show up in a place? Oh my God! I hope they like the Kimmer show because there's going to be babes everywhere. I mean, guys, Pete Davis is going to... And now, Flounder, you can't go there, can you? You got to stay down here, don't you? Oh, man, that sucks, man. Oh. Now, I know, what about Miss Amanda? Is she going to be up there? Well, that would be nice. Anyway, so, there could be Kimmer babes everywhere. Open invitation. All right, show up. This will be fun, actually. On a week from tomorrow, Friday the 29th, we will be at Nucky's Hoagies. It's on 1133 Woodstock Road in Roswell. Now, that's a great sign. 1133. That's very good luck. 1133 Woodstock Road, Roswell, Friday the 29th. And I do the show live 3 to 6. And I can't believe they were serious about getting me up there. Don't they know what happens when I show? Well, we will celebrate her birthday on the 29th of March at the Nucky's Hoagies. Let's forget.
Isn't that your birthday too?
I know. Well, I guess it's out of the bag now. Yeah, it is. It is. No, well, I didn't want to, Yeah.
Well, hey, we're going to give them a choice.
Yeah.
Either a free hug or a free spanking.
Well, I know Pete's going to have a spanking section, and we are going to have a kissing booth. So with the subsisters, so it should be kind of cool. But let me ask you this. Okay, now I tried to do this when we went to the ball game for the AAA on the thing with the thing there, or there was a double A. It was double A. Rome, yeah. And I tried. Okay, now here, let me ask you a question. Maybe our YouTube maniacs can get in on this if they have anybody in the area. Should I bring my junk to give away? I got like 100 coloring book pages.
Junk.
In case you want. It is free, and therefore
you're not using your junk anymore.
You get what you pay for. Yeah, it's free, all right. Yeah, help yourself. It'd be the most exciting 40 seconds of your life, honey.
You still here?
By the way, I've actually used that line on chicks to make them laugh. If we were just kind of joking around about what would ever happen if we got together, I said, "Oh, baby, it'd be the most exciting 40 seconds of your life." What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean, you idiot? You know. No, seriously, I've got like coloring book pages. I've got trinkets and keychains and coffee mugs and T-shirts, and I mean, I've got all my stuff. Now the problem is it was given to me by people who liked me and cared about our show over the year. I mean, for like 20 years, I've collected all this stuff. So I hate to give away what people gave me, because at the time they gave it to me, it meant something. Now it's just stuff, and when I die, my kids are going to throw it in the garbage. So therefore, should I give away stuff that was given to me? I mean, I've got coffee mugs with my name on them, with my Horse Jack the Good Boy stuff, beer mugs and stuff. I mean, I don't know.
In fact, now they know it's your birthday. People will be bringing you stuff. Just turn around and hand it to the next person.
Yeah, do a gift exchange. I'll walk out with nothing and be fine. You can't give me anything for my birthday. It's like my poor kids. I said, send me a picture. Send me a picture. I can, frame picture, and I'll be, that's it. There's a card. Seriously. But should I bring my junk? Should I bring junk to just give out? I mean,
yes.
If 9 people show up and I got boxes of crap there, I'm going to look like an idiot.
No. Not just one box. One is
well,
fine.
maybe I'll bring a bunch of stuff. I'll bring some coloring book pages if they want me to. I don't know. I mean, I feel like an idiot. I'm here. Why would we want your crap? I mean, I know why. Everybody right now is on YouTube saying, why the hell would anybody want your crap, Peterson? We don't care about you. We sure don't care about your junk. So I shouldn't even brought it up.
Have a trunk sale.
Junk sale.
Open your trunk.
Roswell Tim, all right. Well, he's in the area. We may see you a week from tomorrow. Roswell Tim, how's it going, man? What do you think? What should I do here? Anything or nothing?
You need to open the Kimmer Museum of Old Stuff and Marine Paraphernalia. There's a bucket come through.
In fact, I'll tell you what. I've got Marine Corps. I've got challenge coins that have given to me by VFW posts and organizations and stuff. And people might love those, like good luck coins. The big heavy ones. I've got. God, what did you just mention? What'd you say before Marine Corps? Damn, I can't believe it. I had it in my mind to give away.
Old stuff.
Yeah. Well, it was something else that crossed my mind, and now I can't remember what the hell it was. But anyway, damn it, I'll think of it. Anyway, maybe that. Oh, I remember what it was. I actually have sheets of paper from my typewriter, not the printer, but the computer, that I actually typed. And these typed sheets were all of the things I was going to talk about on that day's talk show. And they go back years. I've got probably 100 pages of my daily notes of what I was going to talk about. I should just throw it in the paper dispenser thing and get rid of it. Unless somebody would, does that anybody care about see what we talked about 5 years ago? I know, but I've got it. I've got it all. I don't know why. It's just, anyway. All right, we'll figure it out. I wasted a whole segment here. Sorry, boys. We got serious news coming up and all that good stuff. And hope to hear from Neil. If we don't, we'll be with him tomorrow. In many ways. 314, Karen, Pete, and Flounder. Here we go. Look at it. Here we go. I know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm out of here. I've lost it. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Something that I'm enjoying wholeheartedly, the death of DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. All concepts that ignore individuality and celebrate group identities. How long ago did I first start warning you about the word equity? It doesn't mean what you think it means. In its purest sense, it means everybody ought to have the same amount of stuff.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
It's funny. I was talking about all the junk I have. That's not the kind of junk I want to keep them safe, But if you get your safe from Atlanta Safe House, the stuff that you do want to save and take care of and keep forever should go in your safe. And by the way, they come in all sizes. Atlanta Safe House. I bought a couple of their big gun safes, which they can bolt from the inside into your concrete floor of your basement or garage, whatever. I mean, these Jeff and Mark, again, they deliver it to your place, business, office, whatever you want it. Only using off-duty police and firefighters and military to say thank you for what you you guys do. Check out their pistol safes. Go to the website, AtlantaSafeHouse.com, and check out the pistol safes. Instead of just leaving it in the glove compartment or something, it's just an extra step, especially if, you're picking up people in the car and maybe you're a new gun owner and your wife or your husband is a little nervous about stuff. Well, that's why they have safes, not only for guns, but for business papers, things like my medical records I couldn't find when I went to Florida, and now I'm out of luck with a VA saying, leave us alone. High security safes. They can build you a wall safe. They can build you a family storm shelter from Atlanta Safe House. I'm not making that up. All the great brands. Everything's always on sale. Great freaking prices. Tell them the Kimmer sent you, please. Look them up on the web, AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time, but unfortunately we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently you were accused of dog-napping a chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company. Painters you can trust.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Oh, boy. Aye, aye, aye. The look on Pete Davis's face right now. What the hell is going on? Do you know what this is? No? Well, Flounder, our musical director, has really come through here. Check this out. A rare Beatles record found in the loft of Les McGuire, the keyboardist in fellow Liverpool act Gary and the Pacemakers. That rare record of the Beatles found on this day in 2016 went to auction for about $80,000 or $90,000. It was a 10-inch acetate of Till There Was You and Hello Little Girl from 1962. It was described as a holy grail item. It was the first Beatles disc to be cut before the band broke into the national charts. Found in his loft of the Gary and the Pacemakers and sold on 2016. That sound like the Beatles? Play a little bit, Flounder, if you don't mind, sir. Sounds like Gary and the Pacemakers more than sounds like the Beatles.
John's voice, yeah.
It sounds like that, that Gary and the Pacemaker deal. Wow, that's unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It sounds more like Gary and the Pacemakers, definitely.
And by the way, speaking of the Beatles, it was on this day in 1984, New York City re-landscaped a portion of Central Park and renamed it Strawberry Fields in honor of John Lennon, officially reopened 7 months later in 1984 on what would have been his 45th birthday. Again, that was 1984, and the Beatles doing the Beatles thing. I got that over here. I got to put this over here. Hold on. I have to do this appropriately. One step at a time. Don't rush me. Sorry. Our birthday list. Elevator Girl was not there last night. I can't, all right.
She's never.
Our birthday. Shut up. I miss her.
Nada.
Shut up.
Nunca.
Shut up.
Zilch.
Quiet. I hate you. Our birthday list includes Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton is 78 years old, widely considered the weakest James Bond.
No, he's not. The first one he did, Living Daylights, was very good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And he had a good chick in it, too. He had a good girl in the James Bond.
Miriam Diabo, but the second one was one of the worst Bond movies.
But who was he? George Lazenby. He was, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, one guy, Australian guy for one film. Yeah, he was horrible.
Stupid. And,
by the way, Wayne Newton was in that second Timothy Dalton one, and it was the worst villain.
I don't think I remembered that.
Yeah, that's horrible. In Mexico.
Oh, God, I bet. Oh, my God. I have no memory of that movie. Isn't that funny?
Oh, it's horrible.
Well, it's probably I have no memory of it, hopefully. And Pete Davis, I'll bet. By the way, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, how you doing? 322 on 106.3. And history, you're going to know more about this than I do, Pete. And correct my memory on this, because I'm kind of going real stupid here. 1556, not that I would know that about a history, but there was a guy named Thomas Cranmer. I did not know that name. Thomas Cranmer was the first Protestant Archbishop of Canterbury. And on this day in 1556, he was burned at the stake in Oxford after something retraction of the 7 recantations or something or other that day. The problem was, and here's the names I recognize, Anne Boleyn got pregnant, and the king wanted to divorce his wife, and so they got this archbishop guy to go along with it, and then they turned on him, and then Queen Mary had him imprisoned and arrested for insubordination of the god or something, and they freaking burned him at the stake, the Archbishop of Canterbury, because he was the one who tried to help the king divorce his wife so he could marry Anne Boleyn, who was pregnant at the time. I mean, man, they did not mess around in the 1500s in freaking Britain. I got to the Archbishop, they burned him and tied him to a post and set him on fire. My God.
I wonder if that's the one portrayed in The Tudors that Sam Neill played the Archbishop. I wonder if that's what they're talking about.
Well, it was a real thing. My God. All right, 324, how you doing? 404-741-1230, 741-1230. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, our 3 o'clock hour, brought to you by our good friends at First Liberty Building and Loan. If you need financing to grow your business, visit firstlibertyga.com. Good day, everybody. All right, we're going to do some newsy things. The update there, the Senate's trying to get a vote going. And by the way, on the Lake and Riley bill, which we'll update here in a second, how is it possible? I can't wait to see the final vote in the U.S. Senate. And again, and by the way, I can't believe this prediction. I just heard the guys before me had some guy, a political guy on, and they believe that in this upcoming election, they believe that Republicans will recapture the Senate but lose the House.
Yeah.
What? How did they come to that? I don't get that at all. The House is responsible for all those things, like in New York and all those weird things that are happening. All started with those weird Democrats, the AOC people. They're turning on those leftist, the woke crowd. They're turning on those leftist Democrats. How could they think they're going to keep those offices and grow more?
Steal the elections in the small areas.
I'll tell you, if they're going to have early voting starting tomorrow. Early voting, we got your ballot filled out for you. Just pick it up and we'll take it right back, right there. Put your John Henry on, and by God, you just dropped it off. Yeah, we got it for you. Here, you sign their thing, and boom, we got it. Thank you. Come on, God. They're going to do it again. Who would ever thought, out of all the things we've had in the news in the last 3 years, let alone the last 3 or 4 months or 3 or 4 weeks, how could you possibly think that the Democrats are going to gain seats in the House?
Because there's a lot of people out there who are uninformed and don't want to be informed, and that makes them stupid.
I guess. Anyway, they're doing the Kimmer bill for Lake and Riley here coming up shortly in the Senate, trying to get that post. First of all, I love this story, and I want to start off the day with this thing. We need more people like this. In fact, I say bring back the freaking Red Dogs in Atlanta. Shoplifters beware. A guy in New York's Gristades and Food Emporium chains. He owns a bunch of them. A guy named John Castamelatidis. I think that's probably Greek or something. When it comes to stealing stuff from his supermarkets, he and his staff, unlike other retailers, sometimes will actually attack the shoplifters, tackle them, beat them, and hold them till the cops get there. And by the way, this guy says one of the most commonly stolen items is Haagen-Dazs ice cream. So he has anti-theft coating on his Haagen-Dazs ice cream. I'm not making this up. He says what happens is they come in with sacks and buckets, take all the Haagen-Dazs, and then they head down the street. Let me find the thing here. They steal Haagen-Dazs from our supermarket and take it 4 blocks away to the nearest bodega, or as Dr. Jill, the cuckold queen, would say, bodega. They need to get it there before it melts. And then they sell it to the bodegas who sell it to customers. So now he's had to put coating things on his Haagen-Dazs ice cream, so if the bodegas are selling his ice cream, he can find out about it. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But the funny part is, God, I'm so sorry. He says workers. he said 911. He says you should call them. You might as well just go away. They're not going to do anything. Shoplifters will take half the store before the police arrive. So workers at his food emporium stop shoplifters in the act. We don't demand that they do it, he says to his employees. But if they do stop the shoplifters, we reward them. Rewards for defending the markets range from $100 to $500 plus. If you get beat up and have any medical expenses, they'll pay for it. And if you have to go to court because the cops arrest you for beating up a scumbag, they'll pay the potential legal fees as well. They have a head of security who says, we'll take care of everything. Now he says you can have a problem. One woman who worked there as a manager tackled a shoplifter a couple of years ago and ended up with a broken tooth. And another guy tried to stop somebody, got stabbed. Another shoplifter pulled out a knife and started stabbing all the water bottles or something. But he said the biggest thing they steal is that premium ice cream, and run down to the bodegas before it melts and sell it to them. They come in with a garbage bag, put 30 containers in a bag, and run out. And we tell the owners, we tell the bodega guys, if we find them, we're going to the precinct and have you locked up. So now they don't want to buy the Haagen-Dazs ice cream if they have these guys running down. I got ice cream for sale. I got ice cream for sale. They say, I don't think so.
Quick.
Yeah, be fast about it.
Fire sale.
Oh, my God. I mean, how freaking, that's just hysterical. But good for him. Yeah, tackle him, stop him. You know, they ought to have tasers and all kinds of stuff. Really, you're asking for it. If I was a store owner, you think I would let them just walk out with my stuff? No. I don't think so. Oh, man. Anyway, 404-741-1230. We have not heard from Neil Borch yet. We hope to hear from him to be part of our 4 o'clock hour. But again, we don't know. And if he is not available before, and I told him if he can do it at 4:30, fine with me. We don't care anytime. If he's available today, great. If he's not, we'll do it whenever he's available tomorrow, if he can do it then, too. And by the way, it's true. I looked for the elevator girl. I waited there for a few minutes last night, and she wasn't there. But which is, that's right. I have Christine to sing me home. So she calls me baby and everything's fine. I get in the car. She calls me baby. And like the song I put on, in the first 8 seconds, she calls me baby. So everything's fine. And the elevator girl, I guarantee you, is thinking the same thing I am right now.
Thank God I didn't run into him yesterday.
Well, like my sign says today, this is the month of the woman. My last girlfriend said finally breaking up with me was like finally quitting a job she hated anyway. I don't know. What do I know? Anyway, it's already 3:30. Well, I blew that whole segment. We got so much more. Flounders Funny's coming up. Peach Tweets. We have a game. Some sort of a Peach-sponsored game. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
I'll be damned.
You're correct.
Okie dokie. Anyway, and the Lake and Riley bill, we'll talk about, got the newsy stuff and President pausing stupid face. You got him again. They're going after Trump's property. We got it all standing by. Planet Fitness taking a hit because of a guy shaving in the girls' locker room. Wants to pretend he's a girl with a beard. 3:30, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent. All offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people. And know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 1063 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop right at Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
And we're going to be there a week from tomorrow doing the Kimmer Show with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder at Nucky's in Roswell. A week from tomorrow doing the show live, 3 to 6. They know what they're doing, right? I mean, they've heard the show before. They're apparently... yeah, I doubt that. I'll bet they're scared to death, to be honest with you. I said, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I just realized that's our last show before vacation.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly correct.
We could do a lot of damage.
I may have to have some hot babe drive me home or something. Yeah, it's going to be a birthday celebration, I guess. And we outed on the bag there. Anyway, 3:35. Is this the beat? We're not actually hearing the Beach Boys. This was the instrumental version, I'm guessing, or well, let me actually read again. Flounder is our Wow! Flounder is our musical director, and I'm going to read what he writ down there. 2008, a 5-year legal row over the use of the Beach Boys name was settled by 2 former members of the group. Mike Love argued he was the only guy allowed to perform under the name of the band, and he sued Al Jardine, who he had claimed was appearing as an unlicensed Beach Boys act. Al Jardine's lawyer said a friendly settlement had been reached that allowed them to focus on the talent and future of the American iconic band. Now, Al Jardine was not the original guy singing high soprano stuff on the Beach Boys, right? That wasn't that Brian Wilson?
He was one of the originals.
Was he one of the originals? Well, then what was their fight about then? Why did Mike Love say only he could use the name Beach Boys?
I
don't get it. I mean, I thought Jardine came in later. I guess I'm wrong.
Maybe he did. I
don't know. Birthday list includes Gary Oldman. Great actor, 66. He won the 2018 Oscar for Best Actor for his portrayal of Winston Churchill in The Darkest Hour, the famous scene where he was on the subway and the little girl said, Mr. Prime Minister, could you fight for the country, sir? Because we're with you, sir. So if we could fight for the country, sir, I'm only 7 years old, but I would fight for my country, sir. And Winston said, little girl, by Jove, I shall have a cigar tonight, and then I shall make the decision to conquer the beaches, to conquer the airfields, and to conquer the seas against the foreign enemy because of you, little girl, because of you.
Unfortunately, like the return of the elevator girl.
No, I don't.
This scene never happened and never will. Never happened.
You dirty bastard. It's one of the great scenes of all time in any movie. I mean, oh my God, the little girl, Mr. Prime Minister.
It's a movie.
I hate when you do this.
Of all the courageous things he did that they could have put in that movie, like going to World War I and being in the trenches, fighting in the trenches.
And feeling so bad about what happened that he wanted to go on and continue to lead the people because he was so disappointed.
Gallipoli.
Gallipoli was a terrible, horrible, and the movie Gallipoli is hard to watch. I mean, that was like 50 years ago, but still. Yeah, and he said because of his guilt over Gallipoli and his service before, he wanted to keep going in public service, and that's what he did. And the scene with the little girl, Mr. Prime Minister, could we have the water? Because we could have more porridge, but we'll give up our porridge if we could have more water.
Well, now you're just blending British movies. Now you're just putting...
Sir, could I have some more?
Oliver Twist.
Well, all right. They're still little British people, and they count their people.
Little British people.
I don't know. You're such.
I'm sorry. I'm a stickler for the truth. They made that up.
Yeah, stickle this. Mr. Prime Minister, we with you, sir. We're with you, sir.
Get away from the kid. You bother me.
Well, does you have parents?
Fake as that elevator.
Gary Oldman, 66. He wanted to ask you another thing here. He's also Sirius Black in the Harry Potter movies. I've never seen a Harry Potter movie. Really? I've seen 2 or 3 minutes of one that was on, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, it's kind of different, but I've never actually, is that like Dumbledore? Is that the one with Dumbledore or Bumblefarf or
Dumbledore?
Whatever the hell.
Dumbledore. They're worth seeing.
I don't know why. I didn't either have time at the time or something. Anyway, he was in Harry Potter. He was Jim Gordon in Christopher Nolan's Batman movies and Dracula in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Gary Oldman.
That was horrible.
66.
Francis Ford Coppola's. That's horrible.
Yeah, not as good thing. And on this day in history, I remember 1989, Dick Clark announced that he was stepping down as host of American Bandstand after 33 years. Dick Clark on American Bandstand had more than 10,000 musical guests on the show American Bandstand, and 600,000 teenagers danced on camera when Dick Clark... It says there during Dick Clark's reign of terror. I never missed American Band. As a kid growing up, we had it on cable. There was an early cable, I swear to God, because it was in Philadelphia. I never lived in Philadelphia, but I was up in the Northeast, and for some reason we got it in the afternoon. It was a live TV show every freaking day. And then it was they had a Saturday edition, but it was a daily, every single day. I remember Carmen, little short hair. She had kind of frosted hair or something. Little Carmen, little perky, cute, chunky little girl. And they had all the same characters. The first time I saw Hoods, these guys with the old greaseball haircuts, and they wore the peg leg pants, really black pants, really tight around the ankle, and white socks with their black stiletto pointed shoes and stuff. Oh man, I mean, it's unbelievable. Never missed it. And Dick Clark, of course, is now here's the Supreme. It's just anyway.
It's funny because by the time my generation came around, we thought it was lame.
Oh, I'm sure you. I'm absolutely. Well, hell, by then it was. I mean, you can't. What kind of would watch that? I mean, it's not exactly modern MTV. Yeah. So, but anyway, how times changed, and we never missed it. Never missed it. Let's see. 341. Cameron, Pete, and Flounder. By the way, I mentioned a couple of videos just for fun. I was coming into work today, and I got blocked. The road was shut down to get in here, and so I went all the way around. The reason it was shut down, I saw this huge crane, and I didn't realize how big it was. And I got the video, and as I'm on the sidewalk, I took video of it. I put it on Facebook and YouTube. And as I'm looking, it's the biggest crane I've ever seen. And it was, you know what it was doing? It was hoisting up a car. And it had the car like 200 feet in the air, and then it swung it around, and it was starting to lower it right where I was, it looked like. And as I'm filming this thing, coming up next to me was Tug from the morning show. And so I talked to him for a second on our video that I posted. But it was the damnedest thing, and I looked up, and there's this freaking car dangling from the end of this crane rope. And I thought, I don't know what he was doing with it. They were going to, I don't know where it was going, or it was 200 feet in the air. It's the damnedest thing I ever saw. It's bizarre. And by the way, just speaking of video things, since you do it, I also put on today some. I once in a while I do some Thursday throwbacks with my horse Jack the Good Boy, and there's a couple of particularly cute kissing videos of my goofy horse that I put on there you might enjoy. In fact, Flounder was telling me we're getting a lot of good feedback on our YouTube Maniacs on my horse videos and stuff, which is good. Good. Anyway, I have a whole bunch of them, and I just I go to the Staple on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, take videos and put those on, and then I have my stuff from the past. Anyway, okay, 342. Heartbroken dad. Holy cow! The United States Senate's trying to get a vote on the Lake and Riley bill to make sure that if you're an illegal invader, you come in here and break the law, you go to jail, period, and you don't get out until it's all done. And then after you're convicted, or even if you're not, if you break the law, you go back home. My theory was, how is it possible that we would allow anybody who sneaks in here illegally to take advantage of our culture by breaking our laws? You just forfeited your right to the opportunity to ever be an American. If you do that, that's how little you care about our nation that you supposedly want to come to? Screw you, pal. You break the law, it's over. You don't get second chances. What's the crap is this released on bond, come back in 8 years? That's what they do, Their comeback date is like 2032. Yeah. It's unbelievable. Okay, so the dad, Jason Riley, Lake and Riley's father, met with the Georgia Senate, and he made a plea to the Georgia senators, please, let's do something.
For you, a heartbroken man, part of my purpose has been taken. God gave me a beautiful daughter to father, protect, provide for, and nurture. A man with an evil heart stole her life. He was in this country and in this state illegally. My vision for every senator in this chamber is that you protect citizens from this illegal invasion. Please recognize over 1 million illegal aliens are in this state and making families nervous. Please recognize Athens Clark is a sanctuary city, and this policy and the lack of action led to the murder of my daughter. There are a few of you in this chamber that are standing up and working on a solution to protect us. For that, my family is thankful. Lakin is thankful. Governor Kemp, please declare an invasion to detain and deport criminal illegals so we can prevent future families.
And a cut out there, but obviously from going through what he's gone through, and it's right. I mean, how is it possible that not everybody agrees? Seriously, if you sneak into our country, if you break the law to sneak in here to try to take advantage of the opportunities that these idiots have given you, and then you break the law, you hurt people, you steal from Americans who are you want to be here, but you then break the laws as soon as you freaking get here. That's it. You don't get another chance.
I want to hear the excuses from the governor and the people there in the Senate as to why they won't do this law. Because it seems like if you're a tax-paying, law-abiding American citizen, you're second class. They don't care about us anymore. All the laws from the state are set up from the federal to the local level to protect the criminal. We have no rights anymore. They have all the rights. It's insanity.
I don't get it. And I'll guarantee you, I can't wait to see the vote in the U.S. Senate. The Republican senators are trying to get a vote to see where the Democrats stand on it's a very simple law. If you're illegal and you break the law, you stay in custody until until the outcome of it. And even if you're innocent of breaking the law, you still, if you're innocent of breaking the law, then you still have to obey the consequences of your action. But even now, that means come back in 8 years and we take you on your word you're going to do it. But if you commit a crime and you get convicted of a crime, you spend your time in jail and then you get out, period. You do not get a second chance. And this guy, by the way, this slimebag suspected killer scumbag, he and his brother originally went to New York. They were driving a scooter unlicensed and doing kind of stuff. He beat up a kid. I don't know if they beat him up, but he was not wearing a seatbelt with a kid and was reckless behavior. They were stealing and they got caught shoplifting and they let him go. How is that possible? If you're an illegal invader, you get caught shoplifting, you go to jail and you don't get out. And then after you serve your sentence for 30 days or a $50 fine, whatever, then you get deported. That's it. How hard is that? And let's see whether the U.S. Senate, let's see how many Democrats say, no, we don't want to have that happen. I'll bet it's all of them. I'll bet the bill doesn't pass. I'll bet it will not pass. Because of Georgia. Because of 2 Georgia liberal senators, that bill's not going to pass. 347, Kemmer, Pete, and Flounder. Pretty freaking sad, I'll tell you. Happy Thursday, though. Hey, no word yet on Neil. We'll keep trying.
Hey, it's Rhino from The Morning Extra, getting your weekday morning started from 6 to 10 a.m.
They're like setting their own traps.
That's exactly right, Rhino. That's right.
Yeah. They're like Wile E. Coyote. They're like putting a stick, and they're looking, where's the Roadrunner?
Exactly.
And then he goes, did he just come through? And then it falls on them.
Our stinking president is dumber than Wile E. Coyote. Joe Biden is Elmer Fudd.
He looks in the end of the gun to see why he didn't fire.
Boom! And then
his face is all black.
Donald Duck, where it knocks his bill around backwards and he can't tell where he is. That's what Joe Biden is.
Yeah.
We're not.
Well, he's also, hold on, time out. He's also Pepe Le Pew. He sniffs a girl and then just floats in the air towards her.
Joe Biden is a Looney Tunes character, y'all. He's every one of them in one. This is amazing. It could not get better.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What makes Atlanta Ramjack special is the crews. Our crews are the most experienced people in the industry. Foundation repairs has many aspects. We do helical piers, hydraulically driven piles, we do polyfoam injection, we pressure grout, we do carbon fiber reinforcement. There's multiple solutions to foundation repairs. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Hey, it's front office Lowe's for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on all the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's easy. Pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your pick hits, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, and it's a ton of fun to play as you can watch the Atlanta Hawks. Stop playing against the pros night in and night out with their hundreds of different lineups. It's just you against the stat. It's that easy. Underdog Fantasy is even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up and use the promo code LOS, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code LOS, L-O-S, to get your first deposit of 10 or more matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
No one plans on going to jail, but at A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. That's the driving force behind everything we do. If you or a loved one has been arrested across town or across the country, you need help now. A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast with bondsmen throughout Atlanta to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their value-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
I love this song. I remember this when I was like fifth form junior in prep school, I think it was. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. By the way, this is a great story along with this song here. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Wimaway used to be one of the titles, but on this day in 2006, 3 South African women whose father wrote The Lion Sleeps Tonight, his name was Solomon Linda. He wrote the song in 1939, and on this day in 2006, the 3 women from South Africa won a 6-year court battle, which gave them 25% of all the past and future royalties from this song. The guy Linda was a cleaner at a Johannesburg record company when he wrote the song. He basically got nothing for his work. He died in 1962 and had $25 in his bank account. The song was recorded by Pete Seeger as Wimaway. The Kingston Trio did it, the Tokens, where you were just listening to there, Carl Denver and R.E.M., and it was featured in the Disney film The Lion King, and it's estimated that the song had earned $15 million for its use in The Lion King alone. And so the 3 South African women relatives got the money. Good for them, after screwing their daddy out of it. Anyway, I used to love that song. Whoever heard of a Wimaway? What the hell is that? But it was a great, everybody loved that song. Our birthday list includes Rose Stone. Rose Stone is 79 years old. Sly and the Family Rose, organist is what they called her, for Sly and the Family Rose right there. No, it's not Sly and the Family. And our birthday list, on this day, 1952, Alan Freed. I bet Pete Davis knows the name. Flounder, do you know the name Alan Freed? Does that mean anything to you? And Pete Davis, do you know Alan Freed, I'm guessing?
For the guy who came out with the rock and roll.
Well, there you are. On this day, 1952, Cleveland. Alan Freed held the Moondog Coronation Ball in Cleveland. It's now considered the first major rock and roll show in history. The arena could only hold 10,000 people. 20,000 fans showed up. They broke through the gates. Cops had to shut the whole thing down. But it was Alan Freed who really started. I think he even came up with the phrase. Wasn't he the one who did rock and roll? Rockin' and rollin'. And, of course, then in the Blackboard Jungle was when they played the Rock Around the Clock, and then everything exploded in the 50s since then. 3:55. How's it going? It's only me. It's only the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Oh, we got updates on stuff and news and stuff. And by the way, I heard the earlier guys talking about this, and I did it myself. I Googled the word bloodbath. And guess what? Two things happened. They were telling me, in fact, now it's on the wires here. On March 17th, if you Googled bloodbath, here's what it said. Bloodbath, or two words, bloodbath. A ruthless slaughter of a great number of people, massacre. Informal, a period of disastrous loss or reversal. A few mutual funds performed well in the general bloodbath of the stock market. That's the definition on Sunday the 17th. Here's the definition on Thursday, March 21st. Bloodbath, noun, plural noun, bloodbaths, an event or situation in which many people are killed in a violent manner, allowed the protest to get ahead despite warnings it could spark a bloodbath. There is no secondary definition. Between the time Donald Trump said the word bloodbath and the Democrats grabbed it as a moniker word, Google has now changed the definition to reveal they are no longer including business bloodbath. Oh, my God.
Yeah, playing with words is what they do.
Changing the definition for political purposes of the American language. Holy God, the balls on these people. This is Google.
It's Orwellian.
In fact, I wonder. Let me go to what's the Red Dog? What's the other one? It's got a dog on it. Does it have a dog? What's the other one? Duck, Go. Yeah, I thought it was a dog. It was a duck.
Yeah, it's close.
It was so close. Are we out of time already? I'm gonna Google blood. I'm gonna duck bloodbath. And see what that says. Let's see, bloodbath, okay? Bloodbath, here we go. Noun, 1, savage, indiscriminate killing, a massacre. 2, indiscriminate slaughter, the killing of multiple persons. 3, substantial losses by many people as in a mass termination of employment or widespread financial loss. Gee, the sudden market drop created a bloodbath among over-optimistic investors. So, a bloodbath under DuckDuckGo has all the definitions. Google no longer does, because they don't want you to know that it's anything but Donald Trump saying he wants to murder every freaking one of you. In fact, let's, okay, oh my God, let's do, ouch, crap, I was going to have a great idea, now we have to listen to something funny. No, go ahead. No, play. No. It'll come up later. I'll think of it. I haven't even thought of it completely. I'll play. Go.
Me and my daughter honestly argue. She can't even talk. She know a couple words, right? She put a couple sentences together. But it's like every time I tell her something, she always got something to say back. It don't matter what I say. She always got to give me something back, and it make me mad. We got to an argument over juice the other day. She came into the room. She was like, "Daddy, juice." I said, "No, you had enough juice. Go get some water." And she looked at me. She was like, "Do me got juice." And I looked at her. Who the f*** you think you talking to? Sit your little ass down and get the cat. I was so mad. I was mad because I knew she knew what she was trying to say. She just didn't know how to say it. Like in her mind, she was like, "You black midget bitch. Get the juice, punk ass daddy." I knew that's what she was saying. I could tell by her hand movement. She's like, "You black midget bitch. Get the." I was so mad.
We're going to be doing our show there, 1133 Woodstock Road, Nucky's Hoagies, a week from tomorrow. Doing the show there, 3 to 6. We'll have a kissing booth, a spanking section. Pete Davis will be anchoring this thing there, and it should be some kind of fun. Anyway, it's almost God. It's 3:59 already. We had not heard from Neil. Well, he also could be out of pocket in the mountains where he can't get a cell phone. So we don't know the link.
Changing a tire somewhere.
Could be changing. In fact, his last story I heard about his big busting got changed. And boy, by the way, that's a project. If you have a flat tire on that thing, it's a 7-bedroom home on 27 wheels. It's unbelievable. Anyway, coming up 4 o'clock with a Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder.
Wouldn't it be an even number of wheels?
Well, I can't remember. Well, he's got he has one in front. The one in front kind of goes straight forward.
The spare.
Just in case. Remember, vote for Trump so we can murder all the Democrats. It's the bloodbath election of 2024. Look out.
Allegedly.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Atlanta Safe House.
Progress is real. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That assessment from Secretary of State Antony Blinken after meeting in Egypt on a Gaza ceasefire before heading back to Israel.
The need for an immediate, sustained ceasefire with the release of hostages. That would create space to surge more humanitarian assistance to relieve the suffering of many people.
Arab ministers briefing Blinken on a vision that includes a two-state solution. Meantime, the Israeli military says it's evacuating patients from part of Gaza's main hospital, where it says Hamas and Islamic Jihad gunmen are holed up, and a deadly army raid is expected to last a few more days. A federal judge just wrapping up a sentencing several days long in Mississippi for 6 white former officers who admitted breaking into a home without a warrant and torturing 2 black men last year. Their sentences ranging from about 10 years to 40. Some apologizing to the 2 men in court. A statement read by one victim's attorney said he felt like a slave and was left to die like a dog. An attorney for a baseball star's interpreter says he thought the bets were legal. This after being fired by the LA Dodgers and accused of stealing millions.
The allegation is money was wired from bank accounts belonging to LA Dodger and former Angels star Shohei Ohtani to pay a Southern California bookie, supposedly to cover the gambling debts of his personal friend and interpreter Ippei Maizuhara, who told ESPN he began betting on soccer and other sports, not baseball, 3 years ago, and asked Ohtani to pay his debts, some $4.5 million when he got underwater in the hole.
Fox's William Lajeunesse. Ohtani has not been accused of any wrongdoing. Sports betting is not legal in California, and Major League Baseball prohibits players or club employees from gambling on any sport. More records on Wall Street. The Dow up 269 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Rough. I'm still getting used to that rough thing. I like it. It's kind of weird, but it's okay. It's growing on me. Look out. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer. What do I know? God, I'm falling apart in here. 403. How's it going? Beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's freaking 70-something or whatever, which is kind of nice. 404-741-1230. 741-1230. With the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, and Ozzy Osbourne. On this day in 2004, Ozzy Osbourne was named the nation's favorite ambassador to welcome aliens to planet Earth. Yes, 55-year-old Ozzy came up on top of a poll as the face that people would want to represent them to alien life. The Internet user poll carried out after the discovery of signs of water on Mars in 2004 and before, Ozzy won 26% of the vote as the world waits desperately, it said, for signs of alien life. We decided to ask our users who they thought was best suited for this most auspicious of roles. Ozzy's a great choice, but I'm not sure what the Martians would make of his individual approach to the English language. So anyway, Ozzy Osbourne. Got to love it. Is he doing all right? Is he doing okay, or did he have a thing going? Didn't he have kind of a thing going for a while? Like he wasn't going to make it or something? I don't know. What a weird group. It's okay by me. I don't care. Kevin Federline, birthday list, 46, K-Fed, Celebrity Fit Club superstar. It says here, I don't know what that is. And the musical genius responsible for Popo Zao. He has 6 kids and 3 different mamas. Fed is 46 years old. And on this day in history, this is kind of weird. I'll do this is kind of weird. A couple quick things here. On this day in 1980, the TV show Dallas, J.R. Ewing is shot. And the whole rest of the year, who shot J.R.? And it turned out to be Bing Crosby's wife. Wasn't it his wife who played, or his daughter?
Daughter, I believe.
Huh? A daughter?
Daughter, I believe. Mary.
Yeah. Mary, yeah. Who did it? Anyway, that was 1980. Same day, 1984, Dudley Moore got arrested for beating up his girlfriend. And by the way, here's what a weird story on Dudley Moore, in case you were wondering whatever happened to him. On this day, 1994, he got arrested for beating up his girlfriend, Nicole. She called the cops. He beat her up, and then he denied it. She declined to press charges. Misunderstanding. That was March 94. April 94, he marries her. Then the same day, he falls down the beach trying to chase her, and it's all over video. A couple months later, he moves out of the couple's home 6 weeks after the birth of their first child. 2 months after that, 1996, January, Moore's Lexus skids off the Colorado Mountain Road in a blizzard and slides 150 feet down the hill. He's not dead. June 96, he files for divorce from the girl he married with irreconcilable differences. And then he drops the plan. June 97, she files a $10 million suit claiming he assaulted her, abused her, made her take illegal drugs, and made her dance scattily with no clothes on for 20 hours a day. That was in June 97. July 97, she drops the lawsuit, all charges against him, and they reconcile. 1 month later, Moore files a restraining order against her, saying she tried to kill him. Within a week, Moore refiles for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences and questioning who the hell was their son's daddy in the first place. 1 month after that, Moore undergoes open heart surgery at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota to repair a blocked artery. Oh my God. So anyway, I don't know. The Dudley Moore situation's a little freaky. Anyway, 406, how's it going? Yes?
The New York Post has exclusive video right now. It's amazing. The over 100 migrants attack the guards and basically break through the razor wire. If you don't think this is an invasion, look at this video.
Florida? Was this Texas where they had the razor wire up?
El Paso. They broke through. And these are people with army gear and rifles, and they're just
Shoot
swarmed.
them!
So why aren't they shooting them? They're all men. They're all military-age men. There's no women and children. It's all military-age men. They're attacking.
I'm flabbergasted.
Shoot them all.
I mean, seriously, what the hell happened? This isn't right. We have a border czar, our Vice President shiftless and lazy. They just let him in because they say, "Well, I'm here because they beat me up at home and I want amnesty." Oh, okay, come on in. Here's your bag of stuff and a credit card. It's just, this is outrageous. There's not a country in the world does that.
What right do these people think they have to invade another country and then demand we give them stuff?
Yeah, breaking through the razor wire.
To hell with them.
You know, they already know that if they just wait in line, they get in. They're not being turned. They're not being turned. Nobody's being turned away.
They're attacking the guy. I mean, look at the video. It's unbelievable. These guys look like they look like army guys.
My God. Honestly, this is our country. Why are we standing for this? I mean, seriously, I don't know why I don't understand. And it's every day. It's all every day, all day, every night. And and then we find out the president and his staff threw in 300,000 of them by airplane. Gave them because they have that special call number. If you call some credit card thing or an app, it's the phone app. If they get an app and they hit the app and then they get a free airplane ride to where they want to go in America. Jesus, 320,000 of them.
It's treason. Every one of these Democrats, from buying down, it's treason what they're doing.
Yeah. In fact, Flounder, it's 409 with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 404-741-1230, 1230 if you want to join us. Again, Neil Borch normally joins us Thursdays at this hour, but he's out traveling somewhere in the mountains. We can't get him, but if he gets in later today, that'd be fine. Or tomorrow, that'd be fine too. So we'll just keep you posted. If we hear something, we'll be on with him if we can. Now, a TikToker, again, this is all over, finally, I don't know whether it's on other people, Stevie. It's all over Fox News, and we're going to share it with you again here now. Speaking of these immigrants who, I mean, the balls on these people. This guy's now going to make a living. There's a Venezuelan immigrant going viral on social media explaining to his followers how you can take advantage of squatting laws and stay in American homes. And actually, if you stay long enough, you can put them on the market and sell them as your own. Some state laws would actually allow you to do that. Flounder, this is a guy, Venezuelan guy, on TikTok, and I think this is all in Spanish, and we'll play a little bit to show you what he's doing. And he's showing his speech, he's all excited, saying, come here to America. And here's what he sounds like.
Mi gente, he pensado invadir una casa en United States.
Yeah, in your casa. I have thought about invading a house in the United States. I found out there's a law that says if a house is not inhabited, we can seize it. I'm starting a business to invade abandoned houses. My African friends have told them they have already taken 7 homes. Immigrants can avoid living on the street, not be a public burden. You can be acquiring these homes, repair them, and live in them. And one guy claimed the new inhabitants can then sell it as their own. There are complex laws barring police. Well, we talked about this many times. A property owner in New York with $1 million property. They were selling because the owners died or something. You can turn it down, Flounder. That's all. I appreciate it. And remember the woman that came in illegally, took over the house, and the woman got arrested for trying to throw him out because they had a phony lease. But the cop said, well, he's got something on paper. And so, I mean, this reminds me, I was going to ask Neil Borch about what he called it today. The other day, he told us about this is brilliant. This would solve everything. There was a case of a guy who found out that someone was in his house, and they showed up, and the guy said, well, I've got a lease here. It was a phony lease, but he had a lease. So the owner said, okay, I'll take care of that. And he came back later with a gun on his hip and 2 big burly friends with guns and chains, and they just looked like monster character stuff. And they also had a lease. The owner made up a lease for the 3 of them. And so they went back to the house, knocked on the door. The guy opened the door and said, hi, we're your new roommates. We have a lease too. So guess what? We're taking over who's going to live where in this house. You get to sleep on the floor. You don't get any food. We're taking over TV. We're burning all your clothes. I mean, that didn't last long. You get 3 burly guys with guns, now your new roommates, and they're going to play TV all night and, not let you, I mean, come on. And that guy left it like in no time. I mean, that's what if you have to do that. Make up your own phony lease. And then the cops are going to say, boy, great plan. What a great idea. Make up your own lease, get in there, and make sure their lives are miserable. And then, by the way, beat the crap out of them. And by the way, don't forget when you do that, make sure you take their fingers and you claw your face so that you have your skin under their fingernails. And maybe hit yourself with their knuckles, I know. Ooh, a good one. Match their handprint to your throat, kind of a thing like that, after you've made them unconscious, so you can prove that they attacked you first. You were defending yourself. Yeah. That's probably, is that probably illegal? It's probably saying that. Yeah, well, you'll eat me. How about that? How about stinking illegal? Are these stinking illegal people coming in and doing this? I mean, you can imagine the balls on these people. Illegal aliens telling their friends how to get away with taking your house. Your grandmother dies in Ithaca, New York, and you put her house on the market and you find out, oh my God, somebody's living there because you weren't living there at the time and they just took it over. If they're there for 30 days, it's theirs. God. I mean, if they live in there for 30 days, it's theirs. And you have to go to civil court, which could take a year to fight it. And you better have all the paperwork. I mean, seriously, that's true.
Once again, everything's set up for the criminal, right, and not the law-abiding, right, tax-paying citizen. Right. And then they wonder why we have vigilantes. Yeah. Well, we need more vigilantes.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping. And in the U.S. Senate, they're debating the bill, the Lake and Riley bill. It would stop them. If you get caught in here illegally coming in and you do any kind of crime, it's over. You do not get to stay here. If you commit a crime, you have lost your right. And the ball's on you for coming in here and then breaking our laws. You wanted to come here because you wanted to be an American? That's not American to come in here and break our laws when you don't even deserve to be here. You didn't sign the book. You were illegal. God, I can't believe it. All right, 414. Give Pete and Flounder, and happiness prevails here on a beautiful sunny Thursday afternoon. I think Flounder forgot we're taking a break here. He's in the back of the room. He's just stuck in the phone call. Here we go. Well, man's got stuff to do. You know, he's got crap to do. It's very busy in there.
Busy man.
Get off his back.
It's time for the Bortz Report, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, the Southeast's premier home exterior solution. Quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. Visit southernexteriors.co.
I talk often about narratives. Here's one that I haven't brought up recently. Rising crime in the United States is really a Republican problem. Recently, some group called The Third Way released a study, 15 huge pages long, called The Red State Murder Problem. It was written by Jim Kessler. You haven't heard of him. Democrat policy advisor to Chuck Schumer, once a volunteer for Elizabeth Warren for president. You get the drift. This study said, believe it or not, that murder rates are far higher in Trump voting red states than Biden voting blue states. So the leftist narrative was established. Who picked it up? The Washington Post, The Hill, even Inside Edition, PolitiFact, Daily Beast, Los Angeles Magazine, San Francisco Examiner, NBC News. Yeah, crime and murder, all a red state Republican problem. So let me ask you a question. You're going to move to a city somewhere, so you want to check the crime rates. Do you check the crime rates for the state or for the city? That's where this narrative falls apart. Crime increases in these red states are focused on the big cities with Democrat mayors, the counties with Democrat administrators, the cities where George Soros soft-on-crime prosecutors were elected. The crime rate in the state, which this study utilized, is largely focused on the large number of murders in the state's biggest city or cities, and they're run by Democrats. Classic Democrat here. Blame your political opponents for a problem that you caused and count on the media picking that up and running with it. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey homeowners, Tug here with some exciting news. Southern Exteriors is your one-stop solution for top-notch exterior services, from roofing to siding, windows, gutters, and more. No more waiting. They can start on your project immediately. And with an in-house warranty division, Southern Exteriors stands by their work for years to come. From leaky roofs to faded siding, trust Southern Exteriors for a quick and lasting transformation. Don't wait. Transform your home today. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co now. Southern Exteriors, quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
On Thursday, March 28th, the Atlanta Braves will celebrate opening day with an opening day block party in Summerhill, one of Atlanta's most historic neighborhoods. In the lead up to the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's record-breaking 715th home run at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, the Braves invite fans to return to the scene of that historic moment to usher in the 2024 season. Fans will enjoy a block party along Georgia Avenue with live music, entertainment, and so much more as the Braves celebrate opening day. Visit Braves.com/watch parties to check out the fun.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So?
So you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon Background Screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
It's only me. Just keeping it crunk. What it is. It's Holmes. It's right. Whoa. Oh, Snoopster. There you go. The 40. I would say 40. Now, nobody talks like that, so but I've noticed all the rap, the 40, my shorty. Back in the boom. 1997, Snoop Doggy Dogg was sentenced to 3 years probation and fined $1,000 for a firearms violation after a handgun was found in the car he was driving and stopped for a traffic violation in 1997. The Snoopster. So they gave him a probation and a small fine for having a gun that he shouldn't have. Jeez, that's pretty lenient. 421, whatever. Birthdays include Scott Eastwood is 38. That's Clint's kid. Scott Eastwood was in the Fast and Furious Pacific Rim sequels. You might remember him from Fury, The Longest Ride, Suicide Squad, and Snowden. Scott Eastwood is 38 today. And on this day in history, let's see what I got here. Oh, it's a big day in history. 1965, Martin Luther King Jr. led 3,000 civil rights demonstrators on a 54-mile march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to demand voting rights for blacks. By the end of the march, 25,000 people had joined the famous Selma March. That's where John Lewis got a concrete block in the side of the head, changed his face forever. In fact, the photographers, all as a gentlemanly gesture, only shot him normally from one side so as not to show the fact that his head was caved in by the Selma March, as I recall that time. 422, our 4 o'clock hour, by the way, brought to you by our friends at Atlanta Safe House, home of the Kimmer Safes. Atlanta Safe House, they have a showroom in Ackworth. If you don't think you need a safe, you're wrong. You need a safe. Just ask me. Check them out on the web, atlantasafehouse.com. All right, 422, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 404-741-1230, 741-1230. I was going to do a couple of quick updates here, Pete, and I forgot what it was. I got them here in a second here. Shogun. Have you finished Shogun? Watching the latest episode?
Well, it's not over yet, but I watched it last night.
Okay. Remember, I was going to talk about it yesterday, and you said, no, you hadn't finished watching it. Either had I, actually. I was going to talk about the chicken scene. Okay. The chicken scene, for those who remember Shogun, the series with Richard Chamberlain back, was it 50 years ago, I guess now. With that scene, the story was that Richard Chamberlain, being a European, had the theory that Pete was telling us about, even in some, was it a Beatles song or a Rolling Stones song, I think it was, where you have to hang your feet, your food outside by the neck for 2 2 weeks to get it all raw and juicy and rotten and stuff, and that's the way they used to do it in Europe. Well, when the Angine, the sailor guy in Shogun, in the old Richard Chamberlain version, when he hanged his chicken outside his house, and he said, "Don't anybody touch that. I like it like it is," and they all were horrified. The Japanese are going, "Oh my God, stunk and it's rotten," and so finally, some guy just took it down and got rid of it. And so, immediately afterward, the guy who took the chicken and got rid of it kneeled down on his knees, and his friend came over and cut his head off. Chopped his head clean off right there on TV. I mean, you can see it, shunk, and his head went flying as punishment for doing what the Angine told him not to do. That's how seriously they take rules in Japan back at that time. Well, last night, I finished it last night. I was on the other night. Last night's episode, the Angine had his chicken hanging outside his house, and he went somewhere. When he came back after a few days or something, all the people in the village around him were crying. And he said, "Why are you crying?" And he said, "Well, the gardener's dead." He said, "Why is the gardener dead?" He said, "Because he took your chicken down." Because they were all puking and throwing up with that dead, stupid chicken. And so the farmer got rid of it, but they didn't show him being killed. They just said he was dead. Yeah. What a difference between the original one showing the head flying off with blood flying on a sword, and the one, the newer version, they just said, "Well, he died," and they were all sad. And I thought, wow, that's what a different way to express the same thing in the story.
Well, first of all, it was a pheasant, not just a chicken.
Well,
so
whatever.
It's worth killing somebody over.
It was a feathered bird of some sort.
But they started off the show, didn't they, with a bloody carnage scene where the cannon had blown the bodies apart? So
yeah, they were putting limbs on a truck.
Blood.
Yeah, maybe so. But again, that's why I was surprised that would be. Anyway, whatever. Anyways, it's a great series. Oh, and you mentioned too, there's an earthquake scene. Holy cow! It looked like you were there. I mean, I've never seen a more realistic kind of geological episode. Have you ever, even in a lava flow or movie? It was really like you were there.
The best earthquake I've ever seen on film, man. It was just, and you know what kills me is about this whole show is that they can't understand each other, but in their minds, they're calling each other barbarians.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and from both perspectives, they are both barbarians.
Yeah. Oh, you go live with a barbarian. Oh, mercy. Anyway, it's Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. How you doing? 425-404-741-1230. Again, Neil Bortz is, we can't contact him because he's out in the mountains somewhere with his house on wheels, but we'll get him either later today if it's possible or tomorrow, and so it'll be fine. Is that an extra? Oh my God, is that Bill on the phone? Flounder, I'm sorry, man. Do we still have Bill on the phone? I can't. Do we have Bill on the phone? Excellent. Hey, Bill, I'm sorry to make you hold, man. I really appreciate it. You're finally on the radio. My bad. What's going on?
Oh, that's okay. I'm used to waiting on everybody. But hey, I'm glad you guys are back on the air. I talked to you back years ago, back when Keith Cannon was the
traffic guy, the ladders in the roadway, ladder in the roadway.
Those great words, but I'm glad to get to talk to you again. I've always wanted to talk to Rush. I never got to talk to him. Never got to talk to Bortz. Never got to talk to Gary McKee. But by gosh, I got to talk to the Kimmer again.
Well, I'm the thrilled one, not you, I'm sure, but I appreciate it. What's up?
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask, are you guys going to plan on doing any live remotes to promote conservative voter drives?
Well, we're live every day remotely from where you are right now to say vote and vote conservative and don't elect it. No, we're not going to show up live someplace because it would be there's always danger. There's gunfire. It's too risky for a remote for like a voting process. But we agree with you, man. We got to get it's Georgia's fault that all this stuff happens and gets away with it in Washington because we have 2 liberal senators. How is it possible we have 2 liberal senators? I'll tell you why it's possible, because hundreds of thousands of Georgians who voted for Kemp did not vote for Herschel Walker. Because I'm not voting for Herschel Walker. I'm just stupid.
You guys have been on the radio back during those last elections. I believe that we could have got the conservative vote out, man. Because I believe in, and y'all don't get vote off the air between now and election time, please.
Well, if we do, it'll be my fault. I'm sure of it. But anyway, Bill, thanks, man, and it's a pleasure to talk with you. Call more often, for crying out loud. 428, Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. We have it's double bills. I don't think we've had a double bill. Double Bill, you're on the radio, man. How's it going? What's up?
Hey, big double.
Good. Hey, Kimmer, I just wanted to ask Pete.
Yeah.
You always tell these interesting stories about like Shogun from 50 years ago, okay?
Yeah.
It's a show that Pete probably should have watched 12 times by now. But when you were doing the podcast, he'd do this all the time. He interrupts you in the middle of a great, interesting story and says, well, I haven't seen the ending yet. So it's like,
spoiler alert.
there's 50,000 people out there listening to your story, enjoying it. And then all of a sudden, Pete interrupts, and it's like, Pete, this show isn't about you. It's about the listeners.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
Excuse
Pete.
me?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I...
Sure it is.
Repeat myself. You heard me. It's really...
What, are you hard of hearing?
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. And it's like, I got a life. I got a better life than you do.
There you go.
I bet you do.
No.
You're a real winner.
No, stop. Don't antagonize our double bill.
Yeah. He started it.
Well, no, but he's our... Oh, my God. Stop that right now.
I love listening to you, Kimmer. I love listening to your stories. You tell me great stories from years ago, and then all of a sudden you get interrupted. You can't finish the story. It's probably happened a dozen times.
Yeah, that happens like every other hour. I do it every other hour.
He's doing it again. He's doing it right now. He's doing it to your story, Bill.
I'm interrupting Bill.
He's doing it again.
I can't help myself.
You just came here to argue.
No, you didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out, guys.
Bill, we appreciate it, and you get the gold star today, my friend. You're on target. Thank you, Bill.
This is why people hate being double billed. You know,
no, that's just why they hate me. 4:30. How we've done it. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. 404-741-1230 on 106.3. We'd love to have you join us on Weird Old Thursday, that's for sure. Look out. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Why do politicians, both parties, love Social Security? The Democrats, because they can always tell voters Republicans are going to take their Social Security away, and Republicans so that they can say, no, we're not. We're going to save Social Security. There you go. Too bad the federal government won't let you invest the way you want to for your own retirement.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Is this the year you want to grow your business? Do you want to expand your team? Build a new office? Hey, it's Tug, and I want to tell you about First Liberty Building and Loan. Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you're dealing with a new person? You won't have to with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they can help you too. They know the patterns, they know the ebbs and flows, and they know business. Now the Frost family wants to know you. FirstLibertyGA.com. Buying a building, building a building, buying a franchise, or expanding. Reach out and spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. By the way, if you're a young banker and you want to work with a team that's faith-friendly with a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan at FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's for Howard Brothers and Cub Cadet. Your best lawn is waiting at your locally owned Cub Cadet dealer, Howard Brothers, with innovative zero-turn mowers, lawn tractors, and other professional equipment. The Cub Cadet Ultima Series zero-turn mowers are engineered to give you the ultimate all-around mowing experience. With Cub Cadet and Howard Brothers, your yard can be the envy of the neighborhood. Cub Cadet is sold at Howard Brothers locations in Alpharetta, Athens, Dorville, Duluth, Lula, and Oakwood. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Howard Brothers and Cub Cadet.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, cpapsetc.com.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food, and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
By the way, Flounder takes such good care of the Kimmer. Every day I do my own birthday and history list. Flounder does a birthday and history list from his sources, and he also comes up with a list of musical dates and birthdays and things that happen in the music industry, and comes up with who to play as our bumper music. And so he has a list of those things that he highlights. And on this one, on this line, for this break moment at 4:34 in the afternoon, the headline says 1991 Leo Fender. But it says the inventor of the Telecaster and Stratocaster guitars died from Parkinson's disease. He started mass-producing solid-body electric guitars in the late 40s. And when he sold his guitar company in 65, sales were in excess of $40 million a year. Leo Fender, the inventor. And Flounder went out of his way to write Jimi Hendrix on it so I'd know what the hell I was talking about, because it was Jimi Hendrix playing the guitar. just because... Right, there you go. But he wanted to make sure I didn't say, here's Leo Fender playing singing a song or something. So I thought, very nice. That's very kind of you, Flounder, for taking care of the Kimmer. Our birthday list include, now this is for you oldies, and I remember the name, but I never watched all these soaps. As the World Turns, very famous soap opera on TV for many, many years, and one of their famous star actresses is named Kathleen Widdoes, Widdoes. Kathleen Widdoes is 85 years old, was a famous actress in As the World Turns for those of many, many years. And on this day in history, I remember this too, in 1963, the federal penitentiary at Alcatraz closed for good, home of some of the great criminals of all time, Capone and all those guys. They called it the most secure prison in the world. It operated from 1934 to 1963, closed on this day. And I took my kids there when they visited me one time, went to San Francisco, and we went to Alcatraz. And when they put you in the hole, when they close the door, it is totally black. And if you've never experienced absolute total blackness, it's scary. I mean, because you literally cannot see your hand in front of your eyes. It's total blackness. No source of light of any kind. And I doubt you've had the last time you've seen total blackness anywhere other than when you're, close your eyes. And even then you're seeing things, you're seeing, like little visions or splots of stuff when you close your eyes. But total blackness is freaking scary, man. And the guy said, okay, well, I'm only going to let, I'll turn the lights back on because you're going to start screaming in like 30 seconds. And he was right. People were freaking, you could feel them. You couldn't see anybody next to you. We were all crowded in and you couldn't see anybody, including yourself and my two daughters, and I was scared to death. You literally couldn't see anything. It was just, wow, it was weird. 4:37, holy cow. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, how's it going? Oh, Murray, what are they doing? New York State is a crap hole state of New York. Now the Attorney General, Letitia James, is going after the property of Donald Trump. Westchester County, she started filing judgments pretty soon against Donald Trump and Donald Jr. and Eric Trump and the Trump Organization. That's the first step, a creditor to recover property. Then they'll have to put things on liens or assets, moving to foreclose on the property, go to court. It's going to take a while before they actually seize assets, but she's already started. This is going after him to take his property, and she hasn't gone after Mar-a-Lago yet, but of course she can't do that. Well, I don't know if she can do that down in Florida or not. I don't know if she has a right to get properties that he owns somewhere else. I don't know. Anyway, and again, Trump's having trouble trying to get the bond posted. I mean, by the way, the absolute idiocy. How is it possible that he has to come up with $500 million in cash guaranteed money for a charge like this. For a bank loan that he paid back. He made the bank money. The bank gave him money. He gave him back more money. The bank did the deal and made money off it. Everybody's happy. He got his loan. The bank got the money back plus interest plus loan money, and everybody's happy. And he got fined and $500 million. I mean, my God,
they've corrupted the law to go after their political opponents.
Lawfare. Law instead of warfare, it's lawfare. That's the new catchphrase, and it's true. Here it is. You're seeing again. The history is going to look back on this 6-year period basically as absolutely outrageous. And again, it was only in this 6-year period when the Democrats started getting more control. We started having all this gender crap and the tranny crap and bathrooms of whatever choice you want and all. That's all new. I mean, coming to the forefront, and it's explosive. All of a sudden, if you say something at a school board meeting, you're a white supremacist. Oh, by the way, Loudoun County, Virginia, the famous school board meeting where all that trouble's happened in the past, they just passed a law that said they are no longer allowed to show the school board meeting comments on social media. They are censoring school board meeting video from going public. So you can go to the school board and say what you want, but they're blocking you from having it put out on social media or other platforms. Well, they can. Yes, they did. They just did. I mean, it's unbelievable because like the freaking FBI and Christopher, the Cossack Ray, the disgrace of Atlanta, is saying, oh, well, they put out the memo and then lied about it with a what's it, blink and wink in the stink bag, whatever it is, to try to make sure that people who go to school board meetings are white supremacists. Remember, the FBI had a memo saying we got to watch these people, man. They're a danger to America. These slime bags. I mean, they're doing it. They're getting away with it. They're not stopping. They're doing more. 4:34. And oh my God, am I? Oh no, I thought I was late for the. I thought I was late for the 4:30 break. It's 4:39 anyway. Now it's 4:40. See the look. Sorry, I'm a wreck. I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I miss my elevator girl. I want my elevator girl to come back and see me. I know she wanted to keep talking, and so did I. It was some special, just sweetness. It was a sweetness thing. She had the sweetest smile, and she made me feel like just a nice person. And she, I just was wonderful. And I know she wanted to talk some more, and so did I. So I hope and I'll wait again tonight for like 4 minutes, just in case.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
That's so sad. You're like Snoopy sitting out in the rain.
In fact, have you seen the meme that popped up on my cell phone, and it almost made me cry? It's a picture of Charlie Brown, and he's sitting with his hands on his face he's sitting down with his elbows on his knees and his hands on his face, and he's sad, and he's got his head down, and the thing is something like, I just wish someone would hug me and say, it's going to be okay. Here's a horse and $2 million. I'd be okay now.
You were the one where Snoopy's standing out in the rain.
Yeah.
He's going, there's nothing sadder than a dog standing in the rain by himself. Poor dog out here just by himself. Nobody cares. And Charlie Brown leans out the door and goes, hey, stupid, get in out of the rain.
Oh, my God. 441, hold everything. We got Pete Davis, and we got Tweetsus, and we got 441 on the clock, and we got Pete's tweets.
Screwdrivers, drills, and hammers will now be allowed on Boeing flights to allow passengers to help with maintenance.
I saw I think it was a Babylon Bee headline that said, actually, it turns out the only problem with the airlines is the CEO or something. Anyway.
Mike in Arkansas points out that 60 may be the new 40, but the $100 bill is the new 20.
Oh, ouch, yeah.
What do you call a wreath made of $100 bills?
A wreath made of $100 bills. The barrier to the strip joint.
Aretha Franklin.
See the Ben Franklin's on the $100.
I sued the airline for losing. Yeah, I sued the airline for losing my luggage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this time I lost the case.
Oh, the case, the luggage case. Oh, God, a case is a luggage. Oh, geez.
Stephanie points out.
Oh, hey.
that you survived all of your worst days.
Yeah.
But eventually, one of them is going to get you.
He's going to get you right there, sure. Thank you, Stephanie.
Daryl hates it when older people say, "You're too young to be tired." All right, Marge, you're too old to be alive, but here we are.
Yeah, I've already exceeded the latest increased the life expectancy number, so I'm on borrowed time by definition.
This is not a trick question. How did Vinings get its name?
Vinings. Well, I'll bet it was an old Spanish winery.
Spanish?
I don't know. Well, from the south.
They were here.
Yeah.
DeSoto went through all North Georgia.
It could be an old Indian. I don't know. I really don't.
Not quite that luxurious. It was named after a bridge that was named after railroad engineer William Vining. So you know.
A bridge engineer guy. Okay, well, I did not. That's a nice little. It should be a nice little place. I haven't been there in years and years.
It is. Vinings is.
Used to have a little restaurant there. Used to go to with a funny
for the kicked you out. Every morning, I announce my family I'm going jogging, but I never go. It's a running joke.
It's a running. Oh dear God. Hey. Yeah, I used to say, every morning I get up and put on my running shoes and go for a 5-mile drive. 4:44 with a Kara Pete Flounder. Flounder's Funny's coming up later, too. And again, reminder, you heard the commercial for our new sponsor, Nucky's Hoagies, and we're going to be doing our show there on March 29th, a week from tomorrow. On Friday, a week from tomorrow at Nucky's Hoagies on Woodstock Road in Roswell, 1133 Woodstock Road. And we'll be there doing the show 3 to 6. And it's the sub-sisters will be there. And one of them's got a birthday, so we'll be celebrating her birthday. And there'll be a kissing booth and a spanking section. And I think, now they know about me, right? I mean, nobody warned them. They didn't. They're serious about this. They're not, they understand what happens if I show up somewhere, right? Okay. I just want to double check, because if I show up and say, what the hell is he doing here? We heard all about this guy. They didn't tell him. I was like, I'll bet they thought it was 680 the fan showing up, and they're all excited. I hope they told him what they're in for. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath. Nucky's Hoagies. It's 4:45 already. Holy smokes. Give her Pete Flounder. Look out. Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Should I be concerned, what's a bank good for? Numbers.
Numbers, yeah.
Money's numbers,
yeah,
right?
Right.
So I go to my bank today, and according to their old desk calendar, it's still Monday, March 6th. So I'm a little worried about their ability to...
Was there anybody in the bank at all?
Yeah, there's people there. They're nice and friendly people. It's right down the street here.
Well, they probably had to fire their calendar guy.
Calendar guy's been laid off.
Well, yeah.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They are locally owned and operated. You can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Is the tax deadline causing you anxiety? Searching for elusive 1099s and trying to uncover any exemptions? If so, you're not alone. Every year, Georgians find themselves looking backwards to file with the IRS, reporting tax history. But what if you were to flip the script? Not just report your taxes, but actually planning for them. We're Master Plan Retirement Consultants. We're local, with offices in Marietta. We work with folks just like you to create a personalized, tax-efficient strategy designed to last a lifetime, a crucial piece to the holistic retirement plan. Do you have a retirement roadmap? You should. It's never too late. Visit masterplanretire.com. Don't wait any longer. Visit masterplanretire.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds throughout Metro Atlanta, including from our newest offices in Cherokee County and Clayton County. In most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Big time Charlie hits here, boy. Record setting stuff from U2. Dun 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 dun. It's a great beat, churning beat. Da da bum ba ba bum ba ba bum. In 1987, U2 scored their third British #1 album with a Joshua Tree. Had the singles Where the Streets Have No Name, I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. I really like that song. The album became the fastest selling in British history, the first album to sell over 1 million CDs, and it spent a total of 156 weeks on the British chart. Was also #1 in America. Now they were kind of like protesty anti-American guys for a long time there, weren't they? Or are they? Or were they? Or
no,
they?
But they're kind of now, but they weren't at the beginning.
At the beginning, yeah. But they kind of turned into doopy tip toppers. Let's see the old birthday list. Rosie O'Donnell, 62 there. You know what's funny? She used to, when I first saw her, I remember her being funny, kind of sharp edge and stuff like that, but funny. But then she got sort of nasty. It's like there was that little cute little girl who was on the movie about dog lovers and the pet girl or something, and then she was on the Larry Sanders Show, Janine Garofalo. Yeah, I mean she was cute and funny and then she got real nasty,
bitter.
Yeah, bitter. Ooh, it felt like something was touching my arm. Get away from me! Get away from me! Sorry.
We have a surprise guest also. Stacy, who is one of the subsisters.
Oh my God!
Mentioning about a kissing booth.
Hugging, spanking.
Hi.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell all my mom's friends that you are going to be there having a kissing booth.
Oh, I'm so
very popular.
Your mom.
You had me going there until you said you were going to call all your mom's friends. I was kind of hoping you said you would call all your friends, Stacy.
Thinking about that, sir.
Oh, sir, here we go. And now I know what you're hoping you know what you're in for here, because anyway, we're looking forward to it. Because in fact, I had a little friend the other day just stopped by and said you have some great hoagies, and you'll be able to explain what the difference between a hoagie and a grinder and a sub and all that stuff. I'm assuming too, so that'll be fun.
I would hope so. I think it's all about where you get them. But I did meet your friend yesterday. He was really excited that you're going to be here next Friday, and I'm excited. And yes, we do know what we're in for. I did not know about the kissing booth, but now I'm prepared.
Well, Pete Davis is going to show up with a spanking section sign, so I would be very careful who you allow in the doors next a week from Friday at 3 to 6.
Great.
Stacy, we'll look forward to it, baby, and we'll see you a week from tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks.
You guys have a great rest of your show.
Thank you. Welcome aboard as a sponsor, too. We're glad to have you. We appreciate your patronage. That's a true story.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, sweetie. Take care. Thanks so much. Well, what a nice surprise. Stacy, one of the sub-sisters from Lucky's Hoagies. Thank you, Stacy. 404-741-1230. 404-741-1230. Yeah, we don't do a lot of live remote, so this is your shot. And I'll bring I'll bring a box full of trinkets and stuff just for the.
By the way, they have banana pudding and chocolate chip cookies.
Well, I haven't had banana pudding in I don't remember. I can't remember. I used to love banana cream pie too. And Boston cream pie. No, I haven't had things like that in decades. Seems like, and cookies. Well, I'll be doing some eating. I'll wear my fat pants. But again, how funny is that? She says, I'm gonna call all mine. I'm thinking, oh God, you're gonna call all her friends. You're gonna be great. All my mom's friends. I'm like, oh God, jeez, come on, jeez, God, jeez. I mean, it's bad. God, jeez.
They're gonna get the van from the home to come over.
Yeah, gonna have a wheelchair area. Yeah, crutches section. Oh, you can't get in here on your own. We'll have some guys to help you up the stairs. Oh, Lord. I'm going to call all of my mom's friends. It's over. Well, hell, it's okay. That's the circle of life, my friends. Well, believe me, I'm all favorite hot moms. In fact, I was just reading there was Kathy Lee Gifford. Kathy Lee Crosby used to be Kathy Crosby. Kathy Lee Johnson was her name. Kathy Lee Gifford, Frank's widow, was actually asked to be if she wanted to be the new Golden Bachelorette, and she said, "Hell no." I mean, I think she's maybe a little too straight-laced for it these days. She does a lot of Christian charity work and stuff like that. And she said, "Hell, I don't know where." And she said it would take them, if I were to do on that show, it would take them almost no time to get me in a hot tub. All they want to do is get you in a hot tub. And she says, with some strange guy and 50 guys whose lips have been God knows where. So Kathy Lee Gifford is not going to be doing the Golden Bachelorette when they do that.
We got breaking news here.
Breaking news?
According to the Babylon Bee, Trump has sneaked back into the White House and is invoking squatters' rights.
By the way, speaking of Babylon Bee headlines, there was a couple funny ones. One of them, Mexico begins constructing wall to keep illegal immigrants from coming back. And by the way, have you heard, the president of Mexico says when the state of Texas passed the law, and so far they can yes or no get away with it, depending on what the judge says, the latest court ruling, that they're going to arrest people sneaking across the border and send them back to Mexico. And Mexico says, we're not taking them back. You're not coming back here. So even Mexico says, we don't even want our own people to come back here. And so the Babylon Bee says that they're building a wall to keep their own people out. Also, New York City homeowner arrested for not providing squatters with a Wi-Fi password. Let's see. Coin flips at the court to see if Texas is allowed to enforce the law today. And double or nothing, Donald Trump challenges Judge Engoron to a $450 million game of one-on-one, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, good Lord. 456 here with the Carrot Pete and Flounder. 404-741-1230. Oh, speaking of Donald Trump, a former NBC big shot named Mike Singleton, a retired Universal senior executive known for his pro-liberal social media posts, commemorated Barron Trump's birthday this week with a post that read, Barron Trump, that's Donald Trump's 6'7" son. Barron Trump turns 18 today. He's fair game now. Well, he then, after some feedback, deleted the post and walked back the comment, didn't really offer an apology. He said, I posted he was fair game now, meaning as an adult, he's fair game for criticism from the press. Someone pointed out to me that fair game could mean fair game to be harmed. I don't wish physical harm on anyone, so I took it down. I listened to the comments and criticism I received. Oh, you lying piece of crap. You do. Yeah, oh, my God. please, you're killing me. In fact, this isn't, let's remember a few of the things they've said about Barron Trump. As a little boy, in 2019, Stanford law professor Pamela Karlan ignited a firestorm when she cracked a joke of the 13-year-old Barron, saying the Constitution says there can be no titles of nobility, so while the president can name his son Barron, he can't make him a baron. In 2018, Peter Fonda posted a thing to rip Barron Trump from his mother's arms and put him in a cage with pedophiles. Peter Fonda, the actor. And that was 6 years ago when Barron Trump was 12. In 2017, Katie Rich, a writer for Saturday Night Live, was suspended for saying Barron Trump will be this country's first homeschool shooter. Jeopardy host Ken Jennings made a joke of Barron Trump in response to a report when he was 11 and Kathy Griffin's infamous photo shoot featuring a photo of President's bloodied, severed head, and Barron Trump thought it was real. And so Ken Jennings on Jeopardy said Barron Trump saw a very long necktie on a heap of expired dead meat in a dumpster. He thought it was his dad, and his little heart is breaking. Jesus, are you serious? How about one more? During Trump's inauguration, NSL writer Katie Rich tweeted, Barron will be this country's first... Oh, we did the homeschool shooter. Garrett Ventry, a former senior communications advisor to the Senate Judiciary Committee, said this is super creepy. This guy, former NBC executive, what he said? My God, he's completely broken. I wonder if this guy has kids. Another, you sound like a freaking creep, dude. I mean, this is outrageous. Barron Trump's never been in the limelight in any capacity. And good for the president and his family. And First Lady's got to be going nuts about this. By the way, 3:59. But coming up after, we have Holy Crap at Sports coming up with Pete, of course. And also, Donald Trump, his campaign, has posted a compilation of President Murderer's brain going into underdrive for several minutes, little glips and pieces, and you're going to hear that coming back after the 5 o'clock news update. Also, Planet Fitness, they're paying the penalty for letting guys pretend they're girls in the girls' locker room, and boy, is their value dropped by millions. All coming up. Kipper, Pete, and Flounder, look out, it's 5 o'clock in the city, baby.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches.
A clock's ticking for the former president. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Attorneys for former President Trump still fighting to avoid covering a more than $450 million civil fraud judgment with a bond that's required to appeal. His team calling it unjust.
Time is short for the former president to come up with the money. Next Monday is when New York Attorney General Letitia James can start efforts to collect the sum if an appeals court does not step in. James has previously said she would seek to seize property if the bond cannot be covered with cash. In a Truth Social post, former President Trump said he didn't want to sell off assets because in the end, they would be forever gone.
Fox's Colonel Scott, his campaign is asking for donations. President Biden raising more campaign cash in Texas today, wrapping up a Southwest campaign swing, while Secretary of State Antony Blinken conducts more shuttle diplomacy, meeting with Egypt's president and Arab ministers today before heading to Israel. The U.S. is working on a UN Security Council resolution believed to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza as part of a hostage deal. Israeli ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, just telling Fox News they don't like all of the provisions, but they can live with it.
It condemns Hamas, which is something that still did not happen here in any other UN body.
He says the ceasefire isn't unconditional and is tied to releasing hostages, but he also still considers the U.S. and Israel relations to be unbreakable.
We do not hide that we have some disagreements on how to conduct the war in Gaza.
He says they feel President Biden remains committed to Israel's most important objective, the full eradication of Hamas's terror capabilities. Just getting word, an Idaho prison gang member and an accomplice who helped him escape from a Boise hospital are now both back in custody. 3 corrections officers were shot and wounded during that escape yesterday. America's listening to Fox News.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain.
until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Rough, rough. Let's get it together, ladies. Left shoulder, right of bug. Ready on your dog, target. Road guards out. Look out. It's only me. It's only the Kipper with Pete Davis and Flounder on 106.3 at 5:03 and joined almost instantaneously. He's there. It's Shannon Burke, Florida Man Radio at 5:04. Hello, Shannon Burke. Are you typed into the old Kipper show here with Pete Flounder, sir? Oh, he's still talking. Okie dokie. Well, he's introducing his crowd now. We're going to take you now live to Florida Man Radio. Again, he used to be on until 7, and then after we were off at 6, we would join him for part of that on his show at 6. But now Shannon is on his show live until 6 o'clock like we are. So we're now joining him live on both of our shows. And sometimes Shannon has a little extra introduction. Does he remember we're on today? I wonder, because we might be talking. Do we know when we're typing? Huh? Oh, okay. Now, how do you know that? Are you monitoring in your headphone or something?
They don't have me up in there?
Hey! I'm the last one to know anything. Shannon Burke, how you doing, you son of a bitch? How are you, my buddy? What's happening?
How you guys doing down there?
Oh, I don't know. We're going crazy.
I'm waiting. I don't know, war. I think everyone's on edge. We got a bunch of troops out in Thailand stationed there, just doing training, nothing else. Why are they always training? You were in the military. Is there a lot of this training going on? Doesn't their military already know how to fire stuff and shoot?
Well, no, let me tell you. And by the way, sometimes, I mean, you don't want to talk about this all day, but I did a little training in 29 Palms, California, which is a freaking desert. And let me tell you, that's no fun when you're doing stuff like that. Yeah, but you got to just train to keep sharp. It also gives you a chance of, hell, if when's the last time you had a chance to throw a grenade? Well, you got to do it if you're training. Actually. And boy, talk about being scared to death. My hand's sweating, and I thought, I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it. I just know I'm going to drop it. I mean, it's just scared, and it's heavy, and it's scared the crap out of you. Anyway, so sorry. Yeah, training. Got to train, man. Absolutely.
Does it make you nervous about that we have? I don't know how many troops. There's Green Berets, apparently. Does that mean that something's pending a little faster than we thought, or could this be leading up to an October surprise?
I don't. Honestly, I don't know anything, and I don't trust anything, and I don't believe anything. I don't know how are you supposed to figure it out. I mean, we're freaking mushrooms. They're feeding us bull crap and keeping us in the dark. It's the old joke. It's come true. I mean, look at we just had the hearing the other day at the Afghanistan invasion. Invasion. I'm going to call it because that's what it was for the bad guys to invade us when we give them a chance to take over their country again. My God, by the way, that hearing should have been live all day, just like the Watergate hearings were. This was dealing with a corrupt president of the United States, and the hearing showed bank records tying into offshore companies, and nobody, unless you were watching, boy, with about 2 minutes at a time on Fox, no one saw any of it, and of course the media's not covering any of it, other than Democrats saying it was all a bunch of nothing. I mean, here we are. They're keeping us in the dark.
I love it that they show the stuff, they show the bank, all the stuff, and then guys like Jamie Raskin go, I have no evidence. I got no evidence. They haven't showed us any evidence.
Still haven't proven anything. Yeah, that's right. That's what they do.
I asked a question earlier. Is there another modern day human being that has done more for humanity than Elon Musk?
Oh, wow. What a great
Don't give me Mother Teresa and that stuff. I don't think all the goody good too. I'm talking about, with the Neuralink thing and what we saw with this quadriplegic guy and what he can do now.
Yeah, he can
with
will
everything
his eyeball to make the cursor move with his brain.
He doesn't move his eyeball. He just has to think it.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Well, let's think about this. Well, okay. First to your question, you could be, plus the SpaceX thing and the fact that he's, right. He thinks of things that other people, I guess, have not really thought of. And then you got, linked to the AI and again, the free speech and taking those. You may be right. It'd be hard to think of. Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. But think about this. The Neuralink thing, doesn't that also mean that everything that is working in your brain waves is therefore collectible by the source of the Neuralink, which means somewhere somebody has a bank file of all your thoughts and memories and dreams and imaginations and, it is...
Oh, you think it records what you're thinking?
Wouldn't that be somewhere?
Yeah. That it could be used for evil.
What if the communist Chinese have a link? Dive into the link of the Neuralink thing. Again, hell, if we can do that, we can do anything. You got to be kidding me. So you can think of something and it'll happen. Okay. Oh my God. Wait a minute.
Listen, I thought it was bad news when I could just talk to my smart speaker laying up at the house and say, order my regular from Domino's, and it would put the order through, and then that guy would knock on my door.
It's not right.
While I'm laying on the couch.
You
just have to think.
Never have to leave your house. You can buy a car and have it delivered. Your food, your clothes. You don't have to leave your house. You can have a dentist come over and drill your freaking teeth. I guarantee it. If you can find one on the web.
Pete, is Pete there?
Pete's right here, happy and just wonderful. Mountains of bacon, right there.
What's your breakdown of the Shohei Ohtani story? What do you think?
I think we're in the first inning of this. Yeah. They're trying to, they're feeding us crap about this as well. Because the one day they say that Ohtani knew about it and he paid it off.
Scratch. We don't know what you're talking about. People are just on our show, too.
The player for the Dodgers, 10 years, $700 million deal he has. His interpreter, Itchy Scratchy or whatever his name is, he's the guy who they're paying on the money. The money came out of Shohei's account. At first, I heard the story that Ohtani was paying off Itchy Scratchy's debt, or some thugs are going to beat him up or something like that. Then I hear that Itchy Scratchy stole the money from Shohei. I don't know which is true.
And it was millions. We're talking $4 or $5 million.
$4.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this happened overnight. They changed the story 180 degrees in 24 hours. It happened, and I hope this is a distraction all season long, that it tears the franchise apart, that they go 40 games under because of this. I hope it kills them. And we found out, did you hear about their co-owner behind home plate?
Oh, yeah, double pick.
The picture of
double barrel.
Picking his nose.
Picking his nose. Oh, yeah.
$10 says he eats it.
That's like Caddyshack, man. Hey, the kid's picking $10.
Spalding, get your fingers out of your nose. I think this we're in the first inning of this Shohei Ohtani thing, because it could get his name is on the money wire transfers, and frankly, it's illegal if it was paid for illegal gambling. That is illegal to do that.
And in fact, it doesn't even matter if it's baseball. Any sport, any employee of the team cannot gamble on any sport.
No. They can gamble on anything except baseball.
Well, that's not what I heard earlier. They said it was any sporting event.
We figured that maybe because it would be a big deal. He's the biggest player with the biggest deal, the most talked about in the game, and they obviously the MLB wants to keep him around because he's excitement and he fills stands and gets TV ratings. We just figured they go, well, okay, I tell you what, we'll just let Pete Rose in and then brush this one under the rug.
Well, they got casinos in ballparks now. Yeah. Cincinnati has one.
Yeah. Vegas is going to be come on. By the way, I'm not sure how much they care about that, because I'm still ticked off that now they had the second game of the Major League Baseball season while we're still doing spring training and was in a foreign country. I can't believe it. The team with the most exciting publicity around it, the Los Angeles Dodgers with their big superstar and their $1 trillion payroll. But Korea doesn't need help getting publicity for baseball. It's their favorite sport already. They should have had this big special Bing Bang guy and all this stuff in America, in Cincinnati, or even Washington if they had a team still, to have the president throw out the first pitch and have the first thing like it should be for America. I can't believe they went to freaking South Korea. I mean, honestly, what the hell would they think for opening
That's
day?
true.
And by the way, 2 opening day games, and we still haven't opened the season yet. We're still doing spring training.
Oh, see, but over in Korea, they are
time change. Time change. 2-day time. Yeah, it's about 4-day time change. Yeah, really, those clocks are really moving over there, baby.
Oh,
God,
man. What else is happening?
I don't know. Is the thing. The Lake and Riley thing and President's stupid face. Man, it's one thing after another with this freaking administration going after Donald Trump's property. Now they've already started the procedures to get his property. TikToker. We showed that video of that TikToker bragging to his friends how he's going to set up he's from Venezuela, immigrant from Venezuela, setting up a friend saying, hey, you can come to America and take somebody's house and keep it. It shows them how to do it.
There's a frightening amount of that going on right now. I read a story about maybe a couple of thousand houses in the Atlanta area currently being occupied by squatters.
That's right. And in fact, I don't know whether the other day we were talking with Neil Bortz was talking about I think it's a great plan if you have a squatter problem. If you go to a true case happened, a guy who owned a house went to check on, and there were squatters living there, and they said, we have a lease, and so you can't kick us out. And he said, okay. He came back he made up another lease for him and 2 of his buddies, and he showed up wearing guns and a rifle to sling over their shoulders, and like chainsaws and hatchets and axes and stuff. And he knocked on the door, and the guy said, "Yeah," and he said, "Hi, we're your new roommates, because I've got a lease here too, so we're now all roommates. And guess what? You're sleeping on the floor. In fact, you're not sleeping at all. We're going to take care of the TV. We're eating all the food. Guess what? How'd you like to have 3 roommates with guns who did nothing but shove you every time they see you? They shove you against the wall. I guarantee your little squatter friends would be gone very, very Mo Ricky Tick. Dee Dee Mao Mao.
I'm surprised that nothing like that has happened. That it hasn't been a biker gang pull up and just beat people up and drag them out of the house.
Well, no, all you have to do is come up with another lease. Make your own phony lease. And say, okay, I have a lease too. If you have a lease, yours is no good, mine's no good, so it's the same thing. And either way, the cops aren't going to do anything because it's a civil matter. So, if you can just say, okay, now I live here too. Seriously, if they can do it, you can do it. I got my own lease. And make your lives miserable. How long is that going to last?
We need I'm not even sure what the squatters' laws are here in this state. They're all different state to state, but they exist to a certain extent everywhere. It's some archaic law.
Yeah, homeowners screwed. Either way, you're screwed. No matter what your law is, you're screwed. The cops will not do anything. Will not arrest the people in your house. You have to get to a civil lawyer and civil court, and it takes months.
Yes. You see the USF students that are on a hunger strike right now for demanding that USF divest from Israel and all the other companies.
Where did all these Jew haters come from on college campuses?
I don't know.
America's not. We're filled with. This is like the bias from the freaking 40s of World War II or something in Germany. I don't understand this, and it's pervasive.
Yeah,
where the hell did this all come from?
They put out a video. They're on day 3, and they want you to know they're starting to feel weak. And
poor baby.
They better. And this college, this university, cares less. They're going to just let them die rather than fulfill their demands. And they feel malnourished.
Well, no, wait a minute. They should. Seriously, if you're doing this for a cause, how strongly do you believe in your cause? If you're serious about it, then you should die. You should literally starve yourself to death. Otherwise, you're just making a stunt. It's a stunt. Publicity stunt. You're not serious. I remember the last time there was a guy that they fasted. It was like in Chicago. They fasted for the homeless overnight. They didn't eat for a whole weekend. For Saturday night to Sunday night, they did not eat a thing. By God, I couldn't believe it.
I forget the congressman who did it on the steps of the Capitol, but he lasted 8 hours?
Yeah,
something like that. He was like, I'm really thirsty. Yeah, I'm feeling weak now. I got to call it a day.
Where's my ride?
It was like he said the heat's terrible. It was like 84 degrees. I'm like, come on, give it a break. You don't impress me. Set yourself on fire like that crazy dude did in D.C.
Yeah, be real, man. If you're going to be real, otherwise you're a fake. Do it or don't.
Yeah. What do you guys make of the rise in public school, high school violence? I mean, my X feed is loaded with videos after videos. Now you got a girl got her head bashed in. She's in a coma. Another girl got her head bashed in. She's dead now in L.A.
Girls.
I don't know. I mean, educators are more interested in making sure this kid wants to trans into another gender than they are about their actual public safety.
Yeah, in my opinion, again, I'm an old fart. I'm a baby boomer, but I will guarantee you that changes. Just like Paul Harvey once said many years ago, "If I were the devil, here's how I'd change America." You take the prayer out of schools, and I think that. But here's my opinion. The reason these schools are having this issue is because I'm thinking of a very clear memory right now. I think his name was Mr. Hogan, if I'm not mistaken, who was the vice principal of our junior high school. And I can remember seeing him every single day grabbing some student by the scrub of his neck and his collar, by under his arm, dragging him down the hallway, saying, "I'm calling your parents, and they're not going to put up with this kind of crap for you anymore, mister." And we were scared to death of this guy. You didn't get to do this kind of stuff in school when I was going to school. It was a privilege to go to school, and God forbid they ever called your parents. Oh man, I remember the time they called my mother once, and I think I said "damn" or something. Oh my God, my mother came to get me from school. Holy crap! I mean, you think they do that now? They're so afraid to talk to these kids with anything other than to use any gender you want, or you can use the girls' room if you're feeling a little gendery today. I mean, give me a break. There's no discipline in the schools. They don't have to take this crap. You don't have a right to an education. You have a right to the possibility of an education unless you abuse it. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Drag a few kids by the neck down the freaking hallway, crying and screaming, I'm sorry. And see how the discipline lasts after that a couple of times.
Those days are over.
I know.
They don't even paddle these kids anymore. They can't even, it's terrible.
Well, I don't believe in paddling in school. I don't want a teacher hitting my kid. If somebody's hitting my kid, it's going to be another kid that he gets back to, or me. I mean, I don't believe in hitting kids.
When I was a junior at Parkview, I got caught skipping, and he brought me into the assistant principal's office. He says, "I'm going to have to spank you because of this." I said, "Before you do that, I want you to call my mom."
Yeah, tell her what you're going to do. You lay a hand on my kid.
She says, "I will spank him, but you're not touching him." And I think she called him a pervert or something like that.
Wow.
No, I've always said I don't want a teacher being charged of physically hitting my child. I mean, restraining things. I mean, there's other ways to do it. But
are you all right with him picking up your kid up by the scruff of the neck and dragging him down the hall?
I mean, absolutely.
Like a puppy.
Absolutely.
Like a puppy.
You're damn right, man. Absolutely.
Harmlessly. Boys, it's good to hear your voices. Thanks for checking in.
Anytime.
Extra 106.3 up in Atlanta, guys. Thank you.
I love it. All right, have a great one.
Boy.
Hoorah, man. Well, I guess he's gone. That was fast.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, mercy. All right, 5:20. Now, do you want to do let's take a little break here, and then we'll do a sports as long as we feel like. You want to do that? Or we could do Tweedly Deets, or we can do sports. All right, let's begin our sport. Well, we don't need to make up for that thing there.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. We've merged.
This is you don't get this kind of cooperation because and I got a million sports history things too. Holy crap, it's sports with Pete Davis.
Shannon is fleeing the interview.
Tan Sierra.
Braves come from behind to best the Yankees down in Northport 5-2 today. Acuna, Harrison, Arcia had RBIs. Orlando, another homer.
Good.
Charlie Morton started, went 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, gave up 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. Wow. So let's get going, boys. Nice. The Padres tried their best to blow a 9-2 lead, but did manage to hold on and beat the Dodgers in Seoul, South Korea this morning. Japanese starter Yoshinobu Admiral Yamamoto has received the largest salary ever given to a man who's never thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball. $325 million American dollars for 12 years service.
Holy.
Okay. He lasted 1 inning this morning.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, gave up 5 runs, and they lost 15-11 to San Diego. I mean, it was a great game, just back and forth the whole time, but it was funny to see him play and him get kicked out. The $325 million, he last 1 inning. Yeah. Anyway, but the big news coming out of the Far East, the honeymoon of the media with Shohei Ohtani signing with L.A. has hit a speed bump as the team has fired Ohtani's interpreter in the middle of the night. Wow. Ohtani's longtime friend Ippei Mizuhara fired by the Dodgers after being reported to have stolen millions from the superstar to cover his own gambling debts. And then it got weird. There's video of Game 1 and late in the innings of Shohei laughing with the interpreter, even though he supposedly knew he had stolen millions from him. Supposedly, Ohtani had agreed to cover Mizuhara's debts by wiring money transfers with his name on it. An Ohtani spokesman reportedly claimed that to be the case to ESPN, only to reverse course one day later, and the Sluggers' legal team is now involved.
Oh, boy.
The question now is, how deep into this mess is Shohei Ohtani himself? Did he make bets too?
Man.
Now, both Mizuhara and the bookie himself claim, and it's a legal bookie, by the way, in San Diego, claim the player does not gamble. MLB players are supposedly allowed to bet on other sports besides baseball, but you're saying you heard that they weren't allowed to do
no sporting events, other gambling things, but not sporting events. But I didn't look it up. I just heard it on talking about a news talk thing.
Yeah. Well, Ohtani allegedly paid off $4.5 million in gambling losses racked up by his friend, but now they're claiming he didn't pay it off and the money was stolen.
Oh, boy.
Shohei, surrounded by a phalanx of Dodgers PR flacks after their loss this morning, he left the clubhouse without speaking with reporters. So to sum up, on Tuesday, Ohtani's camp said the player was helping Mizuhara with his gambling debts. On Wednesday, that same camp said Mizuhara had made it all up and is a thief. How come? Well, a wire which entitles the recipient to receive money or credit as a result of bets or wagers is explicitly listed in the U.S. Criminal Code as a violation, can result in a fine, imprisonment up to 2 years, which explains the about face from the Ohtani camp on this. New York sports writer John Heyman writes, Shohei's camp wants you to believe he's a baseball legend and a financial dimwit.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, a different culture. Maybe I don't know. They must have gambling in Japan, right? I mean, it's not like he's never heard of gambling, right?
There's a lot of money involved with this guy. There are powers to be on two continents that'll try and crush this story if he's guilty.
He couldn't be that stupid. He's making $100 million a day or something. Why would he want to gamble for what, $1,000? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. If you're an addict, is there any evidence he's been a gambling addict until now? I just don't believe any. I can't believe it.
He does he travels with a pachinko machine, so
well, there you are. Freddie Pachinko, the famous boxer analyst.
No, it's those little metal balls you put in and it bounces all the way down.
Oh, is that what they're called? I didn't know what they're called.
Yeah, that's what I have one of those.
Do you? They're fun. I mean, we did one when I went to see the kids on Christmas time. We did the human version of it for like the game show. Put it on video.
Plinko or something like that.
Something like that. Right.
By the way, he does travel with his own mattress.
Well, okay. I don't know how they pull that off, but.
And we mentioned earlier, to pile on the Dodgers, which I love to do.
Yes.
Team co-owner Todd Bowley caught on TV sitting behind home plate during Game 1.
I can't hear.
Had not one but two fingers up his nose. Then took what he picked out of it. And Spalding. Take your fingers out of your nose.
Sorry,
as a Braves
Grandpa.
fan, I can only hope all of this is a huge controversy which entangles the entire team in a season-long distraction of Dodgers caredom, which ends in the complete destruction of their franchise, as well as Waffle House-hating sports writer Bill Plaschke and all his hopes and dreams.
we need to have posters, billboards when they come to town,
or everybody when they come to town. Everybody just stick their fingers up their nose.
Exactly. Have a poster sign of your fingers in your nose for a fan with the fingers in your nose when they come to the game. Oh my God!
And how bad?
Oh my God! We should make those and sell them. Flounder, write this down. Let's make a fan. To keep yourself warm, fanning fan to fan yourself on a little wooden stick. Fans of a shot of 2 fingers up your nose for the Dodgers when they come to town. Everybody wave them in the stands.
Okay, we'll run that by.
See if the Braves like that. Let me check with Amanda in our social media tomorrow.
Let's talk to Mike about that.
Pull that over with the Braves for us here. I'm sure they'll be okay. I'll talk to my buddies on the hall at 680. They'll be on the camera playing here, I'm sure.
And how bad has it gotten for the Red Sox? Well, a Boston TV station sent their reporter down to Fenway Park's neighborhood and asked people how excited they are about opening day. Most of the people they spoke to couldn't even name one current Red Sox player.
Oh, my. Are you serious?
It's sad.
Geez.
I mean, no one cares. March Madness really takes off today with lots of games. We've already had our first embarrassing moment. A.J. Hoggard of Michigan State came out wearing his shorts on backwards.
Idiot.
Now, I say it would embarrass the university, too, but it's Michigan State, and they're beyond shame.
Just a moment. I happen to have a master's degree from that particular Institute of Higher Learning, sir.
Probably showed up with your pants on backwards.
They asked me to stay and be a doctor, and I declined to I could go to work with people like you.
Oh, you would have been the doctor there.
I could have been the doctor. Very close to being the doctor.
It didn't stop the Spartans. They beat Mississippi State. Duquesne, an 11 seed, has upset number 6 seed BYU. Arizona over Long Beach. Creighton beat Akron, and North Carolina ended Wagner's run. No Greg Gumbel on the mic this year. He's dealing with a family health issue, so hope everything's okay with Mr. Gumbel. Jalen Johnson will miss tonight's Hawks game in Phoenix due to an ankle injury. For dinner, I would like to recommend Bill Johnson's Big Apple Steakhouse in Glendale. I'd like to recommend it, but unfortunately, it has closed its doors forever.
Oh, no.
I have such fond memories from there. It was at Bill Johnson's Big Apple Steakhouse in Glendale, Arizona, that I accepted the challenge of eating the 72-ounce steak in less than 1 hour. The gauntlet had been thrown.
Yes.
Armed only with my trusty fork and knife, I devoured that hunk of beef with time to spare. They came out, they applauded, they cheered, they handed me balloons and a T-shirt, to which I still have the T-shirt and proudly wear.
I love it.
Should you doubt my account, I have a witness.
Well, who's the witness?
The impeachable, pantless John Gray sat back in amazement and watched me eat
Perspiration that. John, who shall ever be one of our good fans down in...
yeah. Bill Johnson's Big Apple Steakhouse will forever live in my heart. And my colon, and my triglycerides, and everything else.
You're never getting rid of that gristle, buddy.
Nope. It was a good steak, though. That's how I could eat it. It was a damn good steak.
Now, it must have been, was it one steak? One huge steak?
It was,
or was it
I think it was a ribeye, if I remember correct. This is the 90s, so I think it was a ribeye.
Wow.
Back then. Angel Fat Bastard Cabrera will not play the Masters this year. The 2009 champions visa denied following the 54-year-old's prison sentence in Argentina for domestic violence.
Beat up his lady bad.
Supposedly. On this day, March 21st, in 1908, Ty Cobb signed with the Tigers for $4,000, got an $800 bonus, and he finished the season with a .300 batting average.
Wow. I love it.
There's sports.
Well, we have so much more. Hold on a second now. Speaking of history, on this day in 1994, Wayne Gretzky ties Gordie Howe's record in pro hockey, 801 goals. 1953, the Boston Celtics beat the Syracuse Gnats and my friend Dolph Shays in 4 overtimes. Oh, Pete Davis has fingers in his nose out of my camera. Oh, God. I may never close my eyes. I may never go to sleep again. I'll never close my eyes. Oh, he's got to...
Something.
1946, the LA Rams signed Kenny Washington, the first black player to join an NFL team since 1933. Let's see. Pete Davis, on this day in 1994, Michael Jordan was cut from the Chicago White Sox spring training roster and sent to the minors. And hold on, I got one more. There's another sports thing in here. Oh, a quick birthday. Adrian Peterson, the running back, 39 years old, suspended for most of 2014 season for beating his 4-year-old son with a tree branch. As well, Adrian was with the Vikings. His last team was the Detroit Lions. He's currently a free agent. Adrian Peterson's 39, so I assume he's not probably going to be going anywhere. Anyway, how you doing? I thought 5:30. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. 404-741-1230. Our 5 o'clock hour spot to you by our good friends at Lee Brandt Jewelers, where luxury jewelry and watches are affordable. Drop by their store in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com and tell them that Kimmer sent you. 1063 531. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Look out.
Hey homeowners, Tug here with some exciting news. Southern Exteriors is your one-stop solution for top-notch exterior services, from roofing to siding, windows, gutters, and more. No more waiting. They can start on your project immediately. And with an in-house warranty division, Southern Exteriors stands by their work for years to come. From leaky roofs to faded siding, trust Southern Exteriors for a quick and lasting transformation. Don't wait. Transform your home today. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co now. Southern Exteriors, quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years.
So, Robert, I want to thank you for your time. I just don't think you're the right person for this position.
I don't understand. Was it something I said?
Well, we did a background check on you and found some things of concern.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on all the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's easy. Pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your pick hits, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, and it's a ton of fun to play as you can watch the Atlanta Hawks. Stop playing against the pros night in and night out with their hundreds of different lineups. It's just you against the stat. It's that easy. Underdog Fantasy is even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up and use the promo code LOS, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code LOS, L-O-S, to get your first deposit of 10 or more matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What is foundation repair? Foundations sink or settle. These issues need to be addressed. It only becomes more costly the longer you put it off. What is the biggest cause of foundation problem? Either poor construction, inferior site preparation, or weather. Drought causes cracks in your foundations. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of the annual Duck Pluck event, supporting Special Olympics Georgia athletes, and we need your help. Adopt a cute rubber duck today for just $7, and all proceeds will help provide everything from meals to housing for our Georgia athletes at the state games. Adopt your duck today at duckrace.com/Atlanta.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
We have a surprise guest on the phone. We have Stacy, who is one of the sub-sisters.
Oh, my God.
And she just heard you mentioning about a kissing booth.
Hugging.
Hi.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell all my mom's friends that you are going to be there having a kissing booth.
Oh, I'm so
very popular.
You're a mom.
Well, you had me going there until you said you were going to call all your mom's friends. I was kind of hoping you could say you would call all your friends, Stacy.
Thinking about that, sir.
Oh, sir, here we go.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
It's going to be a birthday celebration. One of the sub-sisters is having a birthday on March 29th, and we'll be at their shop the Nucky's Hoagies on Friday, March 29th, a week from tomorrow, doing our show there, one of our new sponsors. And this is a little Iggy Pop going here. Is that what we got here? After 1976. On this day, after a David Bowie concert at the Community War Memorial in Rochester, New York, home of one of the great golf courses of all time, Iggy Pop and David Bowie were involved in a drug bust at their hotel room. Police found about 6.5 ounces of marijuana. The two of them, David Bowie and Iggy Pop, spent the night in jail in Monroe County, in the Monroe County Jail in Rochester, New York. Got out at 7 in the morning, posting $2,000 bond. So somebody finked on them. Maybe they were smoking it and the guy smelled it and turned them in. That's probably what happened, idiots. You know, you got to go out in the balcony. That's why I always get a little balcony. When I go to Florida, I always try to get a little balcony. What somebody told me once was, anyway, 5:37. Let's see. Our birthday list includes Brad Hall, formerly of Saturday Night Live and other things, that actor and comedian and writer. Brad Hall is 66. Isn't he married to Elaine Bennis, Seinfeld Elaine?
Yes.
Or what? It is or was, anyway, I think. Yeah. I hope they still are. A little happiness. And on this day in history, here we go, kind of a sports thing. On this day, 1980, Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, announced that the U.S. Olympic team will not participate in the 1980 Summer Games in Moscow, a boycott against the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And we're still doing Afghanistan stuff. That was 1980. 1980. Holy cow. 538, how you doing? Kemper, Pete, and Flounder, 404-741-1230, 741-1230. Got some serious newsy stuff here coming up for you today here. Apparently, there's no Farmer Needs a Wife tonight because of stupid basketball, I guess. Does Fox play basketball games at night on prime time and it's stupid? Is this the NCAA or is this the NIT? Is this a big one?
This is the big one, the NCAA.
And by the way,
CBS usually does it.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, this is new anyway, so I guess Farmer Needs a Wife is going to be on next week. Anyway, have you picked the Final Four, Pete? Have you got odds on what you think will be the Final Four or Final Two or your final winner? I heard somebody saying UConn.
I watched. This is the littlest amount I ever watched men's college basketball this year. It just got to the point where you don't know who's playing. You don't know their names. They go to the NBA so quick, or they just change schools, and I've kind of lost interest in it.
You know, I've never been a huge college basketball fan. I've always enjoyed the Sweet 16 and when it gets to the March
the tournament's
Madness.
fun.
Yeah, the tournament year. But I remember growing up, there was always Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky. My God, Kentucky. Oh my God.
UCLA.
Yeah. I mean, there were like 5 or 6 names that were in your head every weekend or so. I mean, in the new sport. I mean, it was unbelievable. And
Kansas.
It's all. Yeah. There you are. All those blue chip teams. And now I have no idea. I heard somebody say that they pick UConn to win it all. I thought UConn had the women's basketball team. I didn't know they were doing good men this year. I have no idea.
I have no idea who's good this year, to tell you the truth. I'm going to watch it, though.
Yeah, I'll watch the Sweet 16. When they get down to like 8 teams or something, it's fun. And although every single time, it never fails. In the Final Four, especially, every time they get to like a minute and 10 seconds left in the game, it's going to take 35 minutes to get that last minute 40. It's so fun. They save all their time. They save all their time out for that. Jeez. Anyway, 540, Kemper, Pete, and Flounder. How's it going here?
In fact, that's a joke. On my deathbed, I hope that my last minute lasts as long as the last minute of an NBA or basketball
playoff game. Oh, Lordy. By the way, the morning show always likes to get my driving tips of the day. My driving tip of today, 2 things, actually, Pete Davis. I think you'll appreciate this of me, too. I mentioned every day I have a couple of places where the lane on the right merges. And there's an arrow, and so people think if they beat you, if they cut you off, they deserve to be over there. No, that's not the law. I'm sorry. If it's a merge lane, then you have to wait until it's safe to merge. Duh. People try to race me off the line to cut me off, and I don't like it. Well, yesterday there was an electric car next to me. Actually, there was a car ahead of me, and then me, and an electric car between the two of us, okay? And so we start taking off, and the car ahead of me, the first in line, goes good, and I start going good, and I see the electric car is kind of pausing and obeying the proper technique of not trying to cut me off the dart in front of me, and so I let him in. I let in an electric car in front of and I put it on track sound exhaust system, so I blew the windows off his car when I revved it up. But I did let him in ahead of me, as a gentleman would, because he was obeying the traffic laws politely and with consideration, which to me is the thing that we miss most in this country, is the lack of consideration. He did. He gave. It looked like a teeny little wave. Yes, it wasn't like a big thing. Oh, I do it twice. I do it when they let me in, and when I get in, I roll, literally in the rain, anything. I make sure they at least see it at least twice. I wave thank them always.
I'm absolutely astounded and flabbergasted that this daily traffic report has not a sponsor yet.
Well, we're working on it.
Scintillating.
Well, we have these segments, and for example, one more driving thing. I'm coming off of the freaking the thing to get onto Powers Ferry. When you get off of the road of I can't remember the name of the damn thing. When you take a right onto Powers Ferry, it says keep moving. It's a merging lane that says keep moving. And guess what? People get there and stop.
Yeah.
No, it says
Windy Hill too.
Moving. Yeah, that means
75 Windy Hill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you are. Keep moving. It's okay. There's a lane. They made it that way. Okay. Jeez, come on. I mean, and you don't want to blast your horn at them because they're scared. They think, wait for the guy. I mean, jeez.
You come down 75. You get off Windy Hill. You have a clear shot to the Chick-fil-A,
it's right there.
and there's some idiot. Stop.
Yeah, there you go. Every day. It's just that's what they do. All right, 542. Excellent. Outstanding. Well, that's very gracious of him, and that's fine. I hope he's feeling well. He said he was kind of under the weather a couple of days ago or something. I hope he's okay.
Detained at the border.
543. Yeah. 543, the Kimmer Pete and Flounder. And it's 404-741-1230 if you want to join us here. We have a little Flounder's Funny coming up here later. The United States Senate today was debating the bill, which was passed by the House. It was Mike Collins, was it? Mike. I'm so embarrassed now. From a Georgia congressman who passed it in the House, and it came over to the Senate. The senators are debating the bill, which would it was the Kimmer bill. As well, the first thing we said on this program when Laken Riley was found to be murdered, and it turned out that their suspected killer was a guy who was here illegally, who had already been arrested for at least 2 different things since he was in America illegally. And I said the first thing that I said, a representative of this show, we have been very, very clear. How is it possible that if you come to this country, if you sneak into this country illegally, and then you have the balls to say how much you want to be in this country, you're willing to break the law to come into this country, and then you break our laws, you steal from us, you hurt us, you do something to disrespect the country that you're sneaking into, you don't get a second chance. When they catch you, they put you in jail. They don't give you a bond release. They keep you there until your jurisdictional thing is approved one way or the other. And if you have committed a crime, they keep you in there until you served your time, and then you go home. You're deported. You don't get to say come back in 8 years. This guy and his brother got arrested 2 different times, and they let him go. Illegals. I mean, how is that possible? Well, the law being debated in the U.S. Senate, I guarantee you the Democrats are all going to kill it, and because of Georgia's 2 liberal senators, it'll probably never pass. But the bill debated today was to make sure that if you're an illegal alien and an invader, and you come in here and break a law, you don't get to be free. You get to be staying. The feds take control of you, and you get your punishment, and then you get deported. Well, let's see how many Democrats vote for that. And by the way, in Georgia Senate chamber yesterday, the state Senate held a hearing, and among the people talking was Jason Riley, the father of Laken Riley, murdered by an illegal alien, the suspect in custody as we speak. Here's her father as he made a plea before the Georgia State Senate.
For you, a heartbroken man, part of my purpose has been taken. God gave me a beautiful daughter to father, protect, provide for, and nurture. A man with an evil heart stole her life. He was in this country and in this state illegally. My vision for every senator in this chamber is that you protect citizens from this illegal invasion. Please recognize over 1 million illegal aliens are in this state and making families nervous. Please recognize Athens Clarke is a sanctuary city, and this policy and the lack of action led to the murder of my daughter. There are a few of you in this chamber that are standing up and working on a solution to protect us. For that, my family is thankful. Lakin is thankful.
It's just a sad story. And again, there's no reason for it. He never should have been allowed not only to come into America, but when he went to New York and broke the law and got away with it, he came to Georgia, broke the law and got away with it, and then got caught after accused of being a murderer. I mean, the solution is pretty simple. Pete, you just saw a few minutes ago, the New York Post had video. Tell them what you saw. Where was it, Texas border?
El Paso, New York. Go to New York Post and just see the thing that they have on their front page. Basically, it looks like guys in the Army, Border Patrol, whatever. They look like they're in Afghanistan fighting a war. And over 100 migrants are waiting there, and they pull the barbed wire and the fence aside, and the soldiers are trying to pull the wire back. So it's a tug of war, and they're waiting, literally dancing on their feet, waiting for one of the soldiers to move so they can bum rush him and try and get over the border there. And they should be open fire and shooting every one of those bastards.
You know, I don't get it.
They're injuring our troops down there.
Yeah, this is our country. They're invading our country. They're fighting us. 547, Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. Going to wrap things up here if we can possibly keep our brains about us. God almighty, man. Jeez.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent. All offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people. And know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
The 2024 season is just around the corner, and the Braves' home schedule is jam-packed with great matchups and even better promotions. The Braves open at home against the defending NLCS champion Arizona Diamondbacks April 5th through the 7th, followed by the New York Mets April 8th through the 11th. The Braves will honor all of their 2023 award winners in a special pregame ceremony on April 6th, and on April 8th, the Braves will then honor the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's record-breaking 715th home run with a special Hank Aaron bobblehead giveaway together with Truist.
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
And the second half of April continues with another great giveaway featuring Ronald Acuna Jr.'s 2023 Stolen Bases record bobblehead giveaway presented by Xfinity on April 24th. And 2 Blooper Kids giveaways on April 21st and the 28th. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets and check out all of the fun planned this April. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like JRM Management.
Thanks, Tara. I'm Missy Miller, event coordinator at JRM Management. We are your event specialist. We're excited to see you at the Georgia Food and Wine Festival, March 21st through the 24th. We'll have food, beverages, cooking demos, live music, shopping, and more. Or maybe you're looking for an event where you can bring the entire family. Join us at the Marietta Community Egg Hunt Friday, March 29th, and the Northeast Cobb Community Egg Drop Saturday, March 30th. There will be multiple egg hunts by age and lots of kid-friendly activities. Also, look out for the Kennesaw Big Shanty Festival, the Smyrna Spring Donquil Festival, and of course, the North Georgia State Fair. There's always something fun happening in our community, and we want you to know about it. That's why we love our partnership with Our Town Monthly.
You are so right, Missy. If JRM is there, the fun follows. Friends, check out all the exciting community events hosted by JRM Management. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Hey, it's front office lows for Howard Brothers and Cub Cadet. Your best lawn is waiting at your locally owned Cub Cadet dealer, Howard Brothers, with innovative zero-turn mowers, lawn tractors, and other professional equipment. The Cub Cadet Ultima Series zero-turn mowers are engineered to give you the ultimate all-around mowing experience. With Cub Cadet and Howard Brothers, your yard can be the envy of the neighborhood. Cub Cadet is sold at Howard Brothers locations in Alpharetta, Athens, Dorville, Duluth, Lula, and Oakwood. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Howard Brothers and Cub Cadet.
What are your plans for your business this year? Hey, it's Tug. Do you want to expand and grow? Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you got a new person to deal with? You have to start all over again? You don't have that with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they want to know you. Unlike big banks, they want to partner with you. The Frost family knows the patterns. They know the ebbs and flows. They know business. Get to know them at firstlibertyga.com. Building a building, buying a franchise, expanding. Reach out to them. Spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. You do that at firstlibertyga.com. And by the way, if you're a young banker and want to work with a team that is faith-friendly and has a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to them today. First Liberty Building and Loan. firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
Yeah, it's the freaking Beatles, the Kimmer Beatles, the old original good Beatles. Yeah, look out. Here we go. Like a dog, a log dog. Feel all right. 1961, the Beatles played their first ever evening show at the Cavern Club in Liverpool. They supported the Swinging Blue Jeans, later to become the Swinging Blue Jeans, spelled differently. Which is pretty stupid, but when you hear the radio announcer, the Swinging Blue Jeans used to be the Swinging Blue Jeans. Oh, by golly. All right, 5:53. On this day, let's see, birthday, Matthew Broderick. Still married to that girl, the little blondie girl there with a
Sarah Jessica Horseface.
Yeah, they call her Horseface. Yeah, she's a cute girl. I mean, she was great in the L.A. Story with Steve Martin and this stuff.
She's hot,
and Hell, Sex in the City. I mean, she pulled that. That was a great role for her. The TV series Sex in the City.
I was a Kim Cattrall fan myself. So.
Well, yeah, who wasn't? I mean, she was, easy and pretty. So, anyway, Matthew Broderick, 62. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, she was easy and pretty. I mean, my God.
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, her character was easy. Her character. Yeah. Okay. Although, oh my God, I just had this horrible thought. I remember one episode where Kim Cattrall got picked up. She was in a bar, and an old guy walked in, and he had to be like me. I mean, although he was good looking, he wasn't like me. He had hair and he was good looking, but he had to be 72 or 3 or 5 or something like that years old. And he walks up and he goes up to the bar, and Kim Cattrall kind of looks over and he goes up next to her and he says, "Hi, can I buy you a building?" And she goes, oh, and boom, pam, wow. And so they end up at his place. And I remember the scene was, the story was that she was, can you date an older man? Can the girls fall in love with an older man? They always had some kind of question at the beginning of the show. And so the story was that Samantha went back to his place with him. And at some point when they're getting ready to do something, he gets out of bed naked, walks into the bathroom, and you can see him from the rear. And he's got the old man no acetol. It's all just kind of wrinkled flesh hanging down from his fanny. And she looks at him and goes, "Oh, God." And that was the ball game. I think she got up and left. It was over. But his story was of, going to bed with an old man with an old man body. And I thought, oh, my God. I'm going to make sure I don't use a second mirror to look at myself in the mirror.
Well, okay, but think if the roles were reversed and it was a guy looking at a woman and seeing that her body wasn't what it used to be and him getting disgusted by it.
That's horrible. Yeah.
Oh, you can't do that.
No. And I will not tell you any experience of the thing. I can just tell you can be a gentleman and still make her feel like a queen, even though she thought she might be embarrassed by something she thought might not be good for you, but you convinced her that it was, and so then she loved you forever.
Elaborate.
There was a thing was happening with the first time of a certain situation, and this older lady than I was in a compromising position at the time where she didn't know she was going to be in a compromising position, and was afraid that the compromising position would not somehow be attractive to the Kimmer, and therefore would have not had a positive effect on the Kimmer. And I assured her in many different ways that she was incorrect, and that she was in fact attractive in every way, including the possible way that she didn't think she was.
You know, the earlier when you got disgusted with me putting my fingers up my nose, that's the feeling I'm having now.
Well, I'm not feeling very good myself.
I'm imagining what the hell you're doing.
Well, I used to be a man. I could make a girl feel good, and even when she was afraid she wouldn't feel good, and by God, I could make her feel good. It was a gift, and and now it's over. So there's all. I got Christine's going to call me baby in about 25 minutes, so everything's going to be fine. I never did the birthday list. Michael brought it. Matthew brought it. And let's see. The Butler Act passed in Tennessee in 1925. The crime for any public school teacher in the state forced public education camps. You could not teach any theory that was in contradiction to the Bible's account of man's creation. Tennessee, 1925, what did I say? Oh, by the way, we're going to play presidential stupid face here in a second. In fact, let's do it now. Donald Trump his campaign put out a compilation of President Murderer's brain going freezing, and it goes on forever. We won't play it forever, but the video is him standing at podiums and standing with people, and Flounder will just play what happens to him when he talks. He's just standing around.
Anyway.
Doesn't know what to say.
I don't want to choose my words. I was just thanking, anyway. I just, look,
Yeah. This is our president. And this isn't edited. He's just standing there at 50 different locations. There's not one event. This is January. After being elected.
Anyway,
there's it goes on for like 5 minutes. The Trump campaign honestly, this is what we need to make sure the people who aren't aware of this kind of thing get the message. Put it in the middle of, reruns of Law and Order or something if you have to. Jeez. By the way, did you hear about Mitch? I don't have time to do the Mitch McConnell thing. His sister-in-law. Oh, what a horrible, how she died. Ooh, anyway, all right, 5:50. Holy cow, Flounder, how about a little something before we say goodbye to the little people?
Wolf's Glen Restaurant.
What?
She put Life 360 on my phone. That's so they can track you even when they're not near you. You might not even know you have it on your phone. It's worse than what the government's. I would rather the government track me than her. She just calls me, why are you at Krispy Kreme donuts? I'm like, look, I'm not going to live like this, all right? I don't like donuts. I'm not going to lock my phone in a gym locker and go pay cash for donuts. I've done it, but I'm not going to do it every time. God forbid I go to a store she has a coupon for. I'll be walking into the parking lot, just get a call, don't buy anything, I have a coupon. I'm like, do you think I'm going to come home and get that coupon? Is that what you think's about to happen? I'm going to try to pay more now that you call. I don't even know if Target allows that, but I'm going to try to negotiate up on this toothpaste. I better hope they don't ask me to round up. I'm rounding up. I hate coupons so much, and she's addicted to them. She will not let me leave. Like, I got a coupon. I'm like, I just feel so stupid. I'm buying deodorant, and I'm like, I don't have all the money, but I'm almost there. But I do have this coupon.
That's Bergazzi. Anyway, Kimmer Flounder, I gotta go. You're killing me, boys. Let it rip Friday tomorrow. Have a little fun. Look out, herp and herp.
The Morning Extra from 6 to 10 a.m. and The Kimmer Show from 3 to 6 p.m. Only on WFOM and W292EV Marietta. Extra 106.3 FM.
Speaking of wastelands, let's discuss the budget, the debt, the spending deal, all that other stuff. Before we get to that, criminality is gone crazy. You know that. You don't need me to do a radio segment on it. You see it everywhere. You need to take more steps than you've taken to ensure that you're safe, and you need to make sure your family is doing the same. One of the essential steps is getting a Byrna pistol launcher. It is non-lethal. I carry concealed. I carry lethal, but I love having a non-lethal option. That's why I also carry non-lethal. But no matter who you are, you need a Byrna pistol launcher. There are bad men all around us now, and we're importing millions more every single year. Byrna is legal in all 50 states. You don't need a permit. You don't need a background check. You just have to get a hold of them and get a Byrna pistol launcher. It shoots these pepper balls or tear gas balls, and buy one for the person you love who doesn't carry anything on them. Carry one. Keep one by your bed, too. Byrna is spelled Byrna. Byrna.com/Jesse gets you 10% off. Byrna.com/Jesse. We'll be back.
Get the cure for rhinos. Weekdays with the Jesse Kelly
Tomorrow
Show.
morning, get your day started the right way with Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra Live and local 6 to 10 on Extra 106.3 and the Extra
They say
app.
health is wealth, and I couldn't agree more. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I'm going to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement that was developed by doctors looking for a way to fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients like turmeric and omega-3s that all work together to help reduce or eliminate everyday pain. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor helps support your body's response to inflammation wherever you're experiencing it. Your back, your neck, joints, even your muscles. If pain is affecting your life, here's what you can do. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4RELIEF. Get their 3-week quick start kit. It's only $19.95 and it comes with a feel better or your money back guarantee. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally and feel the difference of Relief Factor.
Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. On the podcast, Pee Wee Gaskins is Not My Friend. Go inside the mind of the master manipulator who befriended many of his victims. Join Jeff Keating as he uncovers the sinister story of South Carolina's most notorious mass murderer, a man who conned those around him and charmed an unwitting accessory to his assist in this final brutal deed. He was one of those people in this world who felt nothing for others. Listen to Pee Wee Gaskins is Not My Friend
On a Thursday. Don't forget, if you miss any part of the show, you can download a podcast of the show on iHeart, Google, Spotify, iTunes. We have the great Daniel Turner coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Always a wealth of knowledge about energy, oil, what's taking place on the world stage. Economically, we really have to stay in touch with Daniel Turner to figure out some things. So we'll get to Daniel Turner in about 10. I want to get to this really quickly. Well, maybe not really quickly. I'm just going to try to calm down. And what worries me is actually how calm I am about this whole thing. What whole thing am I talking about? The spending bill. $1.2 trillion spending bill. This is the bill to avoid the government shutdown. The deadline is almost here. So what happened? Late last night, in the middle of the night, early this morning, they dropped this gigantic bill, 1,012 pages. They dropped it on the senators' desks and said, hey, here it is. Vote on that. And it's going to pass. It is. Let me go ahead and spoil that for you. It's going to become law. There are no cuts. No, don't listen to anybody who comes and lies to you. Well, I mean, we got a 5% reduction. There were no cuts at all. What they're talking about is spending slightly less than the increase in cuts they were going to have before. So IRS was supposed to go for, I'm making up a number here, $100 billion to $150 billion. But no, hey, we kept IRS at $130 billion. Aren't you happy, guys? And part of the reason I guess I'm not mad today is I've gotten to a place of acceptance that the financial crisis is simply going to come. And I know this is what I'm about to say is wrong. I want to be clear. So I shouldn't say it, right? But what I'm about to say is wrong. It's just where I am some of the time. And right about this time, it's where I am. I'm ready for it. And it's not that I'm rooting for it. I'm really not. But I'm at the point where I just want to get it over with. I understand it's coming. It's very, very, very clear that nothing is going to cause these people to change anything. And just so you get it, right now as we speak, it is, what is the date today? March 21st, Thursday, March 21st. The House of Representatives, the United States Senate, and the President of the United States of America should currently be meeting in an emergency session of Congress where they agree they will not go into recess until they have hammered out the few parts of our government we can keep. That's how bad the financial situation is in the United States of America. That's how dire it is when you look at how quickly the debt is rising, how quickly we're adding $1 trillion and knowing that it's exponentially growing. Right now, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. It shouldn't be Republican, Democrat, election year. In order to salvage our financial system as we know it, Republicans, Democrats, President, everybody should be meeting to slash and burn all of it. And the discussion should be, what do we keep? If the government was 100 marbles, right? If the government was a big bowl of 100 marbles, what they should be doing right now is just dumping every one of them in the trash and then having a debate about which 2 or 3 we pull back out. That's how bad the financial situation is. And instead, they just act like everything's fine. Everyone. They act like it's not here. I was talking to Senator Rand Paul today, and you know how we've been warning about Social Security and Medicare and these gigantic entitlements that are destroying that will destroy the country financially. And Rand Paul was lamenting to me. Rand Paul knows more about this stuff than anyone else. Rand Paul said, Jesse, do you understand within a couple years, if we don't do anything, if nothing gets done, and it doesn't look like anything's going to get done, within a couple years, the people getting Social Security checks, just 20%, 23%, gone. Reduction in your check. If you're sitting there and you're clearing out a $1,000 Social Security check every month, no, we can't reform it. No, I rely on that. Congratulations. Next month it's $800. That's where we're going. And it's math. Everyone knows we're going there. And still, the losers who are in charge, this is Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, they act as if keeping the government open is the priority right
I have
now.
a 2-vote majority today. By next week, it'll be back down to 1. But we have to keep moving. We've got to keep the government funded. We have to keep operating, keep the train on the tracks, and you're seeing that happen here. So
the train is heading towards a cliff, Mike. In fact, maybe the best thing in the world for the train would be for it to derail. It really needs to stop in reverse. But we know the train's on the tracks, Mike. We are well aware the train is on the tracks, and we are aware it's traveling at a very high rate of speed. And we're also aware it's like one of those old Western movies you watch where the cowboys are fighting on top of one, and the train is cruising through the desert towards a big canyon, and the bridge is out. Oh, we know that you want the train to keep running, Mike, but it's going to kill us all. I said I wasn't going to. See, I'm calm. I knew I was going to stay calm throughout this whole thing, and I did. Proud of me. I'm going to move on. Why even waste our breath anymore? It's coming. You know what else is coming? Nutrition for your dog. That's what's coming on top of Daniel Turner. Daniel Turner's coming next. Listen, you understand that when you give your dog Rough Greens that you will actually see physical differences in your dog. You have a dog that's hyperactive or maybe too lethargic. You know Rough Greens will make a difference. Your dog have digestive problems, a dull coat, bad breath. You know Rough Greens will make a difference. It's amazing the differences you can see in living things when you finally give those living things nutrition. Start pouring Rough Greens on your dog's food. All natural nutritional supplement. Your dog will love it, and you will love the fact that your dog will live longer. Free Jumpstart trial bags. You have to call them 833-33-MY-DOG, or you can go to roughgreens.com/Jesse. Your dog does not get nutrition from dog food. Give your dog some Rough Greens, all right? All right, Daniel Turner is going to join us next. The state of energy on the planet is kind of a big deal. So what is that state? Hang on.
El día en que tú naciste, nacieron todas las flores.
Want the latest from Bachelor Nation? Get it on Almost Famous, the must-listen Bachelor recap podcast hosted by former Bachelor Ben Higgins and former contestant Ashley Iconetti. Hear the veteran castmates weigh in on all the drama happening on The Bachelorette.
We talk about The Bachelor every week. We either break down the episode or we have past fan favorite contestants come on and give us the depths of their soul.
Listen to Almost Famous wherever you get your podcasts.
Fox News, I'm John Saucier. The Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Cairo, Egypt, speaking with that country's foreign minister. Says they share concerns over the ongoing conflict on the Gaza Strip, especially about Israel's planned offensive against the city of Rafah.
There are more than 1 million people in Rafah, many of whom were displaced from other parts of Gaza. A major ground operation there would mean more civilian deaths. It would worsen the humanitarian crisis.
He'll be in Israel tomorrow. The Senate looking at the House passed Lake and Riley Act that would require federal immigration authorities to detain illegal immigrants charged with theft or burglary till they're removed. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul talked about the bill's chances in the Senate on the Fox News channel.
I think it'll get unanimous Republican support, but we're one vote short. I think the Democrats will be either unanimous or nearly unanimously against this. They have voted in the past that they don't care.
America is listening to Fox News.
Chelsea brings
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday, reminding you tomorrow is an Ask Dr. Jesse Friday, so you got to get your questions emailed in now to jesse@jessekellyshow.com. All 3 hours dedicated to you on a Friday and your questions. But enough about that for now. Joining me now, my friend Daniel Turner of Power the Future, our energy expert we bring on as often as we can here on the show. Okay, Daniel, can you first of all explain to me, what is this phase out of the gas-powered cars order? There's no way this can be legal. What's going on?
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. This is because the Biden administration has this desire that they want half of all cars in America by the year 2032 to be electric. Now, that's an absurd statistic, right? That they are fewer than, I think, 5% of cars on the road right now, and they're about fewer than 8% of car sales overall. So we're nowhere close to having 50% electric. People aren't buying them, and right now people have the freedom to buy whatever the car they want. But if you create new tailpipe emissions standards under the guise of protecting the environment, well, you know what? You're suddenly going to take a whole lot of cars out of the marketplace, right? They're not going to be an option anymore because they will be illegal under the new Protect the Earth rules. And then by default, you will have to buy an EV. And then Joe Biden says, look, everyone's buying an EV just like I wanted because they're trying to save the Earth. So this is a quintessential example of the sort of command and control economy that we would see in the Soviet Union. This is not the free market. This is not freedom. But, you know, it's the Biden administration. We shouldn't be surprised.
Daniel, can you explain how this works? Okay, so does this mean today Ford Motor Company is changing their tailpipes, or is there a lag? Is this stuff essentially, is this going into effect, or is this just something they want?
It's supposed to go into effect starting in 2026. So now if you're a car manufacturer and you make, you know, a Ford F-150, and I apologize, I don't know what the actual numbers are for the F-150 off my head, but if they say the number of particles per million is currently X, and we have to take it to X times 30, well, Ford has 2 years to figure out how to do that. And odds are they're not going to be able to do that, right? That's like, you know, that's like telling someone who you know, hey, you can only eat 100 calories a day. Well, no, you can't eat 100 calories a day. You're going to die. Like, well, that's the number. Do it. Right? So they're going to give you such an impossible metric that Ford's just going to say, screw it. We can't hit that number. So I guess we're not making that car anymore. And that's exactly what Biden wants. He doesn't want you to buy, maybe the F-150 is a bad example. He doesn't want you to have the F-350, let alone the F-250 diesel, right? He doesn't want you to have an SUV. He wants you to have his stupid little EVs.
Daniel, can you explain why the electric vehicle market has not taken off as much? Because they are different, and Teslas are out there. I have people people I know who own them. There's all kinds of incentives now to get them. And I thought the market, because of the incentives and everything else, I thought it would take off. It has not. Why?
No, it has not. It's a great point. You know, the market exploded in 2022, 2023, and then it leveled off. Because everyone who would want to buy a Tesla bought a Tesla. But, you know, there are about 19 million car sales every year in America. That's a lot of cars. 19 million, that's new cars, by the way. 19 million new car sales. Those who wanted an EV bought one. But that's not all of America. We do have this stubborn thing called freedom of choice, right? Milton Friedman put the greatest economic mind in American history, right? He put his whole economic philosophy around that phrase, free to choose. It was the name of his TV series. It's the name of his books, free to choose. Well, if you get rid of people's choice, you can say, well, then, you know, how free are they actually in their livelihoods? And that's what Biden is doing. There's lots of incentives to buy an EV, $750 off, you know, tax rebate from the government if you buy one. But they're not. And that angers Joe Biden because you know why? He knows better than you at his core. And now we're getting into some deeper political philosophy. At his core, Joe Biden is a statist. He's been in government for 60 some odd years. He genuinely believes that as a member of government, he knows best. And it is not your job to have freedom of car or gas stove or even the things you say on social media. Joe Biden thinks he should control all of those things because government is better than the individual. It is a philosophical difference in which there is no common ground, right? There's no coming to common ground with people who say, your freedom interferes with my control. Well, your control interferes with my freedom. What's the common ground? I have to destroy you before you destroy me. That's the common ground.
Daniel, again, we're speaking with Daniel Turner, Power of the Future. Daniel, why are gas prices going up? It's difficult for people to see because of how the market fluctuates and OPEC and all these other things. Prices are up, and everyone is aware of it right now. Why?
Yep. Well, we are heading into summer, and people drive more in summer, right?
Okay.
Think of these next couple of months. You're driving for Mother's Day. You're driving over the summer to go on vacation. You're taking the kids to go look at colleges for next year. So we do consume a lot more gas in the spring and summer than we do in other years because we are driving more. But there's also a huge problem, and this is, again, government related. There are hundreds, literally hundreds of different blends that refiners have to make in the summer because your idiots in the state capital, be they in Austin, be they in Sacramento or Albany, your idiots in your state capital say, we think there should be a blend in summer that has the octane at X. And they pass the law, and then they go to the refiners and say, you have to make it. And the refiners say, okay, well, we have to shut down the system, right? We have to flush it out. We have to recalibrate, and then we'll start it up making this special summer blend that you guys in Austin think we should make. And it's going to cost you a fortune. And your elected officials say, we don't care, right? They get to run for office saying, when I ran in the state house in Austin, I passed a bill that raised the octane for summer, and all the green people pat them on the back and clap. It's all ridiculous. It's all fake numbers. It's all it is expensive. So that's the main reason why gas prices are going up. Yes, we are using more, but these stupid, ridiculous summer blends that were written by a bunch of idiot politicians all have to be made in those refineries on the Gulf Coast, and that costs a lot of money.
Daniel, do countries like Russia, China, Iran, do they do this kind of insanity with the blends and things like that? Does this stuff even exist in that part of the world?
No, I probably no way it does in Russia or in the Arab nations. In the Western European nations, of course, it does. Yeah. But they're used to it. I was lucky enough to be on vacation a couple of weeks ago at a brother's wedding in New Zealand, and I was paying to fill up that stupid rental car. I was paying $150, and they were like, "Yeah, that's normal. That's what it costs." They're accustomed to it. Remember when when Barack Obama, I get them confused, Jesse. Remember when Barack Obama, he talked about having European-style pricing. He wanted higher prices. He wanted Americans to get used to the fact that energy was expensive. He thought that was good. I think that's diabolical. And yet here we are. Now we're getting used to, again, $4 a gallon gas. And they want you to be comfortable with that, thinking it's the new normal, this is the way things are. But we know, especially Texans know, it's not supposed to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way, and we can reverse course.
How's the food in New Zealand? I just can't see New Zealand food being any good. I don't see any melted cheese over there. What did you see? What did you experience?
Definitely a lot of meat and a lot of seafood because it is an island. You know what? It was very much like being in London. A lot of fish and chips, a lot of lamb stew, a lot of steak, a lot of seafood. Very boring. It wasn't. I know you like to make fun of some of us Italians, Jesse. It wasn't as exciting as Italian culture, but it was good. No picky eater would struggle in New Zealand. There's a lot of meat and potatoes.
Well, I hope you brought your own olive oil. Daniel Turner, everybody. You are the best, brother. Look, Chris, I'm out on fish and chips, okay? And don't call it fish and chips. It's fish and fries. And I'm just so out on fish. It would suck to live in an island nation. Fish sucks. You all need to stop living a lie. Anyway, let's talk about something different. We have a bunch of other stuff I want to get to. I'm going to try to knock out some emails. We're going to laugh about the Joe Biden stutter that's in the news again. Before we do that, here's a sobering headline for you. New estimate shows more than 1 million babies killed in abortions in 2023. That's from offthepress.com. A million. A million a year is what we still kill in this country. We have to fight back against that evil. It's not enough to just hope it changes. I hope things turn around. I hope people wake up. It's not enough. We have to do something. We have to be active to fight against that. How do we do that? Well, that's what Preborn's all about. Preborn is out there fighting back with knowledge, fighting back with the power of ultrasound. You give a woman an ultrasound. Once she hears that heartbeat, it is from God. She becomes a mother, and it's no longer a clump of cells she can kill. Your $28 that you give to Preborn is what buys that ultrasound. Go. Give whatever you can. It's all tax deductible. There ain't no limits. Preborn.com/Jesse. Preborn.com/Jesse. We'll deal with the illegal immigration stuff real quick. Next.
I've got an animal inside of me.
That's Jesse Kelly. You're listening to The Jesse Kelly Show.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
I keep hearing that a lot of people are still on the fence about owning gold and silver. Have we already forgotten about the bank closures, inflation, global instability, World War III that sadly may be coming? Look, precious metals, you need them for various reasons. You want tangible currency on hand, a portfolio diversification strategy. It's a hedge against inflation. You need value, stored value that stands the test of time. I know you're paying attention to global events. Wars bubbling up everywhere. Countries are buying and hoarding mass amounts of gold. Why aren't you? It's time to pull the trigger with Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our heads in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver easy and simple. Call Oxford Gold Group right now and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD. 833-995-GOLD. Jesse Kelly Show. I'm super excited for the rest of this show, too. We're going to do some illegal immigration talk and Joe Biden's stutter. Carol Roth is going to join us next hour, talk about some economic stuff. Look, remember, if any of this stuff we talk about gets too complicated for you, simplify it in your mind. It couldn't be any more straightforward.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
See, doesn't that make it easier? Tic-tac-toe. Lays it all out for you. Now, let's talk about something. We're going to do a bit of a border talk here. And what's prompting this? There are a couple different things prompting us. There's a story out today about the Biden administration allowing another 200,000 to stay on purpose. There's a story out about how many illegals have been killed. Of course, they called them migrants. I don't know why we do that. And there's a video it's hard to watch if you're a patriot. There's a video out there today. I'm not going to say it's bloody or gory. It's totally safe for kids. Just want to let you know. But there's a video out. You probably already seen it. A bunch of National Guardsmen down at the border trying to stop this gigantic gaggle of illegals trying to invade our country. And they just get overrun, pushed aside. And what I thought about when I saw that, what I've been thinking about more and more, and man, this is going to be hard. I've been thinking about this a lot. Christopher Wray sat in front of Congress. This was last week, and he said this.
From an FBI perspective, we are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. There is a particular network that has where some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about, and that we've been spending an enormous amount of effort with our
overseas facilitators have ISIS ties. Let me explain something about how this works. It's fairly obvious, but let me just lay it out. Obviously, the cartels control the various illegal caravan routes, we'll call it, into the United States of America, depending on which portion of the border you're on. That's the different Mexican cartels that are shipping people across. But it is an international affair, meaning if you're, let's say you're part of China's spy program and you wanted to get 100 trained Chinese males into the United States of America and you didn't want them to be scanned at the border. Well, what you would do, one of the many ways you could do this, they have a bunch of ways to get people in, but one thing you could do is you develop a contact with any one or all of the Mexican cartels, and you work out a financial deal. Anyone who's familiar with illegal immigration will tell you this is how this works. Hey, it's me, Mr. Dong. I just wanted to let you know we're shipping 100 guys your way. What are you going to charge me per guy? Okay, you'll charge this much, and for that, you'll guarantee that you can get my guy, just into the country? Okay, that's good. What if I want to pay a little more? Can you ensure that you have a network that can get him up to New York City? Oh, you can? Sounds good. Do you understand how that works? Well, it works the exact same way with 1 million different groups across the planet, including radical Islamist groups, jihadis. Jihadis, this has been known for years, and it's been the case for years. The Al-Qaedas of the world, they have contacts with the Mexican drug cartels. Isn't that wild? Isn't that movie-ish to think about? That there's a cartel guy, as we speak, as you're listening to the sound of my voice, there's a cartel guy swapping text messages with someone in ISIS, but that's how it works. These terrorist networks have means, they have money, for lack of a better way to put it. They understand that if you want to get someone into the country and not have him be caught, that there are ways to do that with the Mexican cartels. And so they develop these contacts. Now that leads me to this. We know that ISIS groups overseas are sending people
From an
here.
FBI perspective, we are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. There is a particular network that has where some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that we're very concerned about.
We talk about the border a lot. And I'm going to talk about it here in a minute, and as it pertains to you and me and the government and our country. And so I am going to talk about it in that way. But you know what hit me to finally get to my somber point? You know what hit me? It's been hitting me, and I thought about this last week. There's going to be a day or a moment. I mean, it might be tonight. You don't know. But something bad is going to happen. Something terrible. And you pray that it's not on the scale that we have known before. People of a certain age, myself included, we certainly remember 9/11, how sad, angry we were, all those dead Americans. But we remember that. So you hope and pray it's not going to be something like that. But there's going to come a day, a moment, maybe it's tonight, maybe it's next week, maybe it's 3 years from now, right? When you have people in your country who are bad people and you don't know where they are, they could be out there planning, coordinating, getting everything together as we speak. We don't know when that day is going to come, but there is going to be a moment where it's not just a headline anymore. It's not just that you have a bunch of illegals in your kid's school. It's not just a financial problem. It's not just one random crime here or there. It occurs to me that there's going to be a moment where we get hit hard. And that's going to be a dark day, isn't it? Going to be nothing to celebrate that day. But that's what happens when you open up the border of your country on purpose. Bad people come to hurt you. And that's what they've done. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the border before we get to Carol Roth and other things. Now, let's get to you. You need certain things. As a human being, you need certain amounts of nutrition. You have to have them. We generally don't get them from our diet, but even if we do, that doesn't get your T levels up to where they should be, gentlemen. Ladies, are you running out of gas in the afternoon? 2, 3 in the afternoon hits. Are you going to pour another pot of black coffee because you need a little pick-me-up to get you through to bedtime? You know you don't have to live like that. Well, I'm getting older. No. You don't have to do that. We've got 60, 70, 80-year-olds who email into the show and say, Jesse, my gosh, I haven't had this much energy since my 20s because of chalk. Natural herbal supplements from chalk. Feel better, have your mind work better, your body work better. Go to chalk.com. Find something that works for you. Get a subscription so you save money. Take it for 3 months. Tell me how you feel. CHOQ.com, promo code Jesse. All right? More talk on illegals. Next.
Thousands of women gave up everything to follow Mother Teresa.
Running out. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
It's a win for the American people.
House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the clock ticks on a deadline to avoid a partial government shutdown. Jeffries is urging lawmakers to pass the measure, but Texas Republican Chip Roy says he'll vote no.
Nothing is going to stop the flow of the border in this bill, so we're funding open borders. We're funding the mass releases of people in violation of the law, using parole, the same laws that were violated to release the individual who came in and killed Laken Riley. I can't do that.
Laken Riley is the Georgia nursing student who authorities say was killed by a Venezuelan migrant. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he will not run for re-election as a Democrat, but hopes to be exonerated on charges of bribery and corruption and pursue his candidacy as an independent. His trial is set to begin in early May. An escaped Idaho inmate and an accomplice captured after what officials call a brazen ambush at a hospital.
Boise police say inmate Skylar Mead and shooting suspect Nicholas Umfenhauer were located in the Twin Falls area and taken into custody. Lieutenant Colonel Sheldon Kelly of the Idaho State Police revealing 2 homicides involving adult males in 2 separate counties may be connected.
No further information on the homicides is available at this time, and the county coroner will provide identity as well as the official cause of death.
Officials say Umfenhauer is an associate of Mead's and that the 2 planned an ambush at a hospital where Mead was being treated, with Umfenhauer attacking and firing at Idaho Department of Correction officers. 1 officer released from the hospital, 2 remain in stable condition.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. A federal appeals court has ordered Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's case to be returned to a lower court to look at claims of juror bias and determine whether his death sentence should stand. The district attorney in Tulsa County, Oklahoma, says no charges will be filed in a fight involving a non-binary teen who died by suicide the next day. America is listening to Fox News.
And Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is. It's a really more savings, which really, okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A political power couple from Florida now suing a city hoping to stop the release of information gathered during a police investigation.
Christian Ziegler was once the head of the Florida Republican Party. His wife, Bridget, sits on the school board in Sarasota County and is a co-founder of Moms for Liberty, the conservative group trying to remove sexually explicit material from school libraries. They're both suing the city of Sarasota, wanting to stop them from making public detectives' findings connected to accusations by a woman claiming Christian Ziegler raped her. Ziegler admitted to an affair with the woman and is facing charges of video voyeurism for having a recording of their encounter. The Zieglers claim releasing the material would violate their privacy. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
The United Nations General Assembly has taken a global step toward regulating the development and use of artificial intelligence.
The resolution, spearheaded in part by the United States, was approved by consensus, which means each of the Assembly's 193 nations signed on. The aim is to set a foundation that develops AI in a safe, secure, and trustworthy way. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield said the world must work together on this.
We must focus on capacity building and close the digital divides within and between countries so that everyone can benefit.
The U.S. has been a strong advocate for the consensus resolution, saying it was the best way to spark a global conversation about AI development. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Sales of previously occupied U.S. homes rose last month from the previous month at the strongest pace in a year, as home buyers were encouraged by a small pullback in mortgage rates and more properties on the market. Existing home sales climbed 9.5% last month from January. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Jesse Kelly Show. Another hour of the Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday. We'll deal with some illegal immigration talk this hour. Do some emails. Joe Biden stutter. We have all kinds of stuff coming. I need to address something really quickly before we get to the illegals. One, Jewish producer Chris just referenced hot beer with scorn. Let me tell you something. I know this has nothing to do with politics at all. No, hear me out, Chris. You're not listening. Hear me out. You know how I'm half European now because we went to Europe for a week at Christmas time. At the Christmas markets, they had these places that had hot beer. And the wife said, hey, you got to get one of those. And I said the same thing you said. I said, ew, that's gross. I'm not going to. Finally, I got one. Now, this is some kind of special spiced blend thing. You wouldn't go crazy with these. Dude, it's pretty good. It was pretty good, Chris. Now, what, Chris? You say it sounds like a cider. No, I'm not a sweet drink guy. That would not have been for. Yes, you can taste the hops, Chris. You know what? You're not very cultured like me, Chris. Maybe you should turn into a Renaissance man. You sit beside a Renaissance man like me every single day, and yet you don't seem to pick anything up. Speaking of the border, remember this. They opened it on purpose, and that probably means that we've got some very serious problems that can only be addressed in the way that I'm about to describe. And here's one of the stories from today, part of what's prompting this conversation. The Biden administration fails to file paperwork, this is a headline, causing 200,000 migrant deportations cases to be tossed. Okay, so here's what happened. They had 200,000 illegals that were ready to be deported. The Biden administration, Department of Homeland Security, they have to file a required amount of paperwork before their court date in order to get them deported. Well, the DHS simply didn't. Oh, did we have to turn those forms in? Man, dog must have ate my homework. Guess we forgot. Now, you know and I know this was done on purpose. So I realize we all know this by now, but I just want to make sure we're digesting this, you and me, properly. The President of the United States of America, the Democrats who run the United States government, not just the White House, they run all the bureaucratic agencies, everything else. They had 200,000 illegals that they could deport, that they were ready to deport, and they intentionally missed the paperwork thing so they could stay. Democrats are intentionally flooding the country with illegals. And that's going to bring me to my point I'm going to make here in just a moment. We can't make it like this. You know that, right? As I've discussed many, many, many times, even if Biden loses in 2024 and let's say Trump wins and Trump, let's say he actually succeeds with these mass deportations, which he won't. It's not humanly possible. But let's say he actually did it and woohoo, that's all good. We still live in a country where Democrats will flood the country with murderers and rapists whenever they take power again. So even if in 2024 we reverse it all and it's all good and woohoo, we still live in a country where we're one Democrat president away from re-flooding the country with illegals. And look, we've used this example before, but I'm going to use it again just because it's the one that brings it home for me. We're on a boat, you and me. We're cruising across the Pacific, and we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And one night an alarm goes off. Why? Because some of the other people on the boat, they were down in the engine room trying to tweak a couple things that would cause the engine to explode so our boat would sink in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And they caught the problem before the boat exploded, and we didn't sink, and we're alive. But is everything fine? No, it's not fine, because you and me, we still share a boat with people who are trying to sink the boat. We share a nation with people trying to sink the boat. it is time, it's past time, but because of this issue specifically, it is time for red states to begin taking drastic steps. And these are the drastic steps. This is the drastic step that needs to be taken. The red states, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, all of them, Florida, all of them, they need to begin their own illegal immigration enforcement, even if it means defiance of the federal government. A red state coalition needs to form, build your own wall, create your own border security force, because the Border Patrol still falls under the command of the federal government. Red states have to build their own walls, create their own border security forces, create their own detention centers for illegals. We should currently already have gigantic tent cities in the red states, states like Texas who have the space to do so. We should already have huge tent cities, call them camps, I don't care what you call them, where illegals are rounded up and stashed until we're able to deport them. I know you may think I'm just being crazy. This must be done to save the United States of America. A red state coalition must stand now in defiance of the federal government and create their own illegal immigration solutions. Border Patrol, walls, deportation efforts. You have to create your own deportation court system, illegal immigration court system. This is going to end the country. And the red states, if they don't want to be dragged to the bottom of the Pacific with the rest of the United States of America, have got to begin being proactive now. But we are not, because we sit around and we lie to ourselves that we'll just fix it. Well, no, Trump will build the wall. Oh, okay. Democrats will get elected and they'll dynamite the wall. You know they would. You know they would. As we currently speak, as you are listening to me speak right now, you know that the wall is already law, that they should be building it. The Biden administration is taking your money, taxpayer money, and they're essentially suing to stop from having to build the wall. They're spending money so they don't have to build the wall. Even if we win and deport them all and build the wall, they'll hook satchel charges up to the base of that bad boy. They'll have 200 miles of wall demoed within the first week of them taking over the Oval Office. You know I'm right. So I am not talking about some civil war or something terrible like that. You know I don't believe in that. Or I don't want that. That's the last thing in the world I want. I don't want anyone hurt. I don't want anything done like that. Nothing at all. But it is time to begin serious steps. I don't know whether you want to call them separation steps. I'll be honest with you. That's where it ends. We all know that's where that would end. But that's not what I'm going for. We must create a separate, parallel, illegal immigration system as red states, or we can't save this thing. You can't live in a country where if one party takes over, they flood the border on purpose. You can't survive. We can't survive. We've got to get separate boats, or you have to get off the boat, or I have to get off the boat. But whatever's going to happen, we can't safely cross the Pacific with these people anymore. They're doing this stuff on purpose. And I love how lost these idiots are on the news. This was CNN. I can't figure out why is Trump doing better with Latinos?
If you ask Hispanic voters who do they trust more on border security and immigration, overwhelmingly they trust Donald Trump more by a tremendous margin. Look at that, 49% to 24%. And that is in line with what we're seeing in the polls in general amongst Hispanics, right? Joe Biden won them overwhelmingly back in 2020, won them by over 20 percentage points. Democrats normally carry them overwhelmingly. If you look at the polling right now and an average of polling amongst Hispanic voters, who do they choose in the ballot test? It's barely Biden by about 2 points. It would be the smallest margin for any Democratic candidate among Hispanic voters basically throughout history since we started polling the gosh darn thing. So the fact is, at this point, there's no backlash, and at this point, I don't see one coming.
Yeah, the Latino neighborhoods in the United States of America, they're being flooded with gangs and murderers and rapists too. It is time for a red state coalition, and it's time now. All right. We'll deal with some emails and stuff. Someone wants to drop napalm on the border. No, we're not dropping napalm. Before we deal with that, let me just once again remind you that the people running the country have no interest in stopping spending at all.
I have a 2-vote majority today. By next week, it'll be back down to 1. But we have to keep moving. We've got to keep the government funded. We have to keep operating, keep the train on the tracks, and you're seeing that happen here. So because of divided government, it's not a perfect piece of legislation. It's not the one we would draft and pass if the Republicans had control of the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Do you have your gold or silver coins yet? Have you taken steps as if the people running the monetary system intend to destroy the monetary system? Is that how you're acting? Is that what your actions are? Are you acting as if these people are trying to wreck us? You should, because they are. Oxford Gold Group is our parachute. They're going to get gold or silver, precious metals of some kind in your 401k, in your IRA. They'll get gold or silver. You choose coins delivered to your home so you have something physical in your hands. But you need to call Oxford Gold Group and let them work for you. They handle it all. They make it easy. This is for normal people, not millionaires. Call them. 833-995-GOLD. Oxford Gold Group. For gold you can hold.
You're listening to The Jesse Kelly Show. You're welcome.
Miss any of your favorite Extra 106.3 shows? Download the Extra app and catch up now, or listen anytime at thepodcastpark.com.
March is officially here, and while most people have already given up on their New Year's resolutions to get healthier and stronger, the American Patriots at CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, want you to know that now is the time to choose strength and vitality over weakness and complacency. The problem is men's testosterone levels are off a cliff historically, and that's exactly what the liberal elites want. I've been taking CHOQ for over 2 years now. The results have been incredible. My mind works so much better. My energy, I want you to have it too. Boost your testosterone, your mood, your energy, your focus in 2024 by subscribing to CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For this month only, CHOQ is offering a mega March discount on any subscription for life, exclusive to our Jesse Kelly Show listeners. Visit CHOQ.com and use the code Jesse to unlock this exclusive mega March sale. That's CHOQ.com, code Jesse. CHOQ.com, code Jesse.
Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. At least it is on the Ridiculous History Podcast. Host Ben Bolin and Noel Brown have been discussing ridiculous history for years and have covered everything from Antarctic murders to Chewbacca's bodyguards and so much more. Fascist dictator Benito Mussolini was super into wearable milk. Dive into some of the weirdest stories from across the span of human civilization. Listen to the Ridiculous History Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
He was one of those people in this world who felt nothing for others.
Listen to Pee Wee Gaskins is Not My Friend.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show. Carol Roth coming up about 10 minutes from now. Don't forget, if you miss any part of the show, you can download the whole thing on iHeart, Google, Spotify, iTunes. Let's deal with some emails here because I got to clear some out before tomorrow's Ask Dr. Jesse Friday. Jesse, I hate to say it, one napalm strike on the southern border would send a message. Sad but true. Okay, obviously we don't need to be dropping any napalm on anybody. But I will say, the kindest, most compassionate border policy our nation can have is one that would sound horrific to most Americans, including ones on the right. What we have right now on our southern border is one of, perhaps numbers-wise, the biggest slave trade in the history of the world. Do you realize that? When you move 8 million people, almost all of them indentured servants, slaves to the cartels and whatnot, when you move them across the border into a nation, that is gargantuan on a level that I don't know that the world has ever seen, certainly in that period of time. And we're talking the worst kind of slavery you can imagine. The children, the women, what's happening is evil. It's evil. What's happening to our nation, our people, our children, our hospitals, our services is evil. And it has to be stopped. But here's the thing. Has to be stopped. That's a talking point. That's something you would say with friends at a party. That's something I would say to my dad yeah, Dad, it has to be stopped. But what does that mean, right? There are words and then there's what it actually means. Well, people have to be turned away at gunpoint at the border. And in fact, stiffer penalties for anyone who comes here illegally, they should go into effect now too. We're talking hard prison time. We're talking penal colonies. We're talking a nation where people from around the planet, when they consider coming here illegally, they get afraid. The idea of illegally immigrating to the United States of America, wherever you're coming from, should fill you with fear. Oh my gosh, I'd love to get to America, but what if they catch me? That should be what goes through the mind of every illegal. And that is the nicest border policy humanly possible for them and for us. We should be turning people away at the border at gunpoint. And if the National Guard is ever again physically overrun by illegals at the border, they should open fire. That puts our own people at danger from foreign invaders. And you know what's wild is what I just said will be all over the news tomorrow as some horribly controversial thing when that's the most basic border policy in the world. Hey, we want to come into your country. We're not supposed to be there. The country says no. The illegals say, okay, we're coming anyway. Get out of the way. Well, the country has to physically repel those people. That's how border security works. Are you ready for that? Are you prepared for what has to be done? We have to begin taking drastic steps so the world knows they shouldn't even try it. We don't, but we should. Hey, Jesse. He said, Dear Jesse, Dong Kelly, I'm a construction guy. I've been working in a hospital. Every restroom has been changed to all gender. Even the family restroom has this signage. I'm reminded of all the stories the old man used to tell me about having to use an outhouse. Everyone has to use the same one. My question for the Oracle is, where does this end? Are we going to go back into the time of the Woodrow Wilson era? It feels that way, just in a much sicker and perverted way. Where does this end? Well, it can kind of go one or two ways. This endless sickness and degeneracy that's filling up our society now. You know, it's not unheard of before. This is something that people listen to the show, you'll know, but most people do not. In the wake of World War I, You know, there was a whole bunch of this tranny, drag, LGBTQ filth that took hold in Germany. Did you know that? Yeah, Chris just said, how'd that turn out? When a society turns this rotted and evil, what I want is, you want society to turn back to God. That's the only thing. It doesn't matter what you believe. That's the only thing that can save this country because it is the devil who has come here. These are demons. This is a spiritual battle. The nation must turn back to God to be saved. But that's historically not how it goes. Historically, when people are lost like this lost, this broken, historically, they don't turn to God. They turn to a very bad man who says, hey, all this crap, give me power, and I'll put a stop to it. Oh, I'll put a stop to all of it. I don't know which direction the people of this nation are going to choose. I don't know. Nobody does. I joke about being an oracle, but I do know there will be a stop. There will be a stop. Eventually, the people will push back. You want people to push back the right way. Will that happen? I ain't so sure. Anyway, let's talk about numbers, money, inflation, the cost of your bacon. Carol Roth joins us next.
Imagination sets in. Pretty soon I'm singing. Looking at.
Pure Talk believes in American values, and that free should mean exactly that. Free. Switch to Pure Talk today and get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. No 4-line requirement, no activation fees, just a Samsung that's built to last with a rugged screen, quick charging battery, and top-tier data security. Qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and a mobile hotspot. Pure Talk will connect you to the most dependable 5G network in America for half the price of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Jesse Kelly and claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone and start saving on wireless today. Again, from your phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Jesse Kelly to switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
Want the latest from Bachelor Nation? Get it on Almost Famous, the must-listen Bachelor recap podcast hosted by former Bachelor Ben Higgins and former contestant Ashley Iconetti. Hear the veteran castmates weigh in on all the drama happening on The Bachelorette.
We talk about The Bachelor every week. We either break down the episode or we have past fan favorite contestants come on and give us the depths of their soul.
Listen to Almost Famous wherever you get your podcast.
Fox News, I'm Jack Callahan. Congress now considering a $1.2 trillion spending package to avert a potential government shutdown tomorrow night. Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy says it's not fiscally responsible.
This bill spends at a higher level than Nancy Pelosi. This bill continues the regulatory assault on American hard workers through the climate agenda by the radical progressive Democrats, and we do nothing to seriously unwind it.
The package includes half of the appropriations bills for the fiscal year that's already nearly half over. Indicted New Jersey Democrat Senator Robert Menendez announcing an unusual re-election strategy.
I will not file for the Democratic primary this June. I am hopeful that my exoneration will take place this summer and allow me to pursue my candidacy as an independent Democrat in the general election.
Menendez has been indicted on federal bribery and conspiracy charges. America is listening to Fox News.
Chelsea brings
It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Turning me on, turning me off.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday, and I cannot wait to talk to Carol about all the disaster that's out there right now. Joining me now, recovering investment banker. Now she's world famous author of all these amazing books, and my friend Carol Roth. Carol, here's a headline for you. The Fed projects higher interest rates and higher inflation for longer. Well, that's great news, Carol.
Jesse, you never have me come on and talk about anything fun. Can't I talk about March Madness or maybe my favorite ice cream flavors? I always have to talk about the economy, and the economy is depressing. And yes, we had the Fed do their wonderful press conference yesterday, which it told you everything you needed to know and nothing you needed to know all at once. But they've been pretty good, at least telegraphing to Wall Street what they were going to do or not going to do. And no, they are not cutting interest rates right now. Inflation is still too high, as we all know. But they did telegraph a couple of things. One is that they don't expect to continue to raise rates, that they actually said, yes, we do think we're going to be cutting at some point in the somewhat near future, whatever that may be, although, of course, they're still data dependent. But the other thing that they said is that this wonderful balance sheet that they got up to almost $9 trillion, and that they've let run off, they let these treasuries expire and they don't go back and buy new ones. They've gotten it down about $1.5 trillion, that they're going to just slow the pace of that. They don't think they're going to be doing that quite as aggressively as they were before. So that tells us that there is sort of this pivot towards being more accommodative, having a little bit looser monetary policy, which in turn characterizes and basically telegraphs that they have concerns, whether that is over the economy or possibly some other issues, whether that's a commercial real estate set of issues, whether that's chaos in the treasury market because we have to absorb so much money from all the deficits we run. So they definitely are giving us a little bit of a hint that, inflation's not so great, but we may be forced to loosen up a little bit going forward.
Carol, can you explain this commercial real estate crisis in a way that I attempted to last night, although I failed? Empty buildings everywhere. I just tried to kind of walk people down how this works. You have people take out loans for these things. They intend to have renters so they can pay back the loans. They can't pay back the loans. Regional banks go belly up because these are not $1 million loans. These are $100 million loans. Can you explain what the problem is with the commercial real estate market?
I mean, I actually think you did a pretty good job right there, but I'll see if I can add any other nuggets to it. So well done, Jesse. You've really become quite the little grasshopper student on the economy. But yeah, from a commercial real estate standpoint, you had a period where everybody was going to the office, cities were bustling, we had low interest rates, so they loaded up, bought these big buildings at crazy prices with debt that was very cheap. In real estate, the debt does not go on for 30 years like it does in some of the government loans, and so those need to be refinanced. So what's happened in the period of time when they've needed to be refinanced? Well, first of all, the interest rates have gone from, next to nothing up 525 to 550 basis points just at the Fed funds level. So they're much more expensive now. And we had these COVID mandates, which basically sent everybody back to their homes, working from homes. People don't want to go to the city. You have these cities that are not enforcing any crime policies, so people really don't want to go to the city unless they're forced to. And so you don't have the occupancy. So you've got people who own buildings who were expecting that they would be getting rents. They're not getting the rents. Now they have to refinance the debt at a higher rate, and they just can't do that anymore. And so basically the lenders, and in the office space in particular, that tends to be a lot of these regional banks, are basically sitting on these buildings where the people who own them go, we don't know what to do. We're just going to hand our keys back. And then, what does the bank do with it then? They also, in many cases, don't have the reserve requirements to be able to cover the losses. So that's what basically is putting pressure on the real estate industry, which is then, coming over into the banking industry. And I've heard from some sources, this is Jesse Kelly gossip, so this is not on the record, but this is just on the gossip. I've heard from some people that there have been internal talks that they're going to create a Freddie Mac, kind of Fannie Mae type of government-related entity to stuff all the bad commercial real estate into, because they know that this is coming. And the time period they're saying is probably like in the next year to 2 years, but that it needs to go and become chaotic, and this all needs to fail before they can do that. But that may be coming down the pike, according to some gossipy insiders.
Oh, wow. The government creating an emergency, and then the government coming up with a solution that enriches the government more to fix the emergency the government created. I just wish there was some kind of precedent for this. Again, we're talking with Carol Roth, author of the book. In fact, I'm going to ask a question along these lines. You Will Own Nothing is one of Carol's great books, probably her best in my personal opinion, although I love them all. Carol, a lot of this stuff, this commercial real estate loan stuff and a lot of it seems from the cynical mind like just a big fat transfer from regional banks, smaller banks, to the gigantic Bank of Americas of the world, who are more aligned with the federal government. I talked about this a little bit more last night, about how it just seems like it's more taking from the have-nots and making sure the haves have everything. Did I oversimplify that?
I wish I could say that you did, that your simple mind oversimplified it. But once again, you've hit the nail on the head, Jesse. You're batting 1,000 here. It's true, and we've seen this going back all the way to the Great Recession financial crisis with the Dodd-Frank ruling. You had these big banks who had done all of these, nefarious things, frankly, that created havoc not only on our domestic economy, but on the global economy. And then when they wrote these onerous rules, who were the ones who basically couldn't keep up with those rules? Well, it was the small community lenders and the regional banks, and the banks that service small businesses. So you actually had a situation where you had fewer bank formations, and you had a number of the small banks go out of business, and so the bigger banks just got bigger. Then we saw in the last round of banking crises last year that the big guys were able to pick up some of these other banks that were really illiquid on paper, but probably could have gotten sorted out if there was the desire to. But Jamie Dimon, who's, the veteran back at JP Morgan Chase, he's like, oh, this is great. And they're able to, kind of pick up all of the assets that they want. So this really is sort of a great consolidation. And it's a theme that we're seeing where there are more and more barriers erected, whether you're a small business or a small bank or part of the middle and working class, and you're finding yourself being penalized, and the people at the top echelons are getting, wealthier, stronger, more powerful. And, we need a lot more pushback because, the playing field's supposed to be even. We're not supposed to be having somebody put their thumb on the scale. And now not only are they putting their thumb on the scale, but they're putting their entire obese body on the scale.
Carol, this is the mayor of Chicago, as you well know. I'm sorry, I had to play this for you. I
think there were 38,000 Republicans that showed up and voted for Donald Trump or something like that in Chicago. So, since if we're trying to draw some conclusions and you all want some other, analytics you might want to discover, that might be something to look into, because I'll just say it, there's a good chance that played a part in this referendum. So the same people who.
Please tell me that was Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson blaming the homeless policy failing on Donald Trump voters. Carol, please tell me this human being is reviled in your city.
Well, first of all, I'm surprised that he knows the word analytics. So good on you, Mayor Johnson, for learning a big word. This is a referendum that was called Bring Home Chicago, and the idea was that they were going to tax the people who are already overtaxed when you sold your property, and just, gouge more fees and taxes from you. And then that was going to go and help the little people. I can't even express to you the insane amount of taxes that we pay in Chicago to help people, and it never gets to the people who actually need need the help. So, he is blaming whoever he can because this was a giant failure for him. And I think that a lot of the things that happened in this primary election, although very few people turned out for it, basically showed, yes, the way things are trending in sort of the progressive circles, that's not really working. However, we have so many entities that are holding the city hostage, entities like the Chicago Teachers Union, that it's very difficult without having that busted up to really get anything that is going to help the people of Chicago. But they're upset. They're upset about the migrants that have come over and gotten all of the help and the assistance, while the people of Chicago, the homeless, the veterans, people in struggling areas haven't. So there definitely is a little bit of an awakening, but unfortunately, the Chicagoans tend to be held captive to some of these larger entities.
Yeah. Carol, you are the best. Go get Carol Ross books. As always, Carol, I appreciate you. All right. Well, let's talk about Joe Biden's stutter. You didn't think that whole story was going to go away. The media's resurrecting it again. I kid you not. We'll deal with that and James Naked Kendall Langford and so much more still to come. First, let's deal with your crappy sheets. Why don't you have Giza Dream Sheets yet? The greatest sheets, bar none, I've ever owned in my life are Giza Dream Sheets. And right now, MyPillow has a huge sale on them. $59.98 for a queen size set. King size set, it's just $10 more. And as a little cherry on top of that sundae, 60% off the original My Slippers right now. MyPillow, when they do these sales, that's when you dive on it. That's when you take advantage of it and start filling up your bed with MyPillow stuff. Made in America, baby. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special square and use the promo code Jesse. All right? And don't sleep on those My Slippers. Gosh, they're wonderful. Or call them 800-845-0544. Go get you some MyPillow stuff. We'll be back with Joe Biden's stutter. Hang on.
We're proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
I keep hearing that a lot of people are still on the fence about owning gold and silver. Have we already forgotten about the bank closures, inflation, global instability, World War III that sadly may be coming? Look, precious metals, you need them for various reasons. You want tangible currency on hand, a portfolio diversification strategy. It's a hedge against inflation. You need value, stored value that stands the test of time. I know you're paying attention to global events. Wars bubbling up everywhere. Countries are buying and hoarding mass amounts of gold. Why aren't you? It's time to pull the trigger with Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our heads in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver easy and simple. Call Oxford Gold Group right now and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD. 833-995-GOLD. It is the Jesse Kelly Show. Don't worry, we still have more than an hour of the world-famous Jesse Kelly Show. And don't worry, tomorrow is an Ask Dr. Jesse Friday. So you need to get your questions emailed in now to jesse@jessekellyshow.com. All 3 hours, whatever you email in, ask me anything. Doesn't have to be political. Do you see Senator James Lankford is trying to get a leadership spot in the Senate? And I shouldn't laugh because you know he's totally going to get that leadership spot in the Senate. He's going to run for vice chair of the Senate Republican Conference. He's completely going to get that leadership spot. Man, we have such a red state senator problem, a huge red state senator problem. But whatever, I don't want to spend any time on that. I want to walk back down memory lane for a moment because some of these memories are being brought back to the surface, if you will. Remember when Joe Biden first started running against Donald Trump? And Joe Biden, since he wasn't vice president, or even while he was vice president, we didn't hear a lot from him, did we? We just didn't. And then once Trump got elected, he really disappeared. And look, I follow politics. You follow politics. I just didn't think much about Joe. Obviously, I knew who he was and whatnot, but I hadn't seen him. He wasn't on TV. He wasn't selling a book. He wasn't giving speeches. So we hadn't seen him. And then Joe Biden decides he's going to run against Trump when Trump's running for re-election. And that's when we all finally saw, oh my gosh, I don't think he's doing very well. Does it not? Does it seem like he's doing well? Joe Biden seems like he's doing really bad. Remember, look, we see where Joe Biden is now, and we forget what a shock that was back when he started running against Trump. Everyone could see it right away. And so, because all these people just lie, that's all they do is lie, lies. It's not what they do, it's who they are. It's woven into their DNA. They decided they had to come up with some sort of an explanation why Joe Biden, why do only one debate? Hey, why don't you campaign very much? Why did you get caught using cue cards for a television interview? Why? And so the Biden administration, working with their apparatchiks in the media, came up with this story about Joe Biden's stutter. That Joe Biden, the reason he can't talk, the reason he doesn't campaign, the reason he needs cue cards, the reason he screws everything up every time he speaks, well, it's just a stutter. In fact, you can't make fun of him at all. It's an inspirational tale. He overcame a stutter. And we all looked around and we thought to ourselves, wait a minute, Joe Biden's always kind of been an idiot, but a stutter? I mean, this is from 1988. Joe really seems to have overcome that stutter back then.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship. Went back to law school and, in fact, ended up in the top half of my class. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end.
Look, it goes on for another minute. The stuttering I must have missed. Well, okay, well, let's go back further. Maybe he had just really overcome the stutter back then. Here's Joe Biden, 1976.
Well, I think he can benefit more because he's going in as an underdog, and no one really expects, the voting public, I don't think, expects him to be very sharp or quick. That's not an asset that's been attributed to him. So if he comes off as being...
Wow. I don't hear a stutter. Did you hear a stutter? Chris, did you hear a stutter? I didn't hear a stutter either. That's funny. So the media lied. The Biden administration, with their apparatchiks in the media, tried to cover up for the fact that the president has dementia and he's not a functional adult. So they came up with some story about his stutter and how heroic it was and how he overcame it. Well, you and me, last time the media rolled this out, we made fun of them for it mercilessly. They got mercilessly mocked for this whole stuttering thing. So you would think that they just kind of left it alone after they dropped it last time, but you would be mistaken. I have a headline here from the Washington Post today. Biden's stutter surges into the presidential campaign. The guy's name is Matt Visor. And honestly, we've had this talk before. There's never an answer. There'll never be an answer. I just genuinely wonder. I don't know who Matt Visor is, whatever. He's a communist piece of trash who writes for that communist rag. But even knowing that, even knowing you're a dirty commie, if you're Matt Visor, that got published in the Washington Post today. Would you go home tonight when you're changing into your granny panties and getting yourself ready for bed? When you look in the mirror when you're brushing your teeth, what do you see? You just wrote an article about a stutter the president doesn't have. It's an article full of lies because you're trying to use your position as a journalist to cover for a man who is very clear. I mean, let's be honest. He's disabled by now. Joe Biden is disabled. He is. He's disabled. He would never be able to get a driver's license out in the real world. That's just not going to happen. If you're Matt Visor, don't you feel a little gross? Aren't you embarrassed by what you see? Whatever. We have a whole other hour. We're losing embassies. The red states are doing good, though. You want to hear some good? Let's talk about that next. Born from the tragedy of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation made a promise to ensure we never forget. Since then, it's been committed to supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook. Hook was killed in Iraq when his helicopter was shot down. He had enlisted in the military after graduating high school. He left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on his family's home, relieving a financial burden and bringing stability. The foundation helps Gold Star and fallen first responder families, as well as our nation's most catastrophically injured heroes and homeless veterans. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good. 95 cents of every dollar you give goes directly to its programs. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices our heroes have made for us.
Has hope. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden's top diplomat says gaps are narrowing as negotiators work to secure a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza.
Following a meeting in Egypt with several Arab foreign ministers, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said he still believes a ceasefire tied to hostage releases in Gaza is possible.
That would create space to surge more humanitarian assistance to relieve the suffering of many people and to build something more enduring.
Still, Blinken says he cannot put a timeline on a deal. He also says Israel must do more to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. Blinken is scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet tomorrow.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, whose trial on corruption and bribery charges is expected to start in May, says he will not run for re-election as a Democrat. In an online video, he says he did nothing wrong.
Many of you are hurt and disappointed in me with the accusations I'm facing. Believe me, I am disappointed at the false accusations as well. All I can ask of you is to withhold judgment until justice takes place.
Menendez and his wife are accused of taking bribes of gold bars, cash, and Mercedes in return for his help with projects by 3 New Jersey businessmen. The Idaho prisoner and his accomplice who escaped during an ambush at a hospital yesterday morning has been recaptured. John T. Walt with the Idaho Department of Corrections says Skylar Mead and Nicholas Umpenauer were members of a white supremacist prison gang.
In addition to having both having membership with the Aryan Knights, they also shared some acquaintances, some common acquaintances, both in custody as well as in the community.
Pair were nabbed after pursuit in the Twin Falls area. America is listening to Fox News.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Numerous dogs are dead after a fire at an Ohio puppy mill.
Fire crews in Morrow County, Ohio, about 90 miles southeast of Cleveland, say a fire consumed a building Wednesday that housed what were being told was a puppy mill. Around 70 dogs were killed. Over a dozen were freed or saved. It took firefighters about 40 minutes to put out the fire that we're also told was sparked by a wood-burning stove that was used to heat the building. An investigation into the fire is ongoing. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Russia aborted the launch of 3 astronauts to the International Space Station about 20 seconds before they were scheduled to lift off today. The Russian Soyuz rocket was to carry NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and 2 others from the Russian-leased launch facility in Kazakhstan. The launch was aborted by an automatic safety system. Both the Russian Space Agency and NASA said the crew is safe. The next launch attempt is set for Saturday. New numbers from the CDC say life expectancy in the U.S. is on the rise again as COVID deaths fall.
The CDC's National Center for Health Statistics crunched the numbers and found that life expectancy in the U.S. increased in 2022 after 2 years of decline. The federal mortality data report showed that life expectancy at birth was 77.5 years old in 2022. That's up a little more than a year from 2021, but not back to pre-pandemic levels. Heart disease and cancer remained the 2 leading causes of death. All of the top 10 leading causes of death saw a drop in death rates except kidney disease, which went up 1.5%. The report also says death rates decreased for almost every age group except among children. Infant mortality increased by 3% in 2022.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Wall Street, the Dow gained 269, the Nasdaq added 32, the S&P plus 16. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday. The week is almost over. Put a smile on your face. It is the final hour of the Jesse Kelly Show. We have some good things happening in the country out there. Gonna talk about those in a moment. Bad things for the embassy. Communists telling on themselves again in various ways. Emails, all that, so much more coming up this hour on the Jesse Kelly Show. Let's deal with the good right now. It's a process. Taking back a country that's been conquered by commie dirtballs is a process, and it's going to take some time. And as we've talked about many, many, many times on the show, it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. I'm going to use the lamest, absolute dorkiest, most cliche example ever to make my point here. And I know it's a dorky, lamey, cringy thing to do, but it helps me understand it. If you think about freedom like a flame, I'm sorry, it's so stupid. I'm going to play this for myself.
Why are you gay?
If you think about freedom like a flame, okay, and what we want is the flame to spread, all right? So we can all be flamers. Stop. If you want the flame to spread, but there's not going to be a flame of freedom that starts in D.C. and spreads from there. It's not that having a president on our side wouldn't help, but that's not going to save the country. There must instead be all kinds of local areas around the country where little fires start and they spread. That's how we will save the country. All right? We need to be flamers for freedom. No, Chris, stop. You know what? Forget about that. I was going to put that on a t-shirt, but now I decided that's not a good idea. Be perfect for you, Chris. Anyway. That's what we need. And so we want these red states to wake up and shape up and start fighting back. They're not yet, but they're starting to. They're behind you. Of course they're behind you. You know what needs to be done. You want it done right now and all these other things, and they're behind. As we've talked about many times, they're always going to lag behind you. But they are beginning. Here's 3 separate headlines. I'm just going to read these headlines, then we'll move on, do some emails, some other stuff, but you can watch it happening in real time. Red states waking up. Headline: Tennessee bill would prohibit the FBI from pulling state law enforcement resources into intelligence operations targeting Tennesseans. Essentially says the FBI, hey, you can't come in and grab the local sheriff deputy and make him help you gather intel on producer Michael for putting up a spicy Facebook post. You're not allowed to do that. Now, what you're probably saying, honestly, what I thought when I first saw it was, well, that doesn't go near far enough. Yeah, of course. It doesn't go near far enough when it comes to states standing up against the FBI. But let me ask you something. When's the last time in your lifetime you saw a state, any state, do anything to stand against the FBI? Can you remember one time? I'm sure it has happened. I don't want to act like I'm the all-knowing, all-wise one. I'm 42 years old. I don't remember that ever happening in my lifetime. A state never has gone after the FBI like this. Now, it's starting to happen. That's good. You need your red state to protect you from the Stasi. You need your red state to protect you from the Cheka. That should be part of how they see themselves. They should see themselves as being the protectors of you from an evil government. That is beginning, just beginning, but that is beginning is a good thing. Here's another one. Look at this. You got a twofer. West Virginia AG asks the FBI to remove DEI from the recruitment process priorities. The FBI is out there. They're recruiting at pride parades. They're out there recruiting at feminist stuff. The FBI is filling up its ranks with committed communists who will happily arrest you and your pastor for preaching about the 10 Commandments. They are, just like the military, they're not destroying it, they're building it. We have here a red state standing against that. Is that far enough? Not even close to being far enough. But it's something. It's more than you ever or I ever saw before out of a red state AG. How about that? We'll take it. And finally, this one. This one's from my state of Texas, where I currently live. Texas Schools Fund pulls $8.5 billion from BlackRock over ESG investing. You listen to this show, so you know more than Normie Norm. You understand that there are 3 finance giants out there that really stand above all. They control the vast majority of capital in this country, and they're all 3 evil organizations: BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. I forget what the number is. We haven't done this in a while. They control something to the effect of 20 trillion or something falls under their umbrella. The other finance giants you think about fall under the umbrella of one of those 3. They are the 3-headed monster, and they are all in on this endless commie filth, and they're proactive about it, as commies always are. Chris, will you grab that Larry Fink? That Larry Fink audio. Larry Fink has some audio out there, and we've played it for you before on the show about how he forces outcomes. It's not as if these three finance giants are just full of dirty commies and they kind of hope everything goes that way. These 3 finance giants are full of dirty commies, and they use their influence to make sure things go that way. We know that they'll control the boards. So if you're if I start Jesse Kelly Incorporated, and what do we sell? Of course we would sell the greatest cheeseburgers ever. Shut up, Chris. We sell world famous Jesse Kelly burgers. And let's say it gets really big. Let's say it gets to be a Fortune 500 company. I've got franchises all over. Everybody's just stuffing my burgers in their mouth, and life is good, and America's happy. And let's say I'm expanding. My business is growing. I'm expanding. I need access to capital. Well, whether or not I can access the capital I need to expand may very well be determined by how dirty and commie I've made my company. Has my company put out a single statement about climate change and Mother Earth? Nope. Well, that's a black mark on you. Hey, my company, Jesse Kelly Incorporated, we didn't do a single gay thing during Pride Month except for let Chris eat there. Not one gay thing. Whoop, that's another black mark. Oop. And I'm being tongue in cheek, but this is genuinely how it works. So now we want to start 10 brand new Jesse Kelly Inc. restaurants where we sell burgers. I can't get a loan. I don't get to expand because I didn't do what I was supposed to do. They do it on corporate boards all across the country. These boards who run these major corporations. Oh, this guy's gone, and they fill these corporate boards with these dirty commies who enforce their will. Here's Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, talking about it.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
We are forcing behaviors, and that was obviously a very condensed version, but he explains. Look, you have to hire. You know what, Chris? Play the longer one. Actually, we haven't played it in a while, and what happens is we forget that people forget. We forget. Anyway, here he is. Here's the longer explanation of what he's talking about.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year. You know, what we're doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted, okay?
We're doing the same thing.
And so it's just, you have to...
Stop. That's probably enough for what I need. So I want to explain how that works. Points. We've discussed this before at length on the show, but I want you to do something for me. If you haven't done it before, if you've already done it, don't worry about it. Look up your bank, the name of your bank. We'll call it Bank of America. Hopefully it's not, but we'll look up the name of your bank, Bank of America, and then look up ESG. That's all you need to put in the internet. Bank of America, ESG. What you will see is your bank, and it's not just banks. Many companies of various kinds have this. Most companies now do, Fortune 500. You'll see that your bank has an ESG page. They're not quiet about this. They're not subtle about this. There will be an ESG page for your bank. Now, we're going to talk about that ESG page and what Larry Fink was talking about and how this works when it comes to compensation. And you heard him reference something like points and things like that. I'm going to explain this. It's important for us to understand it because this is why the corporate world has rotted out from underneath us. This is a huge reason why. Before we get to that, maybe you're sitting there thinking, Jesse, I'm having a hard time following along with this stuff. Well, it can be complicated, I admit, but also there may be a deeper problem with you. It's not that you're stupid. I mean, you might be stupid, but it's that your T levels are probably too low. Gentlemen, testosterone is not just about making babies and having fun with your wife. Testosterone is about your mind. That's what it's really about. Your mind has to have it. Your mood has to have it. Gentlemen, how often are you down? Do you often get down, depressed, kind of without explanation? That ever hit you? I bet your T levels are low. Get your T levels back up naturally. Take a male vitality stack from Chalk. Natural herbal supplements. Take it for 90 days. 20% increase in your testosterone levels. Go to chalk.com and begin. They have discounts, huge discounts on subscriptions. So get a subscription so you don't pay full price. All right? CHOQ.com, promo code Jesse. We'll be back.
Your voice matters more than ever. It's Buck Sexton, and I'm proud to be a part of Atlanta's only conservative voice, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Listen to Pee Wee Gaskins is Not My Friend
In an electric shower, she's the worst thing I've been addicted to.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday. Do not forget to email the show your Ask Dr. Jesse questions for tomorrow. Jesse@jessekellyshow.com. We're doing a little ESG talk here, discussing corporate America, the finance giants, why corporations out there are so filthy and dirty, and what that looks like for you in your life. Why are all these big corporations pushing all this endless climate filth, and women are oppressed, and we've got black people are oppressed, and why? Okay, well, as I said, look up your bank. You could do this with a bunch of companies, but just look up your bank and look up ESG. I did it during the break. I've done this before, but I did it during the break for Bank of America because that was the example I used. All I put in the internet search on my phone was Bank of America ESG. Boom! Immediately, I'm greeted with Bank of America's ESG page and environmental, social, and governance reports. Okay, reports. That's interesting. So if you scroll down, you can do this with me if you'd like. If you scroll down, Bank of America, you're already there. Environmental, social, governance reports. You'll see a button. There are a bunch of them you can push. We'll just click the top one. It's called 2023 Annual Report. You press on it. 2023 Annual Report. You with me? All right. Now, it doesn't matter if you're on the road. Don't worry about this. What you're going to see there is annual reports, a list of them as you scroll through the website. 2023, 2022, 2021. You can go through, but for our purposes on the show, we'll just stick with the newest one. It's the top one anyway. 2023. Click on it. If you're not driving, if you're driving, don't worry about this. It's not important. Do it later just to get a visual of what I'm talking about. 2023 Annual Report. Now, before I talk about this annual report, Chris, if you wouldn't mind, pull up that longer clip once again of Larry Fink at BlackRock. What's he talking about forcing behaviors? And more specifically, as he goes past that, what's he talking about points and your points deciding your compensation? What?
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year. You know, what we are doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted, okay?
We're doing the same thing.
And so it's just...
Yeah, okay. That's all I need for now. I could let them keep going. Now, back to this annual report. Again, do not stress if you're driving or you're making dinner or something or you're busy and you're not looking at this. It's fine. You don't have to be looking at it. It just helps you understand it. So I did an internet search. I don't have special access, Bank of America ESG, and I got to this annual report page and I clicked on their 2023 annual report. And what I'm looking at here, don't worry, I'm not going to go over it. You'll die of boredom. I'm looking at a 236 page document. It is Bank of America's 2023 annual ESG page report. It even has right at the beginning a table of contents out there for everything you want. It's got a letter from the chairman and CEO. It's got all these things. And you began to scroll down through this. No, I'm not going to go over anything. But what it is, it's them announcing all the various climate commie crap, minority outreach crap. Are we gay enough crap? Are we women enough crap? It's 236 pages of we destroyed this much of the oil industry this year, and we planted some trees, and then we fired a bunch of these men. We used to only be 20% women. Now we're 50% women. It's weird for a major finance company like B of A to have that, to do that. But why? Why do you even have to come up with such an official report? Because it is official looking. They have charts and graphs, and there are a lot of Harvard and Stanford educated people who put together a report like this. Chris, you looking at it right now? It's wild, isn't it? Why? Well, You know what the CEO of B of A makes? Chris, look that up for me because I don't either. Bank of America salary CEO. Chris, look up what the Bank of America CEO makes. I'll take a guess, and I'll go ahead and call it $30 million a year. I bet I'm not that far off, but I'll take a guess. $30 million a year. Well, if BlackRock is above Bank of America, and BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street really are, how much, Chris? How much was it? 32? The Oracle does it again. All right, $32 million a year. I told you. So he makes $32 million a year. But BlackRock is above B of A. B of A has to make that report, not for you. You're never going to look at that. Had I not told you about it, you would have never known it was there. B of A has to create that report for BlackRock. And they have to, hey, boss, Mr. BlackRock, here's my report here at B of A. And BlackRock is going to go down through this report, and that's where the points come in. Essentially, BlackRock's going to look at it, and if they like what they see, hey, Mr. CEO, wow, you got a $15 million bonus coming your way because of this report. It looks good. Or maybe BlackRock takes a look at it and says, what? You only hired 1,000 gay people last year? Sorry. You were in line for a $15 million bonus check. That's going to be $1 million now. Go back and try to do better next year. That's how it works. It's a big cartel is what it is. It should be broken up by Republican AGs, but that's how it works. All right? That sound like a bad idea to invest like that, by the way? To invest with companies like that? Do you think you should give your money to BlackRock or hard assets? What do you think? Do you think it would be smart to give your money to these dirty climate commies or done-for-you real estate? Would you like to begin acquiring real estate for yourself? Jesse, I can't. I'm just a construction worker. I'm just a normal guy. Done-for-you real estate is for normal guy, for normal girl. It's for normal people. So normal people can begin the process of acquiring rental properties. You're not going to start out as some real estate mogul with 10 of them. You'll start out with one. And Done For You Real Estate will handle that. They'll find it for you. They'll get it financed. They handle the closing. They handle the rental process. And you'll find it growing. And one day you just might retire because you got a hold of Done For You Real Estate. How does that sound? And pass something lasting down to your children. DoneForYouJesse.com is where you go to find out how. Go and find out how. DoneForYouJesse.com. We'll be back.
Want the latest from Bachelor Nation? Get it on Almost Famous, the must-listen Bachelor recap podcast hosted by former Bachelor Ben Higgins and former contestant Ashley Iconetti. Hear the veteran castmates weigh in on all the drama happening on The Bachelorette.
We talk about The Bachelor every week. We either break down the episode or we have past fan favorite contestants come on and give us the depths of their soul.
Listen to Almost Famous wherever you get your podcasts.
Fox News, I'm John Saucier. The Secretary of State Antony Blinken, speaking with Egypt's foreign minister in Cairo, says their countries share concerns over the ongoing conflict in the Gaza Strip and especially about Israel's planned offensive against the city of Rafah.
There are more than 1 million people in Rafah, many of whom were displaced from other parts of Gaza. A major ground operation there would mean more civilian deaths. It would worsen the humanitarian crisis.
Israeli ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, says on the Fox News channel, Israel doesn't want to conduct this operation, but they have no choice because of the threat of Hamas.
If we do not eradicate them, so the Hamas will definitely rearm, regroup, take over again Gaza, and they will attack us again and again as they promised to do.
Hamas killed around 1,200 people in Israel, took 250 hostages on their October 7th attacks. America's listening to Fox News.
It is the Jesse Kelly Show on a Thursday. If you miss any part of the show, download the whole thing on iHeart, Google, Spotify, iTunes. I love this little doozy. This is from the Globe and Mail. Opinion: excessive free speech is a breeding ground for more Trumps. The communist, every now and then, steps out of character and tells you the truth. This one's for the New York Times. This is a couple days ago. Opinion: it turns out the deep state is kind of awesome. It's not as if your liberal Aunt Peggy just now fell in love with the FBI. You know, she used to hate cops, but now she lectures you all the time about how much she loves the FBI. Liberal Aunt Peggy just really wants you destroyed. And for the longest time, the institutions of this country stood against her because they stood against communism. America had been clear-eyed for the longest time that this collectivism, socialism, communism, whatever you want to call it, is a true evil and must be stopped. And so our institutions were aimed at that. But now that our institutions have been taken over by that, and now that their guns are trained on you, now liberal Aunt Peggy, she loves the CIA. She loves the FBI. They love the fact that the federal government has turned its guns on their domestic political opponents. They think it's wonderful. They really do. They can't help themselves. They think it's wonderful. All right, let's get to some emails. Jesse, El Guapo, if Trump picks Tim Scott or the chick who cried in her kitchen or any other minority candidate, isn't he doing the same thing that we complain about the left doing all the time? Is Tim Scott really the most qualified person to be VP, or is he just picking him because he's black? If Trump was to going squarely on merit, he'd pick DeSantis as his running mate, right? Says I can say his name. His name is Ryan. Okay, well, one, I don't like Tim Scott, so I'm not the one to ask. Two, I don't like identity politics, so I'm definitely not the one to ask. However, I also understand this. To get elected in the United States of America, to get elected president, it is about coalition building. And right now, the Democrat coalition is shaky. It is. It's very, very, very shaky. They're having a hard time holding anything together. They can't keep the Jews in their corner. They can't keep the Muslims in their corner. They can't keep black people in their corner. They can't keep Latinos in their corner. Look, I played it earlier. CNN's freaking out about it.
If you ask Hispanic voters, who do they trust more on border security and immigration? Overwhelmingly, they trust Donald Trump more by a tremendous margin. Look at that, 49% to 24%. And that is in line with what we're seeing in the polls in general amongst Hispanics, right? Joe Biden won them overwhelmingly back in 2021 and by over 20 percentage points. Democrats normally carry them overwhelmingly. If you look at the polling right now and an average of polling amongst Hispanic voters, who do they choose in the ballot test? It's barely Biden by about 2 points. It would be the smallest margin for any Democratic candidate among Hispanic voters, basically throughout history since we started polling.
Okay. So I am against identity politics, and I don't like Tim Scott because he's a gigantic weenie who caves to the left. That said, do you want Trump to beat Biden? Look, maybe you don't. Maybe you're one of these people who's voting against Trump. And again, if you have your reasons, I don't judge you for it. I don't do that. I don't care. Your vote is the only power you have. You don't give it away for anybody. But are you one of these people who wants Trump to win the election? If you do, there's a chance that selecting Tim Scott helps with that. Now, I don't like it, and I wouldn't do it. I'm trying to explain how they think, and also I'm trying to explain that their thinking isn't necessarily wrong. Understand this. There are a lot of black people in the United States of America who believe Republicans are all racist against them. Now, you can scoff and scream and yell about how crazy and ridiculous that is. That's fine. I understand that. But you need to understand that's how many black people have been raised in this country. Their parents told them that. Their pastor told them that. Even today, the people, the entertainers who influence their life tell them that. From the actors to the singers to the Republicans are racist, Trump's a racist. There are many black people who believe that. There are also many of those black people who believe that, who are souring on Democrats as they watch their neighborhoods get filled up with people from third world hellholes. So they're feeling a little lost, a little apprehensive, and there's a chance that picking a black man might calm some of those Republicans are racist fears and either bring them over, some of them, or in the very least, keep enough of them from Joe Biden to win the election. Now, I know it sounds like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I'm really not. I can't stand Tim Scott, and I can't stand identity politics, so I would never do this. However, I would understand if Trump does. If Trump comes out and picks Tim Scott electorally, politically, it might be the smart move. It really might be. I just wouldn't do it. I hate that kind of thing. All right? Now, as far as him picking DeSantis, listen, this is going to be hard for both sides to accept because I have a bunch of Trump people who listen and a bunch of DeSantis people who listen. And by now, hopefully you've realized you're the same people. You like different candidates for different reasons. And maybe you hate DeSantis and love Trump, and that's totally fine. You have your reasons. Maybe you hate Trump and love DeSantis, and that's fine. You have your reasons. But you better, both of you, understand this. Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis do not like each other. And there's something going on right now that could actually cost, I believe, Donald Trump the presidency. You see, Ron DeSantis came out and he endorsed Donald Trump after he backed off. Yeah, I'm endorsing Trump. I'm backing off. He did the thing. But what he's not doing is showing up at events to campaign for Donald Trump. He's not doing anything more than that. He bowed out. I'm endorsing him. I'm gone. I'm going back to be governor. Internally, you should understand this is driving Trump insane, that DeSantis is not being more subservient, if you will. It's driving Trump so insane that during his last two campaign stops, he has actually blasted Ron DeSantis, called him Ron DeSanctis still, even though the primary's over. And then Trump just won the Florida primary. Remember, everyone's dropped out. Trump went out there and blasted DeSantis again on social media after he just won the Florida primary. What that should tell you is this is a rift. It is a rift that is not a small rift. There's not going to be any Ron DeSantis vice president. What there is a problem. If you are someone who wants Donald Trump to get elected, this is going to be a problem. And it's not that Ron DeSantis is the problem. It's that Ron DeSantis's most hardcore supporters might be. For Trump, he's upset. He's offended. He thinks DeSantis should be doing more. And maybe you feel that way. And that's fine. But you have to understand a huge percentage of DeSantis voters were DeSantis's voters because they dislike something tangible about Donald Trump. Almost all of them voted for Trump before, whether it was the vax or the lockdowns. I don't care. Many of them are DeSantis voters for a reason. Now, if you get up and publicly keep blasting away at the guy they wanted, well, remember how we were just talking about the coalition building? You're going to risk keeping enough of the coalition out of the tent to cost you the presidency. I understand Trump may hate DeSantis. DeSantis may hate Trump. I don't give a crap about either of them, so I don't care if they hate each other. But I'm telling you right now, Trump's got to clean that up. I know that this is personal now, but that might be a problem. I think it would be beneficial, probably, if they did come together and join as a ticket. I don't think it's going to happen. Like I said, there's very clearly something personal there, and it is what it is. I hope it doesn't cost us, right? Hopefully it's not close enough to cost us, but that's not good. That's not good. It's almost as bad as Verizon. Could you even imagine having Verizon? You wouldn't do something like that, right? You wouldn't have AT&T as your cell phone service, would you? Or T-Mobile? There's no way that you make automatic monthly payments every month to one of these companies. You know what? Let's do something live here. Let's look up something. Let's look up Verizon. I'm doing this live on the air. ESG. Oh, would you look at that? We had that long ESG talk earlier about these evil commie companies, and there's Verizon's ESG report, top of the page. Would you like to stop funding that? Switch to Pure Talk, the patriotic cell phone company that loves you, respects your country, respects your values, promotes your values. Their CEO fought for this country. Plus, they're giving out free brand new Samsung 5G smartphones right now. Take 10 minutes on the phone and switch. Dial pound 250, say Jesse Kelly, switch to Pure Talk. We'll be back.
The Jesse Kelly Show.
Hey, don't worry, it's only me. Okay, worry a little. It's only the Kimmer, back tomorrow at 3 p.m. to get you home, only on Atlanta's Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
March is officially here, and while most people have already given up on their New Year's resolutions to get healthier and stronger, the American Patriots at CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, want you to know that now is the time to choose strength and vitality over weakness and complacency. The problem is men's testosterone levels are off a cliff historically, and that's exactly what the liberal elites want. I've been taking CHOQ for over 2 years now. The results have been incredible. My mind works so much better. My energy, I want you to have it too. Boost your testosterone, your mood, your energy, your focus in 2024 by subscribing to CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For this month only, CHOQ is offering a mega March discount on any subscription for life, exclusive to our Jesse Kelly Show listeners. Visit CHOQ.com and use the code Jesse to unlock this exclusive mega March sale. That's CHOQ.com, code Jesse. CHOQ.com, code Jesse. Jesse Kelly Show. Final segment of the Jesse Kelly Show. A couple things. Remember, tomorrow's Ask Dr. Jesse Fridays to get your questions emailed in. Remember, if you miss any part of the show, you can download the whole thing on iHeart, Google, Spotify, iTunes. Also, remember this. Don't ever forget it.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
More U.S. embassies have been forced to evacuate under Biden than any other U.S. president. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I want to do a couple emails before we get to headlines I didn't get to and play this dirty demon abortion doctor and things like that. I am just going to say it saddens me a little bit because you're watching the country kind of go down slowly but surely. You're watching slowly but surely our influence around the world go down. You understand that having to evacuate an embassy, it's giving up U.S. territory. It's considered U.S. territory. So if you have to do it, it's a big deal. And entities, whatever they may be, rebel groups, terrorist groups, they should fear a U.S. embassy. They should fear a U.S. embassy. And instead now, it's open season on these poor people. And it's wild to see. And it honestly, it reminds me, I know this is way overdone as a cliche, but it really does. It reminds me of the last 100 years of the Roman Empire as they were trying to figure things out. And they had all these outposts, all these places way out in the hinterlands. And they just slowly but surely started losing them. They just didn't have the strength. They didn't have the manpower. They didn't have the logistical ability to feed them anymore. This tribe ended up being too powerful, and they weren't powerful to take it back. It was just from this huge empire that ruled the whole of Europe, all the way up into the UK, to slowly but surely shriveling back up down into Italy as just little by little, this outpost gone and this outpost gone and this outpost gone. That's what it feels like's happening to our nation as we watch everything kind of rot around us. But look, there's a penalty for having these people in charge.
We've reduced the federal deficit by $160 billion. Hear me? $160 billion, you know? And we've cut deficit by the time it's out, over $2 trillion. We've cut the deficit. I've already cut the federal deficit by $1 trillion since I took office. My Republican friends tell me we're spending a lot of money. It's saving.
Chris is talking about where's he getting these numbers from? Well, remember, Joe Biden's a liar, a unique liar. What they're talking about is us running $3 trillion deficits during COVID. I still can't believe we stopped the country for a virus and just started printing money and spending money. No, you can't open your business. Here's a stimmy check. I just can't believe we did that. Anyway, so all the COVID stimmy spending stopped. So the deficit goes from 3 trillion to 1 trillion. And now he talks about cutting the deficit. He's lying. Of course, that's what he does. He lies. These people, they lie. Again, it's just woven into them. Here's Poopy Pants Jerry Nadler. Remember when Jerry Nadler pooped his pants on stage?
Men do not compete in women's sports.
Yeah, they do. But Jerry Nadler, who knows that, he understands that if he's going to continue to be allowed to poop in Congress as he's standing there, sitting there, if he's going to be allowed to poop in the halls of Congress, he has to tell these lies. Speaking of lies, this is a doctor. Man alive, the state of our medical profession in this country. Her name's Austin Denard. Now, you tell me demons aren't real.
I'd like to also comment on what Dr. Webbenhurst had said previously. She mentioned how dangerous abortion is. Abortion is not dangerous. Abortion is safe, and abortion is essential health care. What is really dangerous is pregnancy.
Demons are real. And pain is real, too. Pain that comes with life. Shoulder pain and joint pain, back pain and neck pain. It happens. And you go through it. We all go through it. We need to deal with it, though. We can't be crabbing at everybody because our foot hurts. We need to deal with pain. So what do we do to deal with pain? I know what I've always done, not Thrilled with it. Wished I hadn't. I always went and grabbed some ibuprofen. Just pop a couple ibuprofen. Still a couple ibuprofen in. That's terrible for you. You need to fight inflammation. I need to fight inflammation naturally. That's what the Relief Factor is about. Drug-free, all natural. There are 4 key ingredients to help support your body's natural response to inflammation. That's where we need to go. Relief Factor, not the ibuprofen bottle. Relief Factor. Does it work? Well, I don't know. Don't take my word for it. Works for me, but go try it yourself for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. You take it every day for 3 weeks and you tell me, do you still have that pain? They sell 3-week quick start kits for $19.95. Just go try it for $19.95. Do you think that's worth it? 1-800, the number 4 relief, or go to relieffactor.com. All right. All right.
And now,
Here's a headline.
Go, you know the thing.
headlines we didn't get to.
Internal docs show the entire intelligence community warned to avoid, quote, problematic phases on Islamic terrorism. The entire intelligence community is being told not to say things like jihadist and radical Islamists. In the meantime, ISIS has been sending their people
From
here.
an FBI perspective, we are seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. There is a particular network that has where some of the overseas facilitators of the smuggling network have ISIS ties that were.
I continue to worry about that story we're going to wake up to one day. Only 1/3 of military families would still recommend service, Blue Star Families survey finds. Remember that these traditional military families, they're who've won our wars for us. And they're done. Their kids are done. The damage that has been done to our military readiness is going to take decades to fix. Congressional Republicans block aid to Haiti amid unrest. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea to stop sending money down to the cannibals. Biden's top intelligence agency says cross-dressing makes a man a better intelligence officer. This is from the Daily Wire. That's according to internal documents. Yeah, like I said, I'm very concerned about something major happening. Our intelligence agencies don't necessarily feel like they're focused, do they? Taiwan admits U.S. troops are stationed on islands off the coast of China. Oh my goodness. I really, really hope this whole China-Taiwan thing doesn't kick off, especially now. We ain't got time for that, and I don't want anyone dying for Taiwan. All right. What I do want is you to email me a question for tomorrow. Ask Dr. Jesse Friday. Email jesse@jessekellyshow.com. We're going to spend 3 hours and have fun. All right. That's all.
earned his fate. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The last of 6 former Mississippi officers is sentenced in the torture of 2 black men.
A federal judge sentencing former Richland police officer Joshua Hartfield to 10 years in prison. Former officer Brett McCaplin sentenced on the same day to more than 27 years. The two among 6 former law enforcement officers who pleaded guilty in August to federal charges, including conspiracy against rights and obstruction of justice. The men, who are white, raiding a home in Braxton last year without a warrant, beating 2 black men, hurling racist remarks, using tasers on them after they were handcuffed, and shooting one of the victims in the mouth. The 6 also pleading guilty to similar state charges, which they have yet to be sentenced for.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin, the Idaho prison gang member and the man who helped him escape after an attack on a corrections officer at a hospital yesterday morning, have been recaptured. Skylar Mead and accomplice Nicholas Umpenauer were arrested during a traffic stop, and police say they may have committed 2 murders while they were on the run. The Justice Department suing Apple, claiming it illegally monopolized the smartphone market that boxes out competitors.
We allege that Apple has consolidated its monopoly power, not by making its own products better, but by making other products worse.
Attorney General Merrick Garland, the lawsuit was filed with 16 state attorneys general. The American military units that became known as the Ghost Army, which outwitted the Nazis during World War II by using inflatable tanks, costume uniforms, and other methods, have been awarded the Congressional Gold Medal at a ceremony in Washington. 3 of the 7 known surviving members attended the ceremony. 100-year-old Bernard Bluestein of Illinois, 99-year-old John Christman of Leesburg, New Jersey, and 100-year-old Seymour Nussbaum of Monroe Township, New Jersey. The Ghost Army carried out about 22 battlefield deceptions. America is listening to Fox News.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Philadelphia police arrest a 5th suspect in the shooting of 8 teenagers at a bus stop earlier this month.
Police say 15-year-old Jeremiah Jefferson faces the same counts as the other suspects, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. Assistant Police Commissioner Frank Venor says Jefferson was in a fast food restaurant near the bus stop, talking directly to the shooters.
He identified some people for them. He described them and sent pictures to them while they were inside the car, and the communication went back and forth.
Police say they haven't yet confirmed a motive in the shooting. They add more evidence is being uncovered that could lead to additional arrests and charges. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
An Alabama woman who claimed she was abducted after stopping her car to check on a wandering toddler over the summer has pled guilty to charges of giving false information to law enforcement. Carly Russell was given a suspended 6-month sentence. A launch to the International Space Station with a NASA astronaut on board canceled just 20 seconds before liftoff.
The Russian Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft was carrying 3 crew when an automatic safety system kicked in, aborting the launch. We don't know the cause, but all 3, including NASA's Tracy Dyson, are safe. The rocket was being prepared for liftoff at the Baikonur launch pad in Kazakhstan, a project overseen by Russia's Roscosmos space agency. Dyson was due to spend 6 months on the ISS as a flight engineer. She's taken part in 2 space flights already. The other astronauts on board were from Russia and Belarus. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Doctors at Massachusetts General Hospital say they've transplanted a pig kidney into a 62-year-old patient. It's the first time a genetically modified pig kidney has been transplanted into a living person. The hospital says the man is recovering well. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
from everywhere USA. It's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, there it is. Here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City. A big Thursday episode of Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, a man who is not losing the Hispanic vote. Check it out. Joe Biden plummeting in the polls with Latinos in an unprecedented position where he now trails Donald Trump with Latino voters.
I'm in trouble.
The full-fledged pandering effort has begun. We will play you some of the clips in this hour because Biden spoke to an audience of Hispanic voters in Arizona yesterday.
I don't remember that ever happening.
Well, it did, and we will get everybody up to speed on a busy Thursday. Jesse Waters is going to be here. He is, of course, the host of Jesse Waters Prime Time. He's got a new book out. He wants to talk about it. He wants to talk about the 2024 election. He's a passionate man, that Waters. It's not all toupees and fancy suits. You know, you also get on and you have things to say. So we'll get into that with Jesse. Byron Donalds, man who was in the chamber yesterday for the testimony of Hunter Biden's business partner, Tony Bobulinski.
Hunter's a dirtbag.
A lot of people feel that way. I don't think the testimony did anything to dissuade them. BD had a lot of choice cuts. If you were watching the sound clips, we'll get into some of them, and we will, of course, get his take. And this thing ends with Diamond Dave Landau, comedy super hunk, making his triumphant return to the show. The kids love some Diamond Dave, and you should know he will be on my Saturday night TV show next Saturday night. He's been traveling. He's been doing the road. Diamond Dave is a guy who was on the very first episode of that show. I think that highly of the guy. So if you haven't seen him in a few weeks, we're not going through like a Hall & Oates where they're like fighting behind closed doors, you know.
Somebody ought to belt you in the mouth.
No, ma'am. We're still out there singing Man Eater every night. Although in this day and age, it is called Them Eater. You got to be sensitive. You can't just assume the pronouns of the eater. You understand? It's a different country now.
What the hell is the world coming to?
I don't know. But the presidency is coming to an end for Joe Biden if he doesn't turn around the Latino vote. He's already hemorrhaging major support with male black voters. We've been covering this at great, length because the key constituents that get Biden over the top are minorities. That's who traditionally votes Democrats because the Democrats are selling this mantra of, vote for us because everybody else is a racist. And the deck here is stacked. So just count on Washington, D.C. to solve all your problems.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Of course not. And people do feel infantilized when they're talked down to by a government that tells them you can't do it yourself. You think of how much the Democrats have pivoted since Barack Obama was a president. Barack Obama ran on yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Of course we can. Now Joe Biden's in there telling you can't even get a voter ID if you're a minority. You're so incapable. This would restrict your voting access worse than Jim Crow.
This is Jim Crow on steroids, what they're doing in Georgia and 40 other states.
So you've got the, I don't want to call it a soft bigotry of low expectations. It sounds a lot like a hard bigotry. When you say asking someone to get a voter ID, something 100% of society has, save for migrants. Okay, when you're saying that asking them to get a voter ID is going to deny them access in ways that is more restrictive than burning down houses or violently assaulting people so they don't vote. I mean, come on, man. Okay, it's embarrassing. But understand, the black vote isn't turning out to be told, no, we can't. That doesn't galvanize support. When you leave the border open, when you're the face of a party that wants to defund police and in some cases cut the police budgets in major municipalities, okay, you kept schools closed to appease your friends in the teachers' unions, the folks who get the bill for that are the black community.
Bingo, man, bingo.
They're the ones that have been screwed the hardest by Biden's policies, whether it's the border, whether it's inflation, okay, or anything going on in the foreign policy sector right now, where we're spending, another $90 billion on Ukraine this month. But are we doing anything for those inner cities that Biden and the Democrats purport to care about?
The answer would be no.
The answer would be no. 70% of kids in this country right now who go to an inner city school cannot read at a grade level. meaning they are not academically fit enough to move on to the next grade, yet we're passing them along anyway and just pretending everything's okay.
I love the poorly educated.
Well, if you do, you are in luck. But understand, Biden's losing the black vote because he really has crushed that community with his policies. Why is he losing a lot of the Hispanic vote? Because a good percentage of that community migrated to this country legally. And they really resent the fact that so many people have now been allowed to cut the line. 10 million people under this president. When you combine the ones we know of and the ones who got away, Joe Biden has let 10 million people into the country.
You have no idea how to defend a nation.
None at all. But understand this, okay? There's nobody out there saying don't come. We're all saying come legally. Okay, but when the Biden administration tries to pivot to, well, it's, we wouldn't have this problem if the Republicans would fix the broken immigration system. Okay, we know that's not true. Why? Because the immigration process was the same under Donald Trump, yet the migrant numbers were 10 million fewer. Why is that? Because they don't come based on processing speed. They come based on whether or not they're getting into the country.
Bingo.
Okay, they're coming to our border because we're letting them in. Drug cartels have turned our border into $2 billion human trafficking industry because they're getting in. They can charge people bounties. They can move fentanyl. They can traffic children. It's all happening because of the lax border policy. And understand, a lot of Hispanic voters resent it because it's starting to resemble, in a lot of ways, the very countries they fled.
He knows what he's talking about.
So this is so funny, Arizona Latinos being interviewed yesterday by CBS. And CBS wants to know, is democracy on the ballot in 2024? A pretend issue nobody cares about. Trump isn't vowing to end elections. And if Trump is supposed to be an existential threat because he claimed an election was stolen, then you have to ban every single Democrat in Washington right now because they all said the 2016 election was stolen. They also said the 2004 election was stolen in Ohio by George W. Bush. They also said the 2000 election was stolen by George W. Bush in the state of Florida over Al Gore. So you understand, the last 3 times the Democrats have lost a general election, they've claimed the election was stolen. But when Trump turned around and said it was stolen, which again, I don't support if you don't have actual proof. Yes, we voted in an unprecedented manner. Yes, the Democrats demonstrated that nothing was beneath them when it came to stopping this man. But the idea, okay, that you go out and do it without the physical proof, for me, I think really does tarnish things a little bit. That being said, there's this other part of me that completely understands why Trump would not take anything at face value when it comes from these Democrats.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
Okay, nothing has been beneath them. Okay, again, in the summer of 2020, they told you we were systemically racist, so it was okay that people were burning down police stations. Kamala Harris encouraged people to bail them out. The tweet's still up to this day. Okay, they told you Trump was controlled by the Kremlin, that Russia had seized control of our government.
It was made up by these sick people.
Yeah, they want you to believe the right's a bunch of conspiracy theorists. They actually told you Russia was in charge of America. I mean, come on, man. But when I say nothing's beneath them, think back to the summer of 2020. The Democrats ultimately mandated that you get the vaccine, or they fired you from your job. Yet while they were campaigning, okay, because they believed in the vaccine that much, when they got into power, and to be clear, they didn't believe in the vaccine, they believed in the big pharmaceutical money. Okay, that big paycheck.
Money, 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 money.
Okay, but the point is, they were now mandating that you get this vaccine or they will fire you from your job. You were a cop, you were a soldier, you were a nurse, they will fire you. Okay, but back to the nothing's beneath them on the campaign trail. On the campaign trail, they were telling you the very vaccine they mandated was a piece of junk.
Let's just say there's a vaccine that is approved and even distributed before the election. Would you get it?
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for all of us.
If and when the vaccine comes, it's not likely to go through all the tests that needs to be and the trials that are needed to be done. When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up.
Think about that. That's Joe Biden. Okay, and that very vaccine, who the hell's going to take this thing? Are you going to take it? You going to want to say, sign me up? Okay, and then the minute he got into office, he turned around and mandated it.
That's just how white folks will do you.
But of course, he mandated it, but not before saying he wouldn't mandate it.
No, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand to be mandatory. But
think about that for a second. So you understand nothing's beneath them. But when it comes to their priorities are winning elections. And when they say things like democracy's on the ballot is not a deliverable if you can't pay your bills. It's not a deliverable if your streets aren't safe. It's not a deliverable if your kid's school is failing. All of which are happening to members of the Latino community. So here's CBS trotting out the Democratic agenda. This is the Democratic sales pitch. So they're going out there and essentially learning a very hard lesson that nobody, and I mean nobody, cares about any of the things that the liberal media is pushing.
That is correct.
And if you don't believe me, ask these folks. Clip 4.
President Biden has called Trump a threat to democracy and made it a central part of his campaign.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
I don't buy that argument.
I don't either.
I mean, to me now it's just another talking point. Every time I hear it, I just kind of tune it out.
I know.
It's something that, some focus group came up with, and now they're just using it to death.
I really don't think they understand what democracy is when they say that. The fact that there is a ballot is democracy.
Democracy's on the ballot, said the people who literally tried to take their opponent off the actual ballot.
Democrats are so full of crap.
Okay, I don't doubt that democracy is in danger if the Democrats lose, because they're going to say it was stolen again. They're going to riot. They're going to say Russia took it over. We're all a bunch of white supremacists. Here's a little more, okay? Fox and Friends. This time not on CBS. Fox and Friends is talking to a group about, the Democrats and the fact that they're prioritizing things like identity instead of well-being. Clip 5.
They're pandering to us. For instance, Latinos spend over half of their income on basic necessities such as food, energy, housing. This is causing us to be disproportionately hurt by inflation more than any other racial group. And I mean, you can hear it in their rhetoric that they don't take it seriously. And these essential categories have experienced inflation rates that are even greater than average, leaving us really nowhere to turn for savings and preparing for the next generation.
Come on, man. Nope. This is why you see polls like USA Today's Suffolk poll that has Trump beating Biden 39 to 34. Do you understand what a swing? That's a 60-point swing from the last election. Then you get a New York Times Siena poll, where Trump's beating him 46 to 40. Guys, that's a tremendous, unprecedented swing. But it shouldn't be shocking when you understand what the priorities of this administration are. What are they prioritizing? Climate change? Climate change. Hey, I know you can't pay your bills, the streets aren't safe, and your kid can't read, but the weather's going to do something in 50 years.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
That's what they're doing. Climate change, democracy's on the ballot, Trump's a white supremacist. Nothing that's real, nothing that anyone in their right mind believes. Okay, here's a little more. This is Moses Sanchez on Fox and Friends First, clip 6.
It's a problem that the Democrat Party really has here in Arizona. They're just out of touch with everyday Arizonans, everyday Latinos, everyday Americans. They're not focused on the issues that actually matter, like economic stability, crime, public safety, supporting small businesses, reducing inflation. Those are the things that actually impact hardworking Latinos every day. And the Latinos combined, they're going to have to do a lot of work to overcome that hurdle.
I mean, think about it. When you list what they prioritize, economic stability, crime, public safety, small businesses, reducing inflation. Is any of that climate change? Is any of it, I don't know, protecting democracy? Is any of that telling your child he or she is trapped in the wrong body? How about unlimited abortion rights? Did you hear it in there? Do you understand the Democrats are prioritizing literally everything? Literally everything. But what voters care about.
You're absolutely right.
You're hanging out with Jimmy Fallon on Fox Across America.
Your voice matters more than ever. It's Tug, and I'm proud to be a part of Atlanta's only conservative voice, Extra 106.3 FM, and the Extra app.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-935-7267 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-935-7267 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-935-7267.
Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. Karen is on the front lines of this migration problem. She's out in San Diego, California. She joins us now. Karen.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Hey, girl.
We're here again.
I know.
And we're here again. It's getting worse.
Getting the band back together. But yeah, it's so crazy that by you, because, you know, Abbott, to his credit, is trying to fight at the Texas border to actually enforce the laws of the land. But your guy is like handing out sex changes. I don't even know what Newsom's doing. What is he doing?
I don't know. He's an idiot. That's all I got to say. I don't know who voted for him. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I've got to be polite, but, you know, completely. We have tent cities popping up in our little city here. I grew up in Chula Vista.
That's crazy.
Yeah, everywhere.
We're
everywhere.
We're having an issue here with squatters, where there's a migrant who posted a TikTok video showing people how to break into houses in New York and just live in them, because our squatters laws make it impossible to evict somebody. They have more rights than the owner of the home. Like, doesn't it kind of blow your mind that, you know, because politicians used to pretend to care. Okay, they're not pretending to care when it comes to this issue.
No, absolutely not. They don't care. They've been sold the favor. Campaign donors, special interests, dictators around the world, they've been sold out. Completely.
A lot of people feel that way. They feel like there's this like actual indifference to the harm they're doing. It really is like bonkers. But
they forgot their job, who they work for.
But you know what's funny? The irony here is that it is Hispanic voters, it is Latinos that are going to force them to course correct, because they resent this more than anybody, because they came here legally.
Yeah, grew up for generations here like everybody else.
Yep. And now they just see people.
My friends.
Yep.
Well, my friend, Hispanic. So, you know, people say, well, you're racist. Of course, that wonderful word comes up. This is all about democracy. No, it's not. We're a sovereign nation. There is no nation in this world that you can walk across their borders without any paperwork.
Yep.
Without having a passport. I ask American people all the time, can you go anywhere without a passport?
Nope.
They're mandating that here in California, you have to get a new license so you can even fly domestically.
Yep. They want you to get the real ID.
It's out of control.
Yep.
The real ID is so that you can go just anywhere domestically in your own country.
Yep. Well,
and to prove who you are, what is going on?
Well, if you get to the airport and they won't let you board, just tell them it's no big deal. I'm undocumented. I have no papers. And they'll be like, oh, in that case.
Please give me everything. Everything the federal government is going to give. It's what? It's taxpayers. It's hardworking Americans that are paying for everything. So everything that Donald Trump said, they're not after me, which they are after him. They're after us.
It ain't right, Karen. Now you got me all worked up, and I got to go do 2.5 more hours of the show. Thanks for nothing. No, we love you, babe. Be good. We're back after this.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. This is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, check it out. The all-new Fox Across America merchandise collection. It is officially here. Hats, mugs, T-shirts, we got something for everybody. And for a limited time, we're offering an exclusive 10% discount to Fox Across America listeners. Just go to shop.foxnews.com. Use code Jimmy10. You'll get some world-class gear at 10% off. Who loves you, pal? I do.
Offer valid for a limited time only. Some restrictions may apply. Visit shop.foxnews.com for more details.
Fox News, I'm Jack Callahan. The United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopts a U.S.-led resolution for the development of artificial intelligence. U.S. UN Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
All 193 members of the United Nations General Assembly have spoken in one voice and together chosen to govern artificial intelligence rather than let it govern us.
Tomorrow, the U.S. will ask the UN Security Council to pass a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. The manhunt for an escaped Idaho prison inmate and the person accused of shooting 2 corrections guards at a hospital to free him has ended.
There was a short vehicle pursuit, and both suspects were taken into custody separately.
Boise's Police Chief Ron Weiniger. The guards are recovering. 2 other men have been found dead. Police are trying to determine if they're linked to the escape. America is listening to Fox News.
was extremely difficult to do with the cliffs and the narrow pathways. In a social media post, Sergio wrote, "Found this sweet girl 1,000 feet up on one of the most precarious sections of one of the most dangerous trails on the island. Luckily, she let me carry her down. My arms are hurting tonight, but my heart is overjoyed." Sergio was able to reunite the dog named Stevie with her grateful owner. "We're glad Stevie is okay, and thanks to her hero, Sergio, for saving her life." Janice Dean, Fox News.
This is House Call for Health. In an unusual move by the FDA, a closely watched Alzheimer's drug has been delayed for widespread use. The agency announcing it will wait to decide whether to greenlight the drug named donanemab until a panel of independent experts evaluates the drug's safety and efficacy. The drug maker, Eli Lilly, said they're expecting it'll be a few months before the advisory committee holds a hearing, adding that the FDA committed to the company it would move quickly. Alzheimer's affects more than 6 million Americans and currently has no cure and no medication that can restore memory loss or reverse cognitive decline. The FDA did not say anything publicly about the move, but a decision about whether to approve the drug isn't expected until later this year at the earliest. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates there will be more than 14 million people with the disease by 2060. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
It's dimly lit. He's dressed in black. He's holding a knife in his right hand.
4 gruesome murders.
This is going to be the social media murders.
3 Fox Nation originals.
The evidence that's come out is very compelling.
1 suspect.
Who is Brian Koberger?
Mark Furman hosts 3 exclusive specials you can only find on Fox Nation. Delve into the Idaho College murders, Digital Shadows, Savage Instincts, and Moscow murders. All streaming now, only on Fox Nation.
In a nutshell, Fox Across America with your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon. Matthew Continetti was on Special Report last night with the great Brett Baer, and he laid down this new coalition of voters who are abandoning the Democratic Party. It is clip 7.
I think there is a concern, Brett. I think we saw in some of the results in the brief Republican primary that there are some Republicans and some Trump-leaning independents who are wary of voting for Donald Trump in 2024. But I will say this, they seem to be replaced by new voters, non-college educated minority voters, primarily Hispanic voters, who are now abandoning the Democratic Party in droves and backing Trump for president. So you can see that while the old-style Republicans may be wary of Trump or may even be exiting the party in some cases, they're being backfilled by new voters, a new Trump coalition that I think stands a pretty good chance of success in November.
So you think about that, okay? You can tell me there's a Nikki Haley wing that's never Trump. You know, there's those, they're kind of like Romney Democrats, so to speak, that aren't going to vote for Trump no matter what. But here's a news flash. Because of the mismanagement of our southern border, a lot of Latino voters are migrating over to the Republican side of the aisle. I'm talking people who came to this country legally and really resent what's happening. Juan is on the line. He knows all about it. He's in Wilmington, North Carolina. Yo, Juan.
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm doing, man. But you're kind of like our ambassador to this topic because you migrated here from Cuba, didn't you?
Yeah, I came in 1962. My father was a political prisoner. We came here legally. I'm a Cuban American. Wow. I went through college, med school, U.S. Army, Stanford Business School, private practice, $3 through college, 3 weddings, and now I'm retired. I am the American dream, and no one gave me nothing.
Yep.
And legal immigrants here are not in favor of this illegal immigration.
Mm-hmm. And
because people had to wait their time. It took me 6 years to get my green card, and then after that, we had to apply for our citizenship, and I had to take an exam and all that about U.S. history and all that.
Yeah.
So I think everybody who comes to this country should do this the legal way, and fairness to all.
Yes, and the truth is, making people do it the legal way is more empathetic, because if you buy into the system and you do for yourself and you utilize what you described accurately as the American dream, you can do great things. If you just bring people into the country illegally, hand them stuff, and don't ask them to contribute, you're actually setting them up for long-term failure. But the Democrats like that because long-term failure means government subsidy, and government subsidy means dependable voters.
Exactly. It's the same thing now that they're trying to pay for college loans. Am I going to get reparations from my college loan and everybody else who paid theirs? That's interesting.
It's not a dime, not a penny.
I got one thing to say before I go, because you know what I'm doing right now, and I was listening to your show. I said, I got to call Jimmy. I'm here in North Carolina eating barbecue ribs with coleslaw, baked beans, and a nice cold beer.
Oh, good for you. What a kick in the nuts this call was, Juan.
He's got to come to North Carolina one day.
Do I ever? I got either North Carolina or I got to quit TV. Because I could be eating ribs in an hour if I get off this damn TV. Oh, Juan.
Your show was awesome as usual. Every week it gets better, brother. Congratulations. Talk to you soon.
Well, thanks, buddy. There he goes, Juan, who just really punched me in the soul with that barbecue reference. Oh, Juan, you're killing me, man. Oh, man. Nothing I could do about it. I can't have the barbecue. I was at Wardrobe yesterday for a fitting. I walked in and Manny was like,
"You're killing yourself the way you eat. You're fat. Look at you."
I mean, they're rough on me, man. They beat me up, but it's all right. You got to hold it together for the telly. You heard Juan say it. It's a fantastic Saturday night show. It's number one in the ratings. We're having a good time. And you have to know, as you listen to the show, that I eat really well. Don't think I'm like being starved. I mean, to be clear, does anyone look at me and think I'm being starved?
The answer would be no.
The answer would be no. I just don't eat at the level that I once did. Meaning, I eat like someone who's circus fat. Like me and Lincoln used to watch the show My 600-Pound Life. But we actually got bored because we didn't really think they ate that much. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, comparative to what we eat at my mom's on a Sunday, the people on My 600-Pound Life are like fasting. Like, for real, we were throwing down food on that level. And, it's like slightly more moderated now because I'm on TV. But the reason I just never stopped talking about it, and I apologize, is because I live for food. That's, I always joke that Fox had to pay a guy to knock the food out of my hand and all of that stuff. Like, I'm half telling you the truth because, oh man, they saw me on TV the first time and they were like,
"That boy is a P-I-G pig."
But he's having a good time. It's a happy pig. It's a feel-good pig. It's a good mood pig is the point I'm trying to make. But when you hear that the Latino voters are abandoning the Democratic Party, let me get back on message. Juan, enjoy the beer and the barbecue, you bastard. He really sidelined the champ. That was a body blow. But when you see that the Democrats are losing so much support in the Hispanic community, which is backfilling any minor peel-off for Trump. I mean, you understand, Trump is polling within his own party at close to like 90%. You know where Biden's polling in his party? In the low 60s. So that's significant. That's millions and millions of people in your own party. It's a lot harder to peel off Republican support right now than it is to peel off Democrat support. Okay, like when you look at these people, the folks that are solidly behind Trump are much greater than the folks that are solidly behind Biden.
That's true. That is true.
Which is one of the reasons the Democrats are now investing so much money in this third-party candidate deal. So the DNC, is now essentially forming its own specialty group that's going to police the ability to keep third-party candidates off the ballot. Do you remember the whole democracy's on the ballot in 2024? That's what Democrats want to tell you. Democracy's on the ballot. They're policing voter access. This is according to the New York Times. Okay, this is not according to me. It's not according to not like a shock jock, right-wing talk show host who's trying to get you worked up or just accuse the other party of underhanded dealings. Believe me, there's plenty of underhanded dealings in both parties. I'm aware. But the New York Times is reporting that the Democratic National Committee is forming a group of lawyers to monitor how third-party contenders seek ballot access Translation, they are going to challenge their access to the ballot.
That is correct.
Okay, why? Because they feel like third-party candidates hurt Democrats. Okay, the DNC's legal group is organizing local lawyers across the country, as well as field teams, research, and analytics to monitor ballot access. Candidates' efforts will be watched to guarantee, to the degree that you are seeking status as a new political party, you are actually a political party. A large group of people who believe what you believe, not simply a single candidate wanting to circumvent existing rules. So this is what the Democrats are doing. You know how they don't want any verification when it comes to voting? Can't have voter ID. What do you mean? That's racist. That's Jim Crow. You can't have signature verification on a ballot. What do you mean? That's racist, discriminatory. Black people don't know how to sign their name. Okay, that's the approach they take to this. Okay, they want unlimited access to the ballot for voters, but they want very limited access for candidates. You see what's going on here? This is not democracy being on the ballot. This is the Democrats wanting to put the strictest guidelines over who you can and can't vote for. Guys, they tried to remove Trump from the ballot in Colorado and Maine. The Supreme Court had to get involved to keep him on the ticket. Okay, these are not people that are looking to win a fair fight. These are people that are hitting you with everything. I'm 47. If you grew up in the 80s, there was a video game called Double Dragon. Guy in a red leather jumpsuit or a guy in a blue leather jumpsuit. Two blonde-haired dudes. It was a gang-fighting video game. It's pretty far out. But the hook of Double Dragon is we had boxing games, you had sword-fighting games, Dragon Slayer. You had Punch-Out. There were games in the arcade where you could beat each other up or shoot at each other. You had Contra with the little cheat codes. But understand, okay, we never had a game like Double Dragon where you were gang fighting. You could hit a guy with a barrel. You could hit him with a chain, piece of fence, a wrench, anything you could think of. That's what Double Dragon was. When it comes to Donald Trump, the Democrats are playing Double Dragon. Okay, we'll restrict the ballot access. We'll indict him in court. We'll distort his language. Okay, we'll call him a white supremacist. He's anti-Semitic. Anything you can think of. They're hitting him with everything imaginable except their record. They can't look you in the face and go, hey, we're just better for the country. That's not what they're doing here. They're just telling you he's worse. Hey, we suck, but he's worse. I mean, don't get me wrong. We did good things. We spent a lot of money on the climate nobody asked us to. That's where they find themselves in this moment. So they're losing support. They're going after third-party candidates. Other Republicans trying to deny RFK Jr. access to the ballot?
The answer would be no.
No, because they're not worried about losing their support. Okay, but the Democrats are going to go out and spend tens of millions of dollars to make sure there is a minimal amount of ballot access, specifically in the key states. Biden loses a lot of the battleground states right now. He's losing pretty much all of them beyond the margin of error. So the last thing they need is ballot access. In a place like Georgia or Arizona that RFK Jr. has already been granted ballot access, they need to deny it in the other parts of the country because they can't risk them losing a single solitary vote when you've got a candidate as historically unpopular as theirs. I mean, here's a Biden clip that I wanted to play because it's so fascinating. Okay, this is Biden out in Phoenix, Arizona, begging them, saying, we need your help. Here it is, clip 2.
We achieved the lowest unemployment rate for Latinos in a long, long time. We cut Hispanic child poverty to record lows. We lowered the health care costs. We made historic investments in Latino small businesses, and we addressed gun violence in the communities. You're the reason why, in large part, I beat Donald Trump. Yes. Let's beat him again. Kamala and I desperately need your help.
Oh, I mean, dude.
That was absolutely dreadful.
Kamala and I desperately need your help.
Kamala's awful with her weird laugh. Ha ha!
Nothing that he just said, nothing, okay, is accurate as stated. They lowered healthcare costs. Has anyone's healthcare costs gone down since 2012? Not a single solitary human being. Okay. We cut Hispanic child poverty to record lows. You know how they did that, by the way? You know how they cut child poverty in this country, because Kevin Walling, my good friend, loves to come on. That's his big deliverable. He's like, oh, you look at the Biden administration, we cut child poverty. You know how they did it? They didn't give people more money, okay? They lowered the standard that determines whether or not you're above or below the poverty level.
This is politics as usual.
So, I mean, you think of it, if I was giving it to you in raw dollars, say they were like, anyone who has $1,000 to their name or more, okay, you know, or less. Anyone who has $1,000 a name or less is living in poverty. Okay, but what they did is they lowered the number down to $500. And then they said anybody who's got $500 or less is living in poverty. So by default, those other people who were living in poverty, nothing improved in their overall quality of life except for how we measure poverty.
Oh, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. And you're always right.
Because again, they don't care about the people. They care about the politics. So he could say we cut child poverty in half because they did. They cut the threshold in half. They lowered it. So when they say something to you like, oh, we lowered child poverty, they didn't elevate anyone's quality of life. They didn't boost household wealth. There are more poor kids than ever. They've just changed the constitution of what constitutes poor.
That's not right.
It's bananas. Okay, but this is what you're dealing with. People who have this craven obsession with power. They want to be in charge. This is what you can drive. This is the kind of stove you can use. This is the kind of light bulb you can have. Okay? This is the vaccine you have to take. Not, you know, I know we like to say our body, our choice when it comes to abortion, but when it comes to a vaccine that doesn't work, it's your body, our choice. They want to be in control. Get Trump off the ballot. Give us the guns. Okay, they want all of it. Okay, they want to be in control. That's who they are. We all know these people growing up. Separate politics from the analysis. You have friends growing up that just wanted to be in charge. You know, it's their ball at the schoolyard. I make all the rules. It's my football. You know those people. Okay, that's who they are. They just want to be in charge of your life. No matter what type of principle they might be abandoning to do it. Okay, as long as it ends with them in charge, they're happy. Okay, the problem is they're fighting so hard to control everything. There's not going to be anything left to be in charge of by the time they're actually done.
What can I tell you, kid? You're right. When you're right, you're right. And you're right.
The show that sees through the bull.
My response is right, you know, and the stripper really likes you.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Fellow Americans, former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. Market instability and soaring debt have put your retirement at risk. For protection, I recommend diversifying into physical gold from Advantage Gold, a 5-star rated gold company I've used for years. Their customer service is unmatched. Call 800-741-GOLD now and say Jason Hansen sent you and get a free 2024 gold investing kit. Again, call 800-741-GOLD.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
I'm Emily Campagno, host of the Fox True Crime podcast. Keith Raniere promised people a life of fulfillment and success with his group NXIVM, but beneath the surface operated a sinister and depraved sex cult. India Oxenberg was trapped and exploited by Keith Raniere and NXIVM for 7 years. In 2018, she broke free. This week, India joins me to share her story of survival and her journey of healing. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcast.com.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A brave canine that helped find a missing child in Michigan makes today's Dean's List. The search began after a 3-year-old boy wandered off in the neighborhood in very cold weather. The Van Buren County Sheriff's Department got the call about the missing toddler and called their unit, including their canine Kuno and his partner, Deputy Calhoun. The young boy somehow got through a window, and to make matters worse, the temperature was dropping rapidly. Along with 4 drones and another canine unit, Deputy Calhoun finally located the boy within 2 hours. It was heart-wrenching as the worried family kept waiting for the news on their son. Body camera footage showed the rescue mission coming to a very happy ending. The child has since been reunited with his family and is doing well. Kuno, you're amazing. And so are you, Deputy Calhoun. Thank you for your bravery and your service. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Baseball's best are back on Fox. Where MVPs are VIPs and aces always come in pairs. Saturday means it's showtime for Shohei, and Acuna's at it again. All the swag, all the salt, and all the slams. It's gone! The biggest games on the best day of the week. Fox Saturday Baseball returns March 30th.
One more note, it's CNN summing up Biden's poll situation with Latinos.
So, you might think, that Hispanic voters might be the types of folks who would have a backlash against Donald Trump's remarks, right? Ain't the case. If you ask Hispanic voters who do they trust more on border security and immigration, overwhelmingly they trust Donald Trump more by a tremendous margin. Look at that, 49% to 24%. And that is in line with what we're seeing in the polls in general amongst Hispanics, right? Joe Biden won them overwhelmingly back in 2021 and by over 20 percentage points. Democrats normally carry them overwhelmingly. If you look at the polling right now and an average of polling amongst Hispanic voters, who did they choose in the ballot test? It's barely Biden by about 2 points. It would be the smallest margin for any Democratic candidate among Hispanic voters basically throughout history since we started polling the gosh darn thing.
So think about that, okay? The swing from Trump to Biden is so overwhelming. And what CNN is trying to tell you, it's, you'd think Hispanics would be against Trump, given his rhetoric towards Hispanics.
Wrong.
Okay, understand, Trump is not attacking Hispanics. He's attacking illegal immigrants.
Tell him like it is.
Okay, that's what he's not saying. Okay, don't let Hispanics in. We don't like Hispanics. No, he's saying the people like Laken Riley's murderer are bad. The people like the drug cartels smuggling fentanyl into our country and killing our kids are bad. He's saying keeping the border open lets them in. Shutting the border down is what actually keeps them out.
Correctamundo.
That's all he's saying. He's not saying, we hate Hispanics. But you see the way the Democrats have been living in this fantasy world where you can conflate criticism of one thing as criticism of its entire body. Okay, that's how they sold 2016. They said Trump claimed that all Mexicans are drug dealers and rapists.
That is a fact check false.
He didn't say that. He said, Mexico, I don't believe they're sending their best. They're sending drugs, they're sending crime, they're sending rapists, and the rest, I assume, are good people. Okay? It's not an ideal soundbite. I got to be honest. Not an ideal soundbite.
I admire your honesty.
Well, no, you need to be. But at the same time, it's not every single Mexican is a drug dealer and a racist. So what the Democrats are finding out is they were able to get away with lying for a long time because people were reading the headline instead of the article. Okay, but now when, your border's worse, your economy's worse, your school's worse, your crime's worse, you start to look a little bit further into the details. And you come to realize that when it comes to the issue...
Democrats just call everyone racist so they go along with their stupid ideas.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
The battle continues. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Lawyers for former President Trump are still fighting to keep him from paying a hefty appeals bond in his New York City fraud case.
Attorneys for the former president hope an appeals court will see their argument that covering a more than $450 million fraud judgment is, as they put it, unjust. Time is short for the former president to come up with the money. Next Monday is when New York Attorney General Letitia James can start efforts to collect the sum if an appeals court does not step in. James has previously said she would seek to seize property if the bond cannot be covered with cash. In a Truth Social post, former President Trump said he didn't want to sell off assets because in the end they would be forever gone.
Fox's Gernal Scott in New York City. A federal appeals court has ordered the judge who oversaw Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's trial to investigate the defense's claims of juror bias and determine whether his death sentence should stand. Prosecutors in Oklahoma say no charges will be filed in connection to the death of a non-binary teen.
The Tulsa County District Attorney reveals no charges will be filed in the case of Nex Benedict, the 16-year-old whose death following a fight in a high school girl's bathroom was ruled a suicide. Explaining in a statement after reviewing the investigation by the Owasso Police Department, he agrees with detectives that the fight between Benedict and the 3 girls was an instance of mutual combat. The DA goes on to reveal police uncovered a suicide note written by Benedict, but declining to share details. The Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office ruling Benedict's death an overdose last week, finding toxic levels of 2 substances, Benadryl and a drug often used to treat depression.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. U.S. Central Command says it destroyed 2 anti-ship ballistic missiles and an unmanned surface vessel launched by the Houthis. And Eric is listening to Fox News.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential.
But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Republicans are trying to push a border security bill forward.
The Lake and Riley Act, named after the Georgia college student whose alleged killer is accused of being in the U.S. illegally, passed the House with 37 Democrats joining all Republicans in support of the measure. The bill would require ICE to detain any illegal immigrant charged with theft. Senator Ted Budd wants a vote in the Senate.
This is about remembering her, and this is about preventing tragedies like this from ever happening again.
Budd says he plans to propose an amendment to attach the bill to a government funding package Congress will vote on this week. Some Democrats say the bill is a way to, quote, target and scapegoat immigrants. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The Justice Department has announced a sweeping antitrust lawsuit against Apple, accusing the tech giant of engineering an illegal monopoly on smartphones that boxes out competitors. A new exhibit is opening at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans that integrates AI with computer-controlled images of real veterans.
AI and recorded interviews of World War II vets are combined in a new interactive experience at the National World War II Museum. Visitors can have conversations with virtual veterans. Each virtual veteran is a real person, a veteran who sat in front of a camera and answered 1,000 different questions about their experience during World War II. An AI can interpret a visitor's question and can find a matching answer. It's a way of preserving the museum's feature of having veterans on hand to talk with visitors. As we lose more World War II veterans to history, this hopes to use the new tech to keep history alive. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The average rate on a 30-year mortgage rose to 6.87% from 6.74% last week, according to mortgage buyer Freddie Mac. I'm Lee Silasera, and this is Fox News.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, yes, it sure is. And we are fired up in this hour to chat with Byron Donalds. He's, of course, in the chamber yesterday on Capitol Hill as Hunter Biden's former business partner, Tony Bobolinsky, testified that the big guy is the current occupant of the Oval Office.
Are you the big man, Joe?
Tony Bobolinsky said yes. Byron Donalds, at the very least, laid out a detailed explanation of how Biden had to have known that his son was getting money from the communist Chinese government, from CEFC, Okay, and everything in between. We'll go over it. I'll play you the clips. We'll have a grown-up talk. You can agree. You can disagree. It doesn't really matter. I'm not doing an activist talk show or a conservative talk show. I'm doing an American talk show.
I don't care where you come from. I don't care what color you are. I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how dumb you are.
No, ma'am. We begin really quickly with a quick synopsis of what went down. So Tony Bobulinski is there yesterday to have a public hearing. Something Hunter Biden claimed he was in favor of. Now, if you remember the way this fiasco started, the Republicans wanted Hunter Biden to come in for closed-door testimony. And he was like, I'm not going to let you leak. I'm not going to let you distort. I'm only going to do a public testimony. Okay, but then when it was time for the public testimony, he didn't make it. Something about, I don't know, I'm not comfortable, these guys aren't being on it.
That is absolutely the most ridiculous excuse I have ever heard in my entire career as a disciplinarian.
They're basically just trying to run clock now and keep this story out of the headlines as much as humanly possible. I don't know that Hunter Biden's going to jail. I'm not telling you Joe Biden's getting impeached and thrown out of office, but it's a really bad look for them that Biden was caught lying as many times as he was. And understand, you don't have to lie on that level. You don't have to lie on that level if you did things right.
That's true. That is true.
The reason you lie about whether or not you talked to your son about his business dealings is because you were involved in them and you know you're not supposed to be. The reason you lie about whether or not you met with your son's business partners is because you did and you're not supposed to. The reason you lie about whether or not you got money, okay, is because you did and you're supposed to.
You have a good eye, my man.
But you don't have to have a good eye to know this. Okay, if Joe Biden's never talked to his son about his businesses, and he has every reason to say he didn't do it. Okay, but if he has talked about his business but done nothing wrong, nothing at all, he can also afford to be honest.
Bingo, man, bingo.
Okay, the reason he's being dishonest is because there's a behavior in there he doesn't want you to uncover.
Bingo.
That's what you got to understand. Okay, they started this in an election year as there is no business. There is no laptop. It's Russian disinformation. I've never talked to the kid about the business. I don't even know about his business partners. Every one of those things proved to be a lie. So as Tony Bobulinski is there yesterday, what the Democrats are trying to do is discredit him and run clock, debate every word out of his mouth, keep him from speaking, and try to cartoon him in the news cycle, at least in the liberal networks anyway, as some kind of lunatic right-wing activist who's like a MAGA supporter who would probably be storming the Capitol if it wasn't so secure that day. Listen to AOC try to stop him from detailing the crimes he believes Biden committed. Clip 8.
Did you witness the president commit a crime? Is it your testimony today?
Yes.
And what crime have you witnessed?
How much corruption statutes, RICO, and conspiracy?
What is it? What is the crime, sir? You specifically.
I answered the question.
No.
RICO, you're obviously not familiar with.
RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is the crime?
It's a category of crimes that you're then charged.
You have. I reclaim my time.
I mean, AOC, straight clown stuff, because she doesn't understand the laws. RICO is not a crime, she said. I mean, do you know what Donald Trump was charged with by Fani Willis? Are you ready for it? RICO. Here it is, clip 9.
Every individual charged in the indictment is charged with one count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office.
Do you know what Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act is? RICO. That's exactly what he was charged with.
AOC is a dope.
Okay. Here is Bobulinski, though, laying it down. Clip 10.
I want to be crystal clear. From my direct personal experience and what I've subsequently come to learn, it is clear to me that Joe Biden was the brand being sold by the Biden family. Joe Biden was more than a participant in and a beneficiary of his family's business. He was an active, aware enabler who met with business associates such as myself to further the business, despite being buffered by a complex scheme to maintain plausible deniability.
So that's Bob Alinsky telling you straight up, okay? Biden was aware, called into meetings, met with associates, knew how the game was played. Of course he did. This is what it always comes back to again and again and again, just so we're on the same page. Hunter Biden is getting tens of millions of dollars from companies that work in industries he has no background in. So do you think they just called him up out of nowhere and was like, hey, here's a pile of money? Or do you think they called him up and said, here's a pile of money if you can connect us to your father who's sitting in the government we happen to be negotiating with? I think we all know the answer. Okay, I've said this to you before. A Ukrainian power company on the other side of the world is not sitting around and going, you know what would help with business? There's a guy out in L.A. who just got kicked out of the Chateau Marmont for doing too many drugs, couldn't pay his hooker bills. Okay, the hotel that kicked out this guy is the hotel that allowed Jim Morrison to stay. He was doing more drugs than Jim Morrison. This is where John Belushi OD'd and died. Okay, he's doing more drugs than that. This was a bridge too far, though. No, we can't have this guy in here, though. With the hookers, the parties, it's crazy. We need to get that guy on our energy board. Okay, do you honestly believe a Ukrainian power company was sitting around and just wondering how to boost business and was like, we should go find out who's getting kicked out of the hotels in Hollywood? Does anyone with a straight face think that was the case?
The answer would be no.
Of course not. They seeked out Hunter Biden because his dad was the sitting vice president of the United States, and they wanted favorable status within our government they were negotiating with. So they didn't pay Joe and directly break the law. They laundered it through Hunter and other shell companies. That's how it went down. Byron Donalds is going to talk to us and lay it down for you. Okay, here it is, clip 11.
In your experience, did President Biden play a more active or passive role in his son Hunter Biden's business dealings?
I quantified it previously as he acted sort of like a chairman. He showed up and shook hands.
He's been called the chairman.
Yeah, he showed up, shook hands, and that's all the Chinese, Ukrainians, Romanians, Russians, whoever is need. It's not what the Canadians, the Australians, and Americans need, but in those parts of the world, that's what they need.
So there you go. Okay, and I'll give you a little more. I mean, this is sworn testimony from a guy who wore the uniform of our military and testifies under the threat of perjury. He swears that this stuff is true. Okay, here's a little more Bob Alinsky, clip 13.
Moreover, you testified that Hunter was not shy about his ability to get his father on the phone. And Devin Archer testified that there were multiple instances in which Hunter placed his dad on speakerphone. Mr. Bob Alinsky, was Hunter Biden telling the truth when he testified under oath that his father was never involved in any of his business dealings?
No, he was not. Those are all blatant lies.
So understand that, okay? They are all blatant lies. That doesn't mean he's going to get impeached. It doesn't mean they're going to go to jail. It just means they lied. It just means they're, compromised to some extent. They were peddling influence on behalf of our government. It's treasonous. It's something you'd die in prison for doing if you were a Republican or not a member of the D.C. establishment. But it's just something they did. Like, that is a reality. But I'm only having this conversation because I want everyone listening, especially if you're a liberal, to understand how damaging this is to you and to me long term in terms of the country. Okay, we started this story in 2020 with there is no laptop, there is no business. We're now sitting here 4 years later with living, breathing business partners. The FBI has corroborated the laptop, and the Bidens, who went from I never talked to my son about his business, are now saying, well, I called into his business meetings with his partners on 20 different occasions, but it was not to discuss the business.
Tell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
This in regard to a story we weren't allowed to discuss in the run-up to the election because they thought it would be damaging to the Bidens. Now you know why it would be damaging to the Bidens. This looks terrible. Okay, it's likely criminal. They were absolutely moving money around as if they were laundering it. If you and me do a business transaction and I say, hey, for my end, can you send the money through 96 different bank accounts and make sure the last one's my grandkid? Doesn't that make you think, Uncle Jimmy might be doing a little something with the finances? I mean, come on. So you understand what was happening in real time is the Bidens were running some type of an influence peddling operation. It very much could have swung the outcome of the election, so they didn't want it discussed further. So they flat out just said, you can't. You can't. Nope. No Twitter, no Facebook, no social media. You cannot discuss this. That's just the way it's going to be. And when the election was over, they all admitted it was real. If that's not election interference doesn't exist. But you understand, if you just co-sign this as a liberal because you're like, well, my guy won the election, what do I care? You understand that makes it the standard operating procedure and only a matter of time before it could happen to your candidate. But regardless of whose candidate it's happening to, it's screwing over the integrity of our democracy. And the victims when that goes down are not Hunter Biden or any Trump, it's you and me.
And I'm out here in the real world and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
You're listening to the best dad on the radio.
Can't believe you forgot my birthday.
You're with Jimmy Fallon on Fox Across America.
Miss any of your favorite Extra 106.3 shows? Download the Extra app and catch up now or listen anytime at thepodcastpark.com.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough. Our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight. Prebiotics for digestion. Superfoods for muscles and joints. And several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least 1 food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
To hear more, go to Lighthouse Faith Podcast at foxnews.com. For Fox on Faith,
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Trying to hold this country together. We are bringing in some heavyweight backup now. Man who was there on the Hill yesterday, going back and forth with Tony Bobolinsky, explaining what RICO means to AOC. It was a busy day for Byron Donalds. He joins us now. Hey, man.
Jimmy, what's up, man? How you doing?
Ooh. Do you remember the rap song OPP? We've talked about this, Naughty by Nature.
Yeah.
You guys
I
could
remember that.
you could write a rap song called Are You Down with CCP for the Bidens?
You know, I could, because there's a lot of money that flows to that tune. You know, usually if you write a song, it's because people made money in the process. Let me just tell you, they made a lot of money in the process, Jimmy. And it wasn't just China. It was China. It was Ukraine. It was Romania. It was Russia. All of the receipts dropped yesterday.
Yep.
And the funny thing, watching the Democrats as the hearing went on, is that they had nothing.
Yeah.
They brought in this guy, Lev Parnas, to talk about Rudy Giuliani. They were showing pictures of Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani on the jet plane. Like, okay, that's what your whole story is? That's your comeback? So, yeah, it was a bad day for them. But, look, the reality is we know the deal. Joe Biden was making money off his office. And the one thing I will say that they were really slick at is they made sure that a lot of the payments didn't happen until after he left. But they still did the work when he was VP.
Yep.
They compromised the Obama White House with their foolishness. And, of course, they just want to cover it up and just talk about Lev Parnas or anything else.
Yeah, it seemed like they were just trying to run the shot clock and obviously discredit Bobolinsky. But he's a guy who showed up like yourself with receipts. You know, he wasn't just howling accusations into the night sky.
Look, we knew it was going to be a good day when he called Jamie Raskin a liar in his opening statement. We were like, oh, this Tony Bobolinsky guy, he does not care. And he's coming in ready to go. And I think that put the Dems on their heels. But whether it was him or Mr. Galanis, who was a business partner of Hunter Biden back when Joe Biden was still vice president, Galanis was just like, no, Joe Biden was at that meeting. He was at this meeting. He was at that meeting. We all knew that the job was to give Joe Biden plausible deniability. Bobolinsky said, yeah, I met Joe Biden. It wasn't just some handshake to talk about the weather.
Yeah.
He was trying to talk about all my business, what I've done and what my background was, talking about his background, the family's background. He said they talked for like 45 minutes at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Damn. Now, Jimmy, let's just be honest with each other. If you meet somebody and it's a potential business associate of your son, do you talk to that person for 45 minutes, or do you just say, hey, nice meeting you, kid, and you move on to the next thing?
Yeah.
What do you do?
No, I get it. I get where you're going with this. I just must admit, I got a little sidetracked, though, because when you said Beverly Hills Hotel, I know what kind of women are in that lobby. Now, you're a better man than me, okay? But there was a young Jimmy Fallon that wouldn't have been safe in that lobby, and it wouldn't have been because of the Ukrainian money. You understand?
Listen, apparently Joe Biden was there at night and he liked it. I don't know. That's kind of what I was picking up from the testimony yesterday. That's what I was getting, Jimmy. But you know what the funny part is? The Dems, they would say, well, Mr. Galanis is in jail. Yeah. This person's indicted. Yeah. That person's indicted. And I'm like, yeah, but they were all Hunter's business partners.
Yep.
So you know the old saying, birds of a feather.
Yep. If
all your business partners are either indicted or in jail, and the only reason you ain't in jail yet is because your daddy's president of the United States, I mean, you tell me who's credible.
Yep. It's fascinating. But, I appreciate speaking of this for a minute, because the bigger point I'm trying to make to people is regardless of how this plays out, they interfered in the 2020 election by not letting us discuss this. They told us this didn't exist. It was fake. So imagine that. You have a ref, swallowing the whistle. And now we're being told, like, democracy's on the ballot. You got to vote for those people who wouldn't let you discuss this story.
Jimmy, it's worse than that. Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan, those are the two guys that helped orchestrate that letter of 51 intelligence community officials who all said that the laptop was Russian disinformation. They all knew it was a lie. Those are the guys who are setting foreign policy for the United States right now under Joe Biden. They lied to the American people about this. They covered up a foreign influence peddling scheme between Joe Biden, his son, and his brother, and And people forget about the brother. The brother was involved in this too. They covered it all up, and these are the guys doing foreign policy on behalf of the United States. It's no wonder that our foreign policy is a hot mess. We've lost 11 U.S. embassies in 3.5 years, Jimmy. It is a dumpster fire. So the guys who lied to the American people and did interfere with an election are the same guys who were leading U.S. foreign policy. No wonder we're looking like a hot mess.
True story. So if we were a professional sports franchise, we're absolutely in rebuild mode right now. Is that what you'd say?
Rebuild? We're way past that. You might have to move the team. Like, that's who we are. Because even the city's not behind you anymore. They're like, man, these guys are a bunch of bums. Like, we don't even want to. You want us to build a new stadium? No, we're good. We'll keep our money. You know, we'll build little league baseball fields and basketball fields and football fields. Maybe we'll be good again in 20 years. That's how bad these guys are. And so, look, I made a joke. I made a joke to a reporter.
Give me 20 seconds. Give it to me.
I said it like this, 20 seconds. I said it to you before, Jimmy. This is like when you draft a quarterback and you realize he can't play after 2 games.
Yeah.
But you stuck for the whole season.
It's time to clean house.
Is here.
PD, have a big weekend. Great stuff.
Hey, it's Tug. Get your day started the right way with me, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Live and local, 6 to 10 on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, check it out. The all-new Fox Across America merchandise collection. It is officially here. Hats, mugs, T-shirts, we got something for everybody. And for a limited time, we're offering an exclusive 10% discount to Fox Across America listeners. Just go to shop.foxnews.com. Use code Jimmy10. You'll get some world-class gear at 10% off. Who loves you, pal? I do.
Offer valid for a limited time only. Some restrictions may apply. Visit shop.foxnews.com for more details.
Fox News, I'm John Saucier. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking to reporters today, responding after being asked about the motion in the Ukraine aid legislation. Says they're past the 11th hour at this point in time.
House Republicans need to stop bending the knee to the pro-Putin faction that is growing and ascendant in their party and do the right thing in terms of the national security needs of the American people.
Well, Congress is working to try and pass national security legislation that would provide military assistance to Ukraine, aid to Gaza, humanitarian assistance to Gaza, and more. House Republicans would like to see something done along the southern border as part of a potential foreign aid spending package. America is listening to Fox News.
contracted the disease, they had all traveled internationally. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says there have been at least 50 cases in 20 states so far this year. But what are the mumps? It's an infectious disease caused by a virus. It spreads by direct contact with saliva, so something like sharing a water bottle or kissing could be the culprit. The CDC also says it can spread by respiratory droplets like talking, coughing, or sneezing. Some people might not develop symptoms, but those who do start feeling them 12 to 25 days after contracting the disease. They include headache, fever, fatigue, muscle aches, and loss of appetite. Most people get better in a few weeks. Health experts say the best way to avoid getting the mumps is to get the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health on Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Exclusively on Fox Nation. It's time.
The evidence that's come out is very compelling.
For justice.
The only thing worse than being accused of a crime is knowing you're guilty.
For vengeance.
They were as unlikable a pair of defendants as you'll ever see.
None of you guys are 21, right? For
I am not drinking a little.
really bad decisions.
I'm drinking a lot.
It's time for crime. Only on Fox Nation. All part of Fox Justice. Sign up now and get your first year of Fox Nation for $29.99. America is streaming.
They are playing ZZ Top on Fox Across America. Could be the theme song of this next caller. A sharp-dressed man, if ever there was one. Michael is in Christiansburg, Virginia. Michael!
Is this Mr. Barbecue? I'd like to place an order, please.
Yo, you heard that call? Is he kidding me? One? He calls it, he's like, I'm having ribs and a beer? Does he not listen to the show? Unbelievable.
Oh, man, I'm right there with you, buddy. I'd love to be licking my fingers with some barbecue sauce right now. So, hey, how great is Byron Donalds? Oh, my gosh. He is such a cool follow on X. That guy has it going on, my man.
He should be, I mean it, he should be the VP. Like, if I had a pick, because he's a really good communicator in a way that, like, you know, the Democrats, obviously, they want to call everybody a racist, and they'll call him a racist, which is hilarious, you know, but he can force the conversation to a substantive place. He's cool. Like, I've hung out with him off the air. I've met his mom. I've met his kids. He actually would be like the best thing about a Trump ticket. He'd be good.
He is a good man. Hey, and just a quick reminder, remember AOC was scared by a garbage disposal back in the day. So, you know, she's got that going for her.
Yeah, listen, it's not easy.
Hey, so look, buddy, this isn't my first rodeo, but I do look like I've been ridden hard and put up wet. But just a word of warning, I don't trust any poll.
Yep.
And I haven't for decades because of how they can be manipulated, especially these days.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So do you think they're overstating Trump's support, maybe? Or do you what do you think it is?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think any poll right now showing Trump leading can be used to energize the Democrat base and the never-Trumpers and to get Trump supporters to go, oh, man, he's got it. We don't need to worry about voting or everything, and just get Republicans to stay home.
Well,
and so I don't trust any of them.
Well, you know, I think that, well, I know it's a good analysis. I think the bigger challenge is that the polls just don't reflect Biden's voters because a lot of them are dead. You know, it's hard to poll these people. Like, they're going to vote. They're going to show up and vote, but it's hard to poll the dead. So you can't forget that either.
That's what I want on my tombstone. Just don't let me vote Democrat. That's what I'm going to put on there, you know, after it's over.
That's funny. That's funny. Lifelong Republican, Democrat now. So they have like the years of your life with an R next to it, and then the year of your death, they put a D. I love that.
Oh, I like that. I love that. That's going to be it right there. You nailed it,
you
buddy.
You still got it, Michael. Good talk. My man. There he goes. The great Michael. Listen, could the polls be off? A little bit. He's not wrong about that. Traditionally, they're undersampling Trump's support. So what a lot of people who work in polling think is the polls are off, but that the Trump gap ahead of Biden is bigger than it is. The one thing I'll tell you where I would disagree with Michael, who I love talking to, I put him on every day pretty much on the show, But the one thing I disagree on is the Trump voter is not going to get complacent. Like if you're a Trump voter, you're voting. You are absolutely 100 million, trillion, billion% voting because you can't take anything for granted. Okay, the last time around, you went to bed on election night winning in 5 states that you lost after a week's worth of recounts and additional counts and new ballots in the mail and everything else. And I'm not saying it was stolen. I'm just stating the obvious that we had never voted that way in the history of our republic. And it just happened to happen in a year where they were trying to dethrone a president who has been treated in so many other unprecedented ways. Like, you think about that. You know, Trump's been indicted 91 times. We've never indicted a president before. Okay, Trump was the first president as an incumbent to increase his vote count and still lose the election. Do you realize how unheard of that is? If somebody wins the presidency and gets even more votes the next time, they're widely regarded as having done a good job. They're widely regarded as having delivered for the people. Ergo, their vote count increases and they win election every single time except one. Now, how is that possible? Okay, obviously they changed the rules, which juiced voter turnout. But the reality is that rule change was justified by COVID, and that hysteria was justified to manufacture an unprecedented way of voting. And when the election was over and Trump said it was stolen, just like the Democrats said it was stolen in 2016, we didn't actually have an election integrity commission. We didn't take a hard look into how the votes were counted or printed or mailed or whatever. Okay, we just said, no, you can't talk about this. January 6th. You start talking about this, people are just going to run into the streets and kill each other. We saw it on January 6th, except we didn't see it on January 6th. January 6th was really bad. Wasn't in the top 20 most violent political events of the year in 2020. No chance, not in the George Floyd summer. January 6th, I mean it. I mean, it would almost seem preposterous. You're like, what are you talking about, Jimmy? They were at the Capitol. Okay, great. But you know what they were doing in the month of July? They were stoning the White House. Okay, so much so that the president had to be put in a bunker underneath the White House as if foreign combatants now occupied D.C. That's the bunker he's in. Think about that. We've got a bunker under the White House that's fortified that the Secret Service would throw you in if, let's say, a loose jet had made it into our airspace, or troops had somehow made it onto the ground, heaven forbid, in a Red Dawn scenario. Some type of terror group breached the White House grounds. Trump was in that bunker. Okay, you don't go into that bunker because it's a fiery but mostly peaceful protest.
People aren't buying it, CNN, you dumb bastards.
And that went on several times, where they had to erect an additional fence around the White House because of how many Secret Service agents were hit with bricks and rocks by a mob that was trying to break into the White House. Do you understand? Capitol, really bad. Really bad. I'm not making any excuse for what went on that day. But I'm telling you, the selective concern with political violence that the Democrats show leads someone like me, who operates largely on horse sense, to realize that it's not coincidental that all of these unprecedented maneuvers only target Trump. Never indicted a president before, Trump becomes the guy. Never impeached a president twice, Trump becomes the guy. You understand? It's crazy. It's bananas. Okay? Never tried to take a guy off the ballot running for re-elect, Trump becomes a guy. Now, you could say to me, well, Trump, I mean, his behavior, no one's ever behaved like Trump. We've never had a guy that was wrong. Okay, Trump's actual behavior, you might not love his rhetoric, but his behavior is actually, like, you know, in terms of leading the country, is actually very good. Again, I'm not condoning the tweets. I can't condone most of them. And his rhetoric does get out there. But the worst impersonation or the worst impression Trump has made is when the media has mischaracterized his words or his message. Okay, the bloodbath episode from this week comes to mind immediately. Trump is speaking openly about how China is trying to steal American jobs and then sell us back cars that are made in Mexico for a greater profit. He says, I'll slap 100% tariff on China if I get elected. If I don't get elected, forget about it. It's going to be a bloodbath. The Democrats want you to believe that in that sentence, he had pivoted from elect me so I can protect you from these car thefts when it comes to our manufacturing jobs to, if you don't elect me, everyone's going to die. Do you see where they repurpose rhetoric, they repurpose action? I mean, that's January 6th. January 6th was very bad, and I've told you that. Okay, was it a George Floyd riot event? No, not even close. George Floyd riots killed 42 people in total, caused $10 billion worth of property damage. As heinous and as hideous as the Capitol was, the person who died was a Trump supporter, Ashley Babbitt, who was shot in the throat. Okay, anyone else who wound up being there that day that ultimately died days or weeks later died for reasons that were unaffiliated with January 6th. But the initial reporting, they didn't tell you that. And you know the whole old line about a lie making it all the way or halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on, that whole thing? That's very much how they repurposed January 6th. They told you it was a deadly white supremacist insurrection, as if they showed up with no weapons to overthrow the most powerful government in the world.
Well, that's the dumbest thing I've heard of.
They weren't trying to overthrow the government. You weren't a minute away from having the guy in the Chewbacca hat sworn in as your president. Okay, it was a protest that got out of hand, and it was bad, and it shouldn't have went on. And yeah, there were probably a lot of feds there. It's one of the reasons they won't testify under oath to how many. Okay, but I'm not trying to repurpose January 6th. It was a losing day for America. It's what it was. But the Democrats used January 6th and repurposed its meaning to justify us not looking into the election. I mean, you can't question whether these mail-in ballots were valid. January 6th, people start killing everybody. No chance. Nope. The postmark, no chance. Signature verification, no chance. Can't do it. Supreme Court's going to kick it back down to the lower court. We'll throw it out. Everyone's going to die if we question this. Can't do it. No chance. Do you understand? So we're going into an election right now between you and me, and you need to know this because I care, okay? The losing side of this election is going to claim it was stolen 5 billion trillion %. Okay, I know the Democrats are going to do it because they've said it was stolen every single time they've lost an election in this century. 2000 with Bush, 2004 with Bush, they said he stole Ohio from Kerry. 2016, Hillary Clinton said Trump had help with Russia. That was the narrative. And we did an unprecedented $33 million probe into whether or not Russia was now in control of our government. Again, another thing we'd never done to anyone but Donald Trump. See, the Democrats manufactured a hysteria around Donald Trump and his supporters that in their minds justifies any type of unprecedented level of attack they can conjure up. That's where all this ridiculous Fannie Willis stuff is coming from. That's where this Letitia James wants to seize Trump's assets and sell off Trump Tower because of a $454 million bond that nobody can post. A $454 million bond is not, do you have $454 million? It's, are you liquid in your assets? And people who have big money don't keep cash lying around in those numbers. They have it invested in real estate. They have it invested in properties. Even Mark Cuban, who hates Trump with all the fiber in his being, had to correct congressmen on Twitter and say, hey, no, nobody has this money. That's not how this works. This is a private entity. It's unprecedented. But again, the Democrats are waging this unprecedented fight to seize his assets, specifically because it's Trump. It's not about the rule of law. So when Trump, if he wins this election, Democrats tell you it's stolen. If he loses this election, he's going to tell you it was stolen. Okay, and then we're going to be back to square one. So it would behoove everybody to have an election integrity commission to really go probe this thing to the ends of the earth so we knew going forward. Okay, but there's one party that won't let us do that. One party that won't let us do that because they say, well, we're just looking out for you. You can't look into the integrity of our elections. We're just trying to help you.
Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
But that's exactly what they're doing.
A show so good, people don't know what to think.
This feels weird. Are you sure this is legal?
I don't know. It's fun though, isn't it? Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Tomorrow morning, get your day started the right way with Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra Live and Local 6 to 10 on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-935-7267, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-935-7267 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-935-7267.
Interesting people are talking to Will Kane.
I said, what do I call you? I call you Dwayne. I call you The Rock. He said, now that I own it, I can call you The Rock.
Yes, I own it now. You can call me The Rock.
Our next guest needs no introduction. It is Dr. Jordan Peterson, my old friend and frenemy, Stephen A. Smith.
What is going on here? I see the Will Kane show in the background. I see the microphone.
Watch it live at noon Eastern, Monday through Thursday on FoxNews.com. And get the podcast 5 days a week at FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A lunch delivery that became a pet adoption in Virginia makes today's Dean's List. Alan Monkeo was doing his job, delivering Grubhub to the office, when he ended up making more than just a good tip. He arrived outside of the Lorton campus of the Fairfax County Animal Hospital, and as he was walking towards the door, he saw a sweet pup staring right at him through the window. Alan says it was love at first sight. His daughter had been asking for a dog for a very long time, and Alan knew that this black and white pit bull mix was special. So after dropping off the delivery, he asked if he could meet the dog named Jihu. It just so happened that Jihu had been at the shelter for almost a year and had become a pet of the shelter as he greeted people and was always wagging his tail. But it finally looked that Jihu had met his human, and not long after, Jihu has a forever home. Jihu, you made the Doggy Dean's List. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Is this the start of a NASCAR dynasty for Ryan Blaney? Ready to go to work. A redemption tour for Chase Elliott? Is Denny Hamlin a ruthless competitor or a villain? Is it time for a Bubba Wallace breakthrough? Ross Chastain to get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above, and it's about to go down. Let's go! The Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix, Circuit of the Americas, Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. We're going to be talking to Jesse Waters in the next hour. He joins us in studio to have a grown-up talk about his new book, Get It Together. What Jesse did for this book is he interviewed a host of different liberal activists, climate people, drag queens, vegan Instagrammers, things of that nature, and really got into it with them. Didn't fight with them. And I think he'll tell you when he visits in studio that he liked a lot of these people. Because it's one thing Jesse and I have in common is we find fun in this fray. We're not out there looking at these people as our enemies. We do clown some of the behavior we come across, but at the end of the day, the whole point of life is not to be mad at people. Oh, that's just exhausting. 888-788-9910. If you have a question for me, you have a question for Jesse, we will get there. We're just putting the finishing touches on this whole 2024 analysis. Byron Donalds was in the chamber. He spoke to Tony Bobulinski's Hunter Biden's business partner and detailed at great length how the money was moving from one foreign government to another, to the Bidens, to other bank accounts, to everything in between. They brought the receipts. Okay, was Biden making money off of this deal? 100 trillion% he was.
I agree with that.
Okay, the Obama Treasury Department flagged Hunter's banking transactions and labeled them suspicious activity reports over 159 times. Now, the money's just moving in a way that gets their attention. They go, hey, there's, millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars being moved around in a way that doesn't look legit. Okay, that happened under Obama 150 plus times. I mean, again, we were talking about coincidences. That is not a coincidence 150 times.
I think he's got a point.
Okay, coincidences are coincidence. It happens this one time and you're like, that's weird. Was it set up? But if it happens 150 times, it's not called a coincidence. It's called a pattern.
Bingo.
And we're in that same place when it comes to the election. Okay, when, the media mischaracterizes Trump's words, okay, if it happens once, you go, okay. But if everything that comes out of the guy's mouth is repackaged, you go, oh, I get it. This is what they do. Okay, here is the Trump clip one more time. It is clip 19.
Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it, went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. No, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars.
So that's Trump, okay, in its full context. Here's the media claiming he said everybody's going to die. Clip 20.
I mean, what I heard was a continuation of the same rhetoric, the same endorsement of political violence that we've seen from Donald Trump.
He's even predicting a bloodbath. What does that mean? He's going to exact a bloodbath?
It's just bullshit. He knew what he was doing. We're not stupid. Americans aren't stupid.
So he says his bloodbath comment was referring to the auto industry. That's not how it sounded to me.
It's not some meandering off-message comment. This is his message.
A major party candidate is saying, you elect me, there's going to be dictatorship, bloodbath, violence, retribution against my political enemies. That equals what we saw in Italy and Germany and other places.
Not taking it out of context, because the context is his history and his life.
I mean, really think about that, okay? He just said in that clip, if Trump's not elected, he just said you're going to see violence that equals what we saw in Germany and Italy.
You are so full of shit.
If I'm not elected, he's claiming Trump is going to take it further than Hitler. I mean,
You're a bald-faced liar. A liar.
First of all, Hitler only had the capacity to perpetuate the kind of evil that he did because he was in power. Okay, number one. But number two, Trump didn't say any of that. Ooh, you almost got me to curse on the air. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Jesse Waters is coming by at the top of the next hour to calm me down, get this thing back on the rails on a fiery episode of Fox Across America.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough. Our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight. Prebiotics for digestion. Superfoods for muscles and joints. And several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Plan in place. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. But lawmakers running out of time to pass a measure that would avoid a partial government shutdown.
The text for the 1,000-plus page bill that would fund 70% of the government through September dropped in the middle of the night. Congress has until midnight Friday to avoid a partial government shutdown, so Speaker Mike Johnson would have to waive the 72-hour rule, which allows members that amount of time to read the bill. Johnson touted the bill's cuts to foreign aid and its elimination of funds for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency amid allegations that some of its staff members are members of Hamas. Democrats say the bill avoids devastating cuts to certain programs.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill. If the package is not passed, the shutdown would take effect at midnight Friday. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, facing a May federal trial on corruption and bribery charges, says he will not run in the Democratic primary, but left open the possibility of entering the race as an independent if he's exonerated.
Many of you are hurt and disappointed in me with the accusations I'm facing. Believe me, I am disappointed at the false accusations as well. All I can ask of you is to withhold judgment until justice takes place.
Menendez made the announcement in a video released this afternoon. He and his wife are accused of taking bribes, including gold bars, Mercedes, and cash in exchange for his help with projects pursued by 3 New Jersey businessmen. A prison gang member and the man that Idaho police officers say helped him escape from a hospital yesterday are in custody. Police say Skylar Mead and Nicholas Umfenor, the man police say shot 2 corrections officers to break him out, were arrested after a short pursuit, and police say they may be connected with 2 murders during the escape. Meade was sentenced to 20 years for shooting at a sheriff's deputy during a high-speed chase in 2017. America is listening to Fox News.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The federal government is accusing Apple of antitrust violations.
Apple says it will vigorously defend against Justice Department allegations that its policies forced consumers to pay more. Attorney General Merrick Garland accuses Apple used control of the iPhone to prevent competitors from offering innovative services.
We allege that Apple has consolidated its monopoly power, not by making its own products better, but by making other products worse.
Apple says the lawsuit threatens the principles that set Apple products apart in fiercely competitive markets, and if it's successful, it will hinder its ability to create the kind of technology people expect from Apple. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Some borrowers with student loans woke up to a message from the White House saying their debts were paid.
The president emailing 77,000 Americans telling them that their student loan debt has basically been paid off through this new plan that he announced that applies to public service workers. That includes 77,000 workers that are teachers, firefighters, and nurses. They will be getting their student loans paid off by taxpayers. The total payoff, $5.8 billion. This applies to anyone in public service who has been making payments on their student loans for 10 years and the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The email directly from the president reading, quote, "Because you've pursued a career in public service, you're on track to get your eligible student loans forgiven. Thank you for the work you're doing to strengthen your communities and keep it up."
Fox's Hillary Vaughn on Capitol Hill. The new plan brings the Biden administration's total approved student debt cancellation to around $144 billion. The famed World War II battleship, the USS New Jersey, is floating down the Delaware River to the Philadelphia area for maintenance. The ship, guided by tugboats, will first head to the Paulsboro Marine Terminal. The maintenance work is expected to take about 2 months to complete. The ship has been a floating museum since 2011. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, there it is, and here we go. Got a big hour coming up of Fox Across America with your radio buddy, Jimmy Fallon. Reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. We are, of course, your home for top shelf radio in a bottom-feeding political world.
We have people in Washington that don't know what they're doing.
We'll discuss some of those people, as well as activists on the fringe in this hour with Jesse Waters, the host of Jesse Waters Primetime, a show I appear on quite frequently. You're welcome for the ratings, Waters team. And he will appear on this show in studio for the first time since his last book came out. That's how you, like, if you start to see Jesse on other people's shows, this isn't like me, where you'll catch me on the weather. I'll be on the Fox and Friends. I'm subbing in for the window washer on the 42nd floor. You know, he's a groundhog when it comes to guest appearances. There are special occasions, all of which involve him moving a little bit of product.
Please give us money.
That is essentially the manifesto over at Team Waters. But the truth is, if you read the book, you'll love it. I don't know that I'll say that to him when he's in studio. So we, have a pretty chippy relationship on and off camera. It's good. It's healthy. It's fun. We are known to compliment each other through emails. We may get into that when he's here. But the truth is, the book, Get It Together, speaks to something that's very near and dear to my heart, in that the common thread amongst all of these weird activists he interviews, this is what Jesse did. Each chapter is devoted to some type of a weirdo. Okay, a emotional support squirrel caretaker, a trans woman who identifies as a wolf. No, it's not Hillary Clinton. At one point, he interviews a guy who smokes toad. If you don't know what that is, there are people out there smoking toad venom.
They're crazy.
And if they weren't, they are now, because it ain't good for you. There's a lot of weird people he sat down with, but the one thing it comes back to over and over and over is bad parenting. In this country right now, okay, I always use this phrase on the show. It's not white privilege, okay? It's family privilege. People of all ethnicities have an advantage if they come from a good family. People who model work ethic, personal responsibility, empathy, consideration for others. If you were raised in that environment with one parent or two parents or 12 parents, okay, or no parent, and you had a guardian or a grandparent, somebody like that who steered you in the right direction, you had family privilege. Okay, if you didn't have that, people listening right now, like, man, nobody looked out for me. I had to make my own way. And you very well may have. But let's hope that at some point you will start a family and give someone else family privilege, because it's necessary. It's vital. It's important. Okay, my kid on paper would probably read like a child of some sort of a privilege, because his dad is a TV show and his dad is a radio show and appears on the biggest network in the world. But for one, I'm a hot mess. And for two, when Lincoln was born, his dad didn't even have a bank account. Okay, people say, we didn't have any money in the bank. I didn't have a bank. I had a shoebox. Okay, but, while we were banking at the Bank of Nike, we did have the ambition and the persistence to make it to the Bank of Reebok. And, after a couple of years in the Bank of Reebok, we made it to the Bank of Adidas. And lo and behold, we eventually broke through. And here we are on the biggest media platform in the world. But Lincoln had family privilege for all of that, no matter what kind of money we had. We didn't have any money, but he still had family privilege, meaning, Jenny and I busted our asses, worked hard, taught him how to treat people right, and have a good time. And that's it. It's family privilege. And if you have that, you win. There are a lot of people in society right now, okay, who are, most efficiently described as, that's the best way I could say it. There's a surplus of in society, and you can insert whatever expletive description of a human being you'd like to with that beep. That's how it works. It's like the Smurfs. Okay, they use the word Smurf for everything. But the point is, a lot of these people come from homes where they might even have means, but their parents don't do their jobs to raise a child with a greater good in mind. Now, that doesn't absolve these kids. That doesn't give them the right to go out and screw up society. But the one thing you'll notice when you read his book, and you should read his book, it's a good manifesto for how to improve things, which is to just take personal responsibility for your own little fiefdom, because that's how a greater good happens. Think of it like a band. If everybody's on time with their instruments, the song sounds good. Think of it like a football team. If everybody runs the right blocking scheme, the quarterback's safe. The running back gets a few yards. But if nobody takes care of their own little position at left guard or left tackle or center, flanker, whatever the hell you're doing in the formation, if people don't do their own personal jobs, the greater good can't flourish. That's where we find ourselves now. It's not about political ideology. It's not about how you vote. And that stuff's certainly going to matter in the long term in terms of how it affects policy. But if you're just trying to contribute to a greater good and make a better, responsible, life for yourself and the people around you, then it really does start in the home. And I'm going to go out on a limb, having read his entire book, and say a lot of these people came from homes that weren't doing things correctly.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
The critics have spoken.
You do that again and I'll break every bone in your body.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 gigabyte data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Although this next guest, he knows me as the ratings fairy. Just a gift. Just a gift to those primetime ratings. I kid. You know him. You love him in primetime here on the Fox News channel. Although you'd probably love him more if only he promoted his book a bit more on the channel this week.
Do I have a book out?
Good for you. The author of Get It Together, Troubling Tales from the Liberal Fringe. It is available everywhere fine books are sold. Jesse Waters, back in the house. Hey, girl.
Do you know how you know I have a book out?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm on your show.
Thank you. You want to know something? I said that. I said you have the radio appearance schedule of a groundhog, meaning it's a significant day. If we see you on 15, we know what's going on. We got to move some product.
The last time I was out outnumbered also had the book out.
Good for you. Well, you're going to laugh. The last time I was on Outnumbered, although I will have you know, they would probably have you on more frequently. Whereas if I don't have a product, they're not.
No, I actually think you've been banned.
Yeah.
After the last appearance.
It's for the best.
Yeah, you're not allowed back.
Do you want to know my best Outnumbered? Because we have to get to the book, because I'm like the one interview you're going to do where the guy reads it the first week. I don't doubt a lot of them are going to read it, but you and I were talking off air.
Right. Well, we're just proud that you can read.
Yeah, there's that. All right, shots already fired, and we'll get there then. All right, we'll get there.
Yeah.
And I defended you on Gutfeld this week because they photoshopped a picture of you bald. Have you seen this on Greg's show?
I have not. I don't watch Greg's show.
Boom! He's fired up. But anyway, I was on Outnumbered one day, and I just laughed. It was the day of the Chinese spy balloon incident. But it was one of those days where, for a cause, we're all wearing red. So the whole Outnumbered couch is wearing red. And we did an hour on China in the spy balloon. Oops. And that's where the on-air promos can bite a guy in the butt, you see? But we'll move forward. The book, it's Get It Together, Troubling Tales from the Liberal Fringe. Now, a lot of people would say, Waters, that this might just be a collection of a bunch of TikTok weirdos. But the truth is, there are some Instagram weirdos as well. And I want to start there. It's the vegan Instagrammers you spoke to, because we specifically spend a lot of time on your set talking about whatever protein I'm trying to sell myself as a means of not having to wear Spanx on the air when I host my show.
Yes.
The note that jumped out at me is you talk about how anyone who gets steak ordered well done is disrespecting the animal. I love that. Now, can that be squared with Trump, though? Because I was told Trump is a well-done guy, and Trump loves you.
I love him, too, but the way he eats his steak is just uncivilized.
Is he? Give me this really quick. Is Trump putting ketchup on a steak?
I wouldn't be surprised.
This man...
And he eats ice cream, too. And I have a rule for men not to eat ice cream in public, except if you're on vacation.
Fair.
Because you don't want to be sticking your tongue out a lot in public.
Yeah.
Something not very masculine about that.
It's
when you
not.
see a man licking an ice cream cone. Use a spoon if you have to.
It's a great mafia line where they go like, the Don doesn't wear shorts. There are certain optics. There are
straws banned for men. You will never see me sucking out of a straw.
No, that's humiliating. You don't want to be in that picture. Well, then give me this then to that point, since we're talking optics, and we'll get right back into the book. Over the summer, we saw Biden on the beach. We saw his C-cup breasts for like 3 weeks. Don't you just think as a country we shouldn't be showing our male president's breast to the world, regardless of who it is?
You reach a certain age where you have to have the self-awareness to know that you don't look good. Mm-hmm. You haven't gotten there yet. You will. I've seen you with your shirt off.
I'm just going to take it.
You haven't turned down a photograph ever.
No.
But at 80, wherever he is, you got to have a T-shirt, or at least you have to go to a private beach.
Yeah.
Not in the middle of a Delaware public beach.
It's not happening. Jesse Waters is in studio. He has a new book out this week, so we decided to book him.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
I kid. We love Waters. He is a #1 New York Times bestselling author. I will say this. The next thing that really jumped out at me was, and I just want to make sure I understand this, was the Toad Smoker on primetime?
Last night.
Yes, that's the same person.
The Toad Smoker came on, and he told the story about when he goes south into Mexico, he goes to the tribal regions, the reservations where they have this toad, and he secretes the venom from it, cooks it up, smokes it, and he smoked it with one of the most lethal cartel assassins. She's a female.
A woman, right?
And she saw God. And imagine murdering 400 people and then seeing God. not a good conversation. So she flipped out, had a bad trip, and he's never heard from her or seen her again. And that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, the weird people you meet on Tinder these days. I laughed, though. So the toad smoker jumped out at me because I think, you know how they say in pro sports, the athletes are ahead of the dopers, like in the Tour de France? I think the thrill seekers are ahead of society. It's like technology is ahead of us because there's a lot of that out there.
This gentleman who we interviewed, the toad smoker, it's his religion.
Yeah.
And we had him on last night, and my producer said he was hot. And none of the other people in this book are hot. And this guy had great posture. He was breathing. He was articulate. The guy that smokes toad venom might have been the most well-adjusted, together guy I interviewed.
But are you going to tell me on record right now that the trans woman who identifies as a wolf is not hot? I gotta say something. She might not be hot on paper, but those are usually the best time. You know what I mean? She's a good time. Maybe not this particular woman. I'm just saying in general.
He's a good time.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, Jimmy.
Listen, it's a long season. Nobody goes undefeated. Jesse Waters is here. The book, Get It Together. It's available everywhere. We're excited about it. What percentage, this is something I didn't specifically cite in the book, but what percentage of like activists, weirdo activists, would you say are white? Because I feel like we're monopolizing this lane a lot.
I would say most of them are white and most of them are women.
Yeah.
And we did speak to a black nationalist, obviously African-American. And I believe the toad smoker may have been an indigenous tribesman of the Southwest. But besides that, a majority of these people are white. And they have white guilt.
Yes, what it is.
And they've had traumatic childhood experiences, either a barstool dad or a nymphomaniac mom, maybe sexually abused. And they're either seeking revenge against America, they have daddy issues, but these are not always poor people. Some of these people, like the woman who wants to legalize prostitution, she grew up very wealthy and then ended up stripping at 16, then to crystal meth, then into the sex trade.
Okay. Well, no, the thing I kept coming back to is the common thread here is bad parenting.
Correct.
And and a lot of people equate good and bad parenting with financial means, but the truth is a lot of good parents are poor.
Some of the worst parents are wealthy.
Yes, that's
and you know their sons and daughters are probably the most disturbed people.
Thank you. All right, the reason I bring that up, because this is almost an end around back to Trump, okay? Sometimes people have tried to discredit Trump because they say like, oh, his dad was loaded. But how many people do you know whose parents are loaded so they don't amount to anything because they don't have that primal imperative to succeed? Isn't it almost an outlier if your parents are loaded, but you have that competitive drive?
So not only do they have a competitive drive, they don't smoke, they don't drink.
Yeah.
Joe Biden didn't grow up with a lot of money, and his son is a disaster.
Yeah, think about that.
And why? Because Joe Biden couldn't tell Hunter to get it together.
No, there it is.
He was never told no as a child. He was always enabled, and every time he fell flat on his face, he was saved.
Yep.
Either the coke in the Navy or continuously leaving crack pipes and rental cars. He was always bailed out. And that's why you have to have boundaries, and this son had no boundaries, and that's why we have no boundaries in this country now.
Thank you. And that's why people need to get it together, as he would say. The one thing that has been admirable during this stretch of media I've watched you do, I even saw it today on Outnumbered, whenever you had to make a point, you made a point with the book in your hand. Actually, it was raining yesterday. Instead of putting his jacket over for a puddle for a woman, he put Get It Together in the puddle.
You know what I was going to do? What was it? The Academy Awards when the actor came out buck naked?
Yeah.
I should have just done that with my book below my waist.
He's going to stage a robbery outside the building where he beats off a robber with a copy of the book.
I'm going to beat him off?
Hey, well, listen, the rent don't pay itself. Give me this, okay?
Yes.
The Waters family's going away. They're all jerseyed out for the weekend. Okay, you got to pick one person from this book to watch the house. Is it the emotional support squirrel caretaker? No, I'll give you three choices.
Okay.
Emotional support squirrel.
Is this like Mary F. Kill?
No, I just want to, who watches the house? Because the one thing I know about you is you do find value in these people, meaning you like them.
Yes.
I don't think you wrote about these people from a place of disdain.
I have compassion, and many people are surprised that I actually have emotions, that I have a heart, but I do.
No, you
do. And many people see me on television as this rough, gruff, masculine guy that never cries, but I actually feel things for people.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to get across, Jimmy.
He's trying to help you get it together. That's the point.
I'm listening.
This is not for him. He did this for you, America.
This is a public service. This is the Jesse Waters Foundation.
So give me this. Okay.
We have the
Chateau Waters. Okay.
Yes.
Emotional support squirrel caretaker, trans woman who identifies as a wolf, or toad smoker. Who gets the keys to the house in good faith that it'll be in one piece when you get back?
I'm going with the trans wolf man.
You say so.
And here's why. The emotional support squirrel caretaker was so unself-aware that she took the pet squirrel on an airplane.
No.
And then was arrested and dragged off by U.S. Marshals, and she didn't think she'd done anything wrong. And then what was the other choice? The toad smoker, I'd worry about the police.
Yeah, that's an issue.
And
the garden's going to run into some problems.
I'd worry about my property. But I'd probably go with the Wolfman because what's the worst he's going to do?
Yeah.
What is he going to howl at the moon? What is he going to invite some of his friends, Raven, over? I think we're going to be fine with the wolf.
And he won't appreciate us saying this, but the truth is a full moon doesn't actually affect him.
That's where he does his best work.
I'd like you to believe he does. The book is called Get It Together, Troubling Tales from the Liberal Fringe. I genuinely thought it was a great read, but where I was emotionally invested was in the protein stuff. So if you guys are going to buy this, know that most of our friendship, in a fleeting friendship that we have on TV sets, really revolves around whatever protein I'm trying to eat.
Our TV friendship.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That 4 minutes that you come on set, declare yourself the ratings fairy.
It matters.
And then we talk about how you're trying to lose weight.
But I tell people this. That is what happens. And it's working. You know what Manny told me in wardrobe yesterday?
Yes.
My measurements are down everywhere since I got my show because this high protein fiasco works. So
Ainsley says that being on TV is the best diet.
No, is it ever?
Because you're looking at yourself on the screen.
There's no greater feeling. Once in a while you get an elevator and you're like, who's that fat? And you're like, oh my God, it is me. So I will go get it together. You will buy multiple copies of the book. Waters, we'll always have this. I'll see you in like 3 years when the next one comes out.
I'll see you in 3 years. Get it together, fella.
There he goes, Jesse Waters.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
Miss any of your favorite Extra 106.3 shows? Download the Extra app and catch up now, or listen anytime at thepodcastpark.com.
All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, check it out. The all-new Fox Across America merchandise collection. It is officially here. Hats, mugs, T-shirts, we got something for everybody. And for a limited time, we're offering an exclusive 10% discount to Fox Across America listeners. Just go to shop.foxnews.com. Use code Jimmy10. You'll get some world-class gear at 10% off. Who loves you, pal? I do.
Offer valid for a limited time only. Some restrictions may apply. Visit shop.foxnews.com for more details.
The Dean.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Hundreds of migrants breaking through razor wire, knocking down Border Patrol guards in El Paso Thursday. Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Chris Olivares on the Ingram angle.
Several soldiers were assaulted. We did make several arrests for that, and there is more arrests and more charges to come. But that clearly shows, Laura, that we need to have consequences. We need to hold people accountable that are breaking the law. And this is another example of how House Senate Bill 4 would have been proven to be effective.
Texas awaiting an appeals court decision on whether the state can enforce its controversial immigration bill. The manhunt for an escaped Idaho prison inmate and an accomplice accused of shooting 2 corrections guards at a hospital is over.
There was a short vehicle pursuit, and both suspects were taken into custody separately.
That is Boise Police Chief Ron Winiger. America's listening to Fox News.
decreasing food waste at school, work, and home. There are 4 weekly messages. Week 1, stay nourished on any budget. 2, see a registered dietitian nutritionist. 3, eat a variety of foods from all food groups. And lastly, eat with the environment in mind. You can get more details at eatright.org, or for more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
From the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Reverend Jesse Jackson made a run for the presidency in 1984. In a speech, he apologized for remarks made referring to New York as, quote, Hiney Town.
If in my high moments I have done some good, shed some light, healed some wounds, if in my low moments, in word, deed, or attitude, through some era of temper, taste, or tone, I've caused anyone discomfort, created pain that was not my truest self. If there were occasions when my grape turned into a raisin and my joy bell lost its resonance, please forgive me. Charge it to my head and not to my heart.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk. This is Poll Parade with Fox News Director of Polling, Dana Blanton.
People are curious about who we contact for our Fox News surveys. Many think we only reach out to Fox News viewers. That's definitely not the case. The people we interview have no idea it's for Fox. That's because we don't want a chance that it could nudge a respondent to answer questions one way or another. Our goal is to learn how everyone feels about the issues. We also don't contact people who have signed up to take polls. Instead, we use a random sample of voters, which means every voter who has a phone, mostly cell phones but also landlines, has an equal chance of being contacted and sharing their views confidentially. It's how we ensure we get an accurate read of how the whole country truly feels. In fact, to ensure we're reaching everyone, we recently started sending text messages so respondents can complete the survey online as well as phone. If you're curious, go to foxnews.com/polls. I'm Dana Blanton. That's your potpourri.
A new era of spring football begins with the UFL kickoff weekend. The USFL champion, Birmingham Stallions, versus the XFL champion, Arlington Renegades. The heavyweight matchup that the fans deserve. Spring just got stronger. The UFL kickoff weekend. Stallions versus Renegades Saturday, March 30th at 1 Eastern. Followed by Battlehawks versus Panthers at 4 Eastern on Fox.
There it is. Fox Across America with your radio buddy, Jimmy Fallon. Fired up to talk to this next guest. You can see him next weekend at TIFF's in Morris Plains, New Jersey. I am talking about Diamond Dave Landau. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, kitten.
Hey, girl. This is a big deal because I think we missed last week's episode. And we owe this to the American people. Have you noticed? I just wanted to ask you this. So in the Twitter comments, when you post your crazy memes and all of that, there are people now tagging me like, hey, I'd like to see Landau on more Fox News. We're starting to cross over successfully. They're starting to get it.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
Our plan for world domination is starting to grow one Twitter follower with no profile picture at a time.
That's right. As long as we have a few egg emojis, we are going to take over, friend.
The proof is in the instant pudding, as they like to say. That's
right.
Well, it's good to hear you. It's good to hear your voice, Diamond Dave.
And only like 3% of what they write isn't hate.
Yo, you know what's funny about? So this is interesting. I was just interviewing Jesse Waters, and he was talking about advice given to him when he got his show. And one of our former hosts, Tucker Carlson, you probably haven't heard of him, but if you Google him, look him up. It's in the book. He cites him in the book.
Try to find him.
Well,
Tucker, okay.
Yeah, it's Tucker. Yeah, write it down. So he had told Jesse, he said, don't read the comment threads. He's like, it's just unhealthy, because Jesse kind of details all the advice he was given by respective hosts. And I have to tell you, in the comment threads, for as much support as you get, if you do read them, it does affect you, if only because you're talking to a broken human being and you're reading a statement that's wrong in so many ways, and there is a part of you that wants to correct it, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. I've not taken that advice for the longest time. And the things that I say to people would be called unprofessional.
I think that's really why they're saying it. It's not so much for your mental well-being, but for the fact that it might drag you into the type of alley cat fight that would compromise you professionally. Maybe that's why the advice exists.
I think that's the main reason, when they're like, could you not say these things? You're a representative of a company. And I'm like, but I'm a comic.
Come on. The whole job is to not let it go.
I know. It's like I ignored 99% of it, but then they put their real picture up and I found it. Like they slipped up. They showed me who they were.
They weren't supposed to do that. So I'm not going to out this gentleman, because I've had to block him from a Fox page 3 times. There was a comic who I would say peaked in the 90s, and by peaked I mean was playing some of the nicer firehouses. Okay,
yes, of course.
And just like when Fox announced that I got the show, it was in like a good thread, like a Hollywood Reporter thread. This guy, never met him, didn't know him, but the dude just went in and just like really like got into it. You know, F you, this, that, the other thing, everything else. So I actually messaged him, like saying, hey, and not in a hostile tone at all. It's like, we actually don't know each other, but anyway, I don't know why you feel the way you do. I said, but if you want to come on my radio show and talk about it, like we should talk about it, because like it would be really funny if you add like sharp, funny critiques of me and I could laugh at myself on the air, and we could do that. At which point he got back in with so much like hostility for the other people that I banned him from the page, which he then created another profile. And this has now happened 3 times where I've messaged the profile going, hey, Artie, I know it's you. By the way, stop making new profiles and let's just talk as you and me. But the answer was no. And we're now on profile number 4. So my question to you is, okay, because we want to understand people. What is going on with the people that have that much hostility for successful comics? Do you think it's because they wanted to be one? Do you think it's just something we don't understand? What is it? And we're guessing here, but what do you think it is?
Oh, honestly, I mean, there's ways I can answer it, but if I'm being perfectly honest, there's people that are so discernible talent. Mm-hmm. So when they see somebody actually doing something with their life, it infuriates them.
Yeah.
And the only thing that they can possibly do is attack you. I mean, I've been experiencing it for 6 years.
Yep.
And it's astonishing. Like, I was right out of the gate into any level of kind of notoriety that I had, was immediately attacked. And I've had to ignore it over the years. It just is what it is. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've had those people where it's jealousy, it's coming from other places. And it's sort of weird, because it's like, I understand you're jealous of all the good things you see online, but you're not. Do you understand that it's hell to be me? I don't enjoy this. My brain is a nightmare. I'm doing therapy the second we get off the phone. I've been doing it for years. Like, I love to just people see this, like, the greatest versions of everyone, and they think that's your constant life. Like, nothing's easy. Look at the world. Like, why would you think that everyone, like, anything you see, nobody's enjoying themselves all the time? And then it's like, you're so miserable. You want to take away the little thing that I have? Go to hell.
Dave Landau's on the phone. He's trapped in a flesh prison. And
yes, I am. Between my two ears, it's a nightmare, Jimmy.
Oh, believe me, man. If you knew. So I'll tell you a funny thing. Sometimes when I'm on TV, if I tell a joke that's like way too far or out there, but it gets a laugh, while they're laughing, I kind of deride myself. I go, Jimmy, like that. And I'm kind of like dismissing myself. It's a tick from when I was a cab driver and I was alone in my cab between fares and thinking the most insane thoughts a human being has ever thought. I'm not talking about healthy ones. And I would admonish myself and kind of break the spell by being like, Jimmy, would you stop? You are not going to drive this car into the Mall of Manhattan right now and take out 32 people. Jimmy, you know what I mean? And that's what it's there to do.
Yes, there's those days where you have just the darkest thoughts imaginable, and I know other people do.
Yeah, of course.
I've people, and they're like, have you ever just thought the most awful thing? And I'm like, oh yeah, what do you think? Like,
what you got?
Yeah.
See,
yeah, it's like you can't control your thoughts. You can control your actions. But sometimes stuff that pops in there, and I'm like, no.
No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Sir, it's 1 PM, sir. Don't you even know.
Yeah, well,
I get it.
You haven't had a drink in years. Is this a problem, Dave?
Dave, you've been sober for a decade. Where is this coming from? Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. But I think that in diagnosing this, I think successful comedians are just people who know how to deal with their own mental illnesses. Okay, meaning we know how to make fun of them and deploy them, or at least harness them. And I think then maybe the people dive bombing comment threads and trying to destroy us, are just people who are not harnessing the thing and working hard. And I guess it's probably easier to just nuke you and me. But that's the point I'm trying to make to people is you could never be as harsh on us as we are on ourselves.
No, and you can't. For me, it's like, what are you going to do that's worse than what's already happened to me that got me here? That's the part that I don't get. It's like, my life was pretty dark to make me go, you know what? I want to stand on stage and humiliate myself for money. It's like it's one step below stripper. Because at least she's exercising. I mean, most of the time, depending on where you go. But yeah.
Your family actually tells people you're stripping. They're like, the comedy. He's not a comedian. What are you talking about? No, go ahead.
I mean, people definitely come to see you.
Yeah.
When you're we've all been in the situations where comedy just shows up. And ruins everyone's
everything. But we're actually below strippers. You want to know why? And I'll tell you why. Strippers.
Oh, of course we are.
Yeah, of course. And I know, here's another reason why. You know how strippers do that thing where they tell a guy they're dating them, but they only hang out at work? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We should hang out next Saturday night. What are you doing? The guy's like, oh, yeah, great. She's like, all right, yeah, come by. I'm working. Now, you're obviously not dating that stripper, but there's an allure, and the people will continue to show up to her workplace under the premise that she's dating them. And on a given night, a good stripper has 10 of those guys in the audience. Now, we don't get that as comedy. We don't get that. No one is showing up under the auspices that we're dating, and they've been tricked into only hanging out with us by paying us. That doesn't exist for us, does it?
No, of course not. And if one thinks that they're dating you, she's very dangerous. She's shown up and she's there to kill you.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, we have girls that come to every show, but I'm not saying it's with our well-being in mind.
No, and it's not anybody you'd want. You're just like, oh, so did you see the girl with one eye and the hook? Yeah, that girl's been following me online and thinks we both have a poodle for some reason. And I've been stalked. That's the best part. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that's the biggest fan I've ever had.
Oh, that's
someone
funny.
Who wants to wear my skin.
But that is commitment.
I'm sure it was a guy.
Yeah, no, I know. But you think of it this way, though. If they really want to make a jacket out of your skin, though, the level of work and craftsmanship that takes does reflect a passion that all artists are hoping to inspire in their fans. However, they just want it deployed probably better, for better use.
Of course. Yes, of course.
Because there is that other part of you. But since we're on the topic, and we're clearly not, can we just speculate rampantly for 3 or 4 minutes on Kate Middleton? Is she around Kennedy gave me rumors. Let me just give you the rumors Kennedy gave me. She writes for the Daily Mail. I'm just going to give you my Kate Middleton rumors, and you go wherever you want with them, because I don't have an answer. But generally, when I talk to you on the radio, because this is so freestyle unscripted, which is why we have 3 lawyers in the studio right now standing over the dump button at any one time.
Should I say allegedly every time I talk?
If you could just say allegedly or pin it to another source besides Fox, we'd appreciate it greatly. So one of the things I heard on Newsmax this morning during my commute, Dave.
Go on, yeah, right. I was reading the New York Times, and this happened.
And by Kennedy, I mean Robert Kennedy Jr., just so we're clear. I don't know why you'd associate it with some other Kennedy when I say the word Kennedy. You're a Lions fan. I was talking about Cortez Kennedy, the football player.
Yeah, so clearly.
Former 90s great for the Detroit Lions, which, by the way, is not a term you hear often. 90s great for the Detroit Lions.
I was just going to say, 2 great pulls by you, by the way. Somewhere somebody's telling him, listen, someone talked about you today.
It's actually a big deal. Someone is getting into the back of his Uber and being like, turn on 98.3. They're actually talking about you.
Wake up. You're not going to believe it. Seriously.
That's
just
amazing.
sitting next to 3 beer cans. Allegedly.
So give me this really quick. I'm dying. I got to hold it together. Okay. There is a rumor, that Prince William cheated on her with another woman, knocked her up, and she has had a mental breakdown, which would be understandable given the circumstances, and has lost a considerable amount of weight that the family is attributing to abdominal surgery. Now, conceivable, is that not? I mean, that's not aliens are hanging out in Maine. I mean, that's conceivable, is it not?
I have heard that rumor, and I do think there's a possibility of it, but I feel like, aren't there people that are going to be following her?
I would think.
I would think, so it could be somebody who's close to them, because they do like to keep it in the family. So there could be, if she's going to cheat, maybe she did it the right way, and it was with somebody who was related.
So it's a home game. You're saying it was
a home game.
Okay, so it's conceivable.
He's already strayed a little far from the pond already.
Yeah,
they don't like that. They're gonna have a baby that can see straight.
Yeah. Well, here's that. That is something Kennedy brought up, is that the family on his side, like him having a side chick, when you think about how insatiable the mother was, with all due respect, and certainly the other bloodline. Like, if anyone knows anything about Prince Philip, if you had him on your fantasy team, he was putting up a lot of points in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, probably the 90s when he was in his 80s. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm guarantee it.
Yeah. This guy, he was bird watching a lot for whatever reason. No, honey, I'm not around this week, and I'm going bird watching.
Yes.
A lot of bird watching, which is odd. Like, but you have cataracts. What do you mean? These guys going bird watching again. This is crazy. So
that's odd. Weird.
It's so crazy. And he never invites her for some reason. So there's that. There's the possibility that he was catting around. It blew up, in spectacular fashion. Now there is this other, thing that she has been photoshopping her body because she's not well. I mean, that's obviously very possible. I don't think that would be conspiratorial in the sense that it could happen to any of us. So I don't really want to spend time on that. But then there's this.
Yeah, anybody famous.
Yeah,
anybody famous.
But then there's this other thing. There's this other thing that they're using this to distract from some type of negative situation the king happens to be involved in. Do you think there's any world?
Elvis?
Boom. Well, actually, I mean, if we're really gonna keep the lawyers nervous, Kanye West does call himself the king now. If you want to start quoting dialogue that'll get us to commercial faster than we anticipated getting there.
There you go.
But
all right,
but I laugh. But I guess my question to you is, okay, by percentage, what percentage of this in your head instinctively is just, she needs a break from the public eye. She had surgery like they told us, and she's just regrouping. What are the odds that that's the case? Would you say that's greater than 50%, or do your instincts tell us it's one of these other wild scenarios we can't and we don't fully know? Where do you think the majority story tells you to go with your horse sense, which is all this is, pure speculation?
I think she was offed. I think she was off, and it's a double. if you even see her, that's why she looks thinner. They just found a double. Probably was an adulterer. That's my guess. You know how she is. She seemed like a real loosey-goosey going into that throne.
Dave's reviews did not necessarily reflect those of the network nor its affiliates. Where did that come from? I didn't hear that. That's weird. Somebody just dropped that clip in.
I mean, allegedly. I mean, allegedly, I hope she's okay. Right now, I guess I can say that without the allegedly part.
You are. We're both allegedly under arrest for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, for some reason. No, I think that something went down.
Yeah,
I honestly do, because who just disappears out of the public eye like that?
Well,
especially when the other ones are always like, I don't want to be in the public eye, but then they do a Netflix show.
It's funny that I said that earlier too. You get it. Diamond Dave, if this was the last one we ever do, it was the best one. Please know that. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
We're 5 seconds out. I'll text you offline. You're the best.
Oh, the royal family just sent me a limo.
What could go wrong? Good stuff. I'll see you soon.
He's the host you shouldn't get too close to.
There's a lot of things about me you don't know anything about, Daddy. Things you wouldn't understand. Things you couldn't understand. Things you shouldn't understand.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
We're proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
I'm Charles Payne. Listen to my Unstoppable Prosperity podcast so I can get you making money right now. 35 years on Wall Street taught me how to successfully invest in the stock market. In my 4-part series, I'm going to teach you too. Some of Fox Business's finest join me to help tell my story, impart crucial lessons from my Unstoppable Prosperity book, and to give you the tools to achieve your own financial dreams.
Listen anytime, everywhere at foxbusinesspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts.
This is House Call for Health. Some extremely small plastic particles could be fatal to you if they end up in one place, a recent Italian university study says. Doctors found micro or nanoplastics in 58% of patients who underwent surgery to unclog a carotid artery. The patients with micro or nanoplastics lodged in their arteries were twice as likely to have strokes, heart attacks, or die within 3 years compared to those with none. The study claims it's the first to link plastics contamination with cardiovascular diseases. It's published in the New England Journal of Medicine. Robert Brooke is a physician scientist at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. He wasn't involved in the actual study, but tells the British weekly scientific journal Nature it's a landmark trial and will be a launching pad for further studies across the world. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
It's dimly lit. He's dressed in black. He's holding a knife in his right hand.
4 gruesome murders.
This is going to be the social media murders.
3 Fox Nation originals.
The evidence that's come out is very compelling.
1 suspect.
Who is Brian Koberger?
Mark Furman hosts 3 exclusive specials you can only find on Fox Nation. Delve into the Idaho College murders, Digital Shadows, Savage Instincts, and Moscow murders. All streaming now, only on Fox Nation.
How about Dave Landau? Isn't he just the best? It always, find the line, cross it. I mean, listen, he grew up, he'd be the first one to tell you. The old strategy was find the line and snort it. He has come a long way in terms of sobriety, but it's crazier than ever. Go see him do comedy. Go Google Dave Landau. He's just as good of a working comic as there is. He'll be on my show next Saturday night. He'll be on Fox News Saturday night, and we'll just have the absolute best time. It's nobody I like talking to more, because we don't care. If you grew up in an era of comedy, where as a fan, you were watching 80s comedy, you fell in love with comedy because nobody cared. The whole point of being a comedian was you didn't have to care. Okay, and that's the way he performs, the way I perform. So if you want to see me next weekend, we are in Helena, Montana Friday, Spokane, Washington Saturday, and we're back here on your radio tomorrow. Be a Republican, be a Democrat, just don't be a...
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-935-7267, and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-935-7267 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-935-7267.
Rising tensions over Gaza. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and the War Cabinet Friday as that country prepares for a major military operation in the Gaza city of Rafah.
There are more than 1 million people in Rafah, many of whom were displaced from other parts of Gaza. A major ground operation there would mean more civilian deaths. It would worsen the humanitarian crisis.
Blinken speaking in Egypt, where he met with Arab leaders Thursday ahead of leaving for Israel.
He also delivered a warning message to Israeli leadership.
President Biden's been very clear that a major ground operation in Rafah would be a mistake and something that we can't support.
America's top diplomat also announcing that the United States has submitted a draft resolution to the UN calling for an immediate ceasefire.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Israel. Explosions across Ukraine Friday morning as Russia continues its assault. The mayor of Kharkiv reports about 15 blasts, some damaging the city's power supply. Social media posts say a missile struck Zaporizhia, home to Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Republican leaders say the House will vote Friday on the $1.2 trillion spending package to keep the government funded and avoid a partial government shutdown this weekend. GOP Congressman Chip Roy from Texas tells Fox News he likely won't vote for it.
Nothing is going to stop the flow of the border in this bill. So we're funding open borders. We're funding the mass releases of people in violation of the law, using parole, the same laws that were violated to release the individual who came in and killed Lake and Riley. I can't do that.
If the House passes the bill, it would then head to the Senate. And police in Idaho captured an escaped prison inmate and suspected accomplice after their bloody assault and escape Wednesday from a hospital. Idaho State Police say they are investigating 2 separate deaths that may be linked to the men. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, host of the Fox True Crime Podcast. Keith Raniere promised people a life of fulfillment and success with his group NXIVM, but beneath the surface operated a sinister and depraved sex cult. India Oxenberg was trapped and exploited by Keith Raniere and NXIVM for 7 years. In 2018, she broke free. This week, India joins me to share her story of survival and her journey of healing. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcast.com.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my brand new podcast, Perino on Politics. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics. Whether you like it or not, a presidential rematch is underway. This week, Substacker and founder of Melman Consulting, Bruce Melman, joins me with his analysis of this very familiar election. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcast.com.
Attorneys for former President Trump are still fighting to keep from posting a required appeals bond, and the deadline is just days away.
Attorneys for the former president hope an appeals court will see their argument that covering a more than $450 million fraud judgment is, as they put it, unjust. Time is short for the former president to come up with the money. Next Monday is when New York Attorney General Letitia James can start efforts to collect the sum if an appeals court does not step in. James has previously said she would seek to seize property if the bond cannot be covered with cash. In a Truth Social post, former President Trump said he didn't want to sell off assets because in the end they would be forever gone. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A judge in Mississippi sentences the last of 6 ex-cops for the torture of 2 black men.
A federal judge sentencing former Richland police officer Joshua Hartfield to 10 years in prison. Former officer Brett McCaplin sentenced on the same day to more than 27 years. The 2 among 6 former law enforcement officers who pleaded guilty in August to federal charges, including conspiracy against rights and obstruction of justice. The men, who are white, raiding a home in Braxton last year without a warrant, beating 2 black men, hurling racist remarks, using tasers on them after they were handcuffed, and shooting one of the victims in the mouth. The 6 also pleading guilty to similar state charges, which they have yet to be sentenced for. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A confession from Britain's Prince Harry lands him in some trouble. He admitted in his book Spare that he used cocaine at age 17. And on Wall Street, the 3 major indexes closed at record highs for a second straight day over optimism about future interest rate cuts. The Dow rose 269 points. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
heart of our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Backed by the trusted voices of Team Fox. A clear, fresh voice cutting through the noise to tell the truth. It's the Guy Benson Show with Guy Benson.
It is Thursday, March 21st, 2024. Welcome one and all to the Guy Benson Show. I'm your host, Guy Benson. Thankful, grateful, thrilled that you are here with us every weekday between 3 and 6 p.m. Eastern. Then around the clock for free on our podcast, GuyBensonShow.com, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm political editor at townhall.com, also a Fox News contributor. Please catch me on the panel tonight. Special report with Brett Baer around 6:40 or so Eastern time. That is on the Fox News channel. We are packed on the program today. Jason Rantz will be here later this hour. Stephen Moore in the next hour. Really a crazy new regulation put out by the Biden administration on electric vehicles, even more aggressive than I had anticipated. We'll get Moore's reaction to that. Peter Doocy, our man at the White House, he had an interesting exchange with a top White House official this week. We'll talk about that and more. And then Congressman Michael Waltz, a Republican of Florida, reacting to the Afghanistan withdrawal hearing this week, plus the Biden impeachment inquiry hearing, the oversight hearing, as more information is coming out about the Biden family enrichment scheme, including, yes, Joe Biden. Democrats say there's absolutely nothing here. It's all a farce. Let's move on. Congressman Waltz says, oh, absolutely not, and he'll explain why. That is all coming up on the show today. I've got a lot to get to. Even in these first couple segments, I had one plan laid out until just a few minutes ago when we saw some late-breaking news, literally just coming in, some video that is pretty shocking, and it pertains to one of the top issues that we talk about here, which is the border crisis. Now, one thing that I've been told is that we are not supposed to call any of this an invasion. No, that's very problematic to say this is an invasion at the southern border. And forget the fact that we're at approximately 10 million illegal crossings under Joe Biden, 10 million, almost 2 million of which are known gotaways, with others that we don't know of also getting away. So millions of gotaways. Can't call that an invasion. In fact, you're not supposed to call them illegal immigrants or illegal aliens. They are undocumented migrants, or, in the new parlance, newcomers, courtesy of the White House, newcomers. Well, then there's the video that I just saw from the New York Post. And there's a reporter down at the border in El Paso named Jenny Taylor, and she tweeted this 18 minutes ago. Breaking news, a riot just broke out here in El Paso. Hundreds of migrants decided they had enough of Texas National Guard returning them to Mexico, and they rushed the border wall. And there's video. Let me read to you from her story. Again, this just came out. Dateline El Paso, Texas. A group of over 100 migrants attempting to enter the U.S. illegally rushed a border wall Thursday, breaking through razor wire and knocking over guards in the process. The Post witnessed around 600 migrants massed at the international border, whom Texas National Guard troops were attempting to push back in small groups. The situation grew tense as groups were separated out, and a video shows the migrants crying out for help and then rushing to the border gate. A group of men with hoodies, gloves, and jackets pull the fencing away as a group of 5 guards stand in a defensive formation to fill the gap. So they're trying to prevent these guys from coming in as they're tearing away the razor wire. Then they just get overwhelmed. The story continues. Some migrants can be seen putting their hands up in a surrender move in the video, but then seconds later, others scramble ahead, knocking the guards out of the way. And I just tweeted this video on my personal Twitter handle, at Guy P. Benson. That's on X. Guy P. Benson. You can see it for yourself. And I know we're not supposed to call this an invasion, but I'm not really sure what else we're supposed to say when you see hundreds of people bum rushing the border and knocking over U.S. officials in the process. Now, these happen to be Texas officials. As the story says in the New York Post, Texas has deployed National Guard troops to the border, alongside right there with Mexico, as part of Operation Lone Star. That's from the governor, Greg Abbott. On Tuesday, the state began to prepare to implement SB 4, the new law to allow state and local authorities to make arrests for illegal entry, but an appeals court blocked the measure after the Supreme Court said it could go into effect. And we actually talked about that at the start yesterday here on the program with Senator Ted Cruz, who joined us in this A block. So as of right now, that Texas law is still on ice. Unclear what the legal fate is going to be, but Texas is doing its best to actually enforce American immigration laws and to enforce the border and secure the border, something that the federal government would like to do. Certainly the operatives, the men and women of law enforcement, Border Patrol, they would love to be able to do their job, but they're not being allowed to do their job by the Biden administration, which undermines them at every turn and spends a lot of time suing the state of Texas for trying to do the job. Now, we've noted before that the Border Patrol Union have bucked their own bosses on this and sided with the state of Texas. So if you go and you see this video, and they're pretty dramatic images of at least a mini invasion, you'd say, well, this is just about 100 people. Yeah, just a drop in the bucket, just 100 people out of 10 million, approximately, who've crossed illegally on this president's watch. It's just so brazen. You see them dragging away some of the border blockade that we have, right? Texas has put up razor wire and fencing, and these guys just take it down, drag it away, and then bust through, kicking and knocking over Texas agents as they do so, demanding to be let into our country as they cross our border illegally. There's a sense of entitlement, really. And I mean, why wouldn't there be? After 10 million illegal crossings, hey, why aren't you letting us do this? We want to be there. They feel like they have a right to be in our country. I wonder where they got that idea. And it's just probably very unfortunate for the Biden administration that this was caught on video, because it's going to be inconvenient optics. They're very concerned about optics and politics, not so much concerned about the invasion, or non-invasion of 10 million illegal crossings. They're perfectly comfortable with that. It's their policy, after all. In fact, considering that these are illegal immigrants bowling over Texas officials, you almost wonder what the Alejandro Mayorkases of the world are thinking and who they're rooting for in this exchange. Because they seem very comfortable with all sorts of illegal immigrants coming into the country. They even parole some of them in with gang affiliations and all sorts of criminal records, despite all the vetting they assure us that they do. But they seem very unhappy with the state of Texas. The amount of hostility and legal effort put in by this administration fighting Texas versus fighting illegal immigration, I mean, it speaks for itself when it comes to priorities. So, I don't know, maybe there's some people in Biden world out there on the left who would watch a video like this and be like, yeah, get them, throw them out of the way, come on in, wear your Biden t-shirts. But then they might process it a little bit longer and say, this does look a little invasion-y. And our numbers are in the toilet on this issue. Probably not helpful. I wonder if this is even going to be commented on at all by these folks. Certainly not the border czar. I have no idea where the border czar is. She hasn't done anything border related in, years at this point, it seems. So just an update that I wanted to bring to your attention. And I didn't really have a plan to talk about this because it just happened minutes ago. It's like, well, maybe we'll get to it later in the show. I said, no, I just keep watching this video on repeat. Dozens and dozens of illegal immigrants pushing their way past, shoving their way past uniformed Texas officials, demanding to be let into the country because they believe it's their right to be here. An impression that has been distinctly left for them by the people in charge of the country. State of Texas trying to hold the line to the best extent that they can, being hampered and attacked at every step by the federal government. And the result would be scenes like this, which, as someone who has for a long time been like pretty moderate on the immigration issue, it actually makes me feel a bit physically ill. It makes me angry. And I know I'm not alone. Look at the polling. These scenes that I'm describing brought to you by Joe Biden. And basically, you could just put this in an ad. I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. Just watch. Just sit and watch. If you feel like this is good, if this makes you pleased and it looks functional, something that should be happening in our country, by all means, re-elect this crew. If not, there's another choice. I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. That's it. Check it out on my Twitter feed, Guy P. Benson. The description I just read to you from the New York Post is pretty accurate. I think it captures it pretty well in terms of words, since we are here on the radio. I suspect this footage might end up on the news channel at some point, perhaps very soon, just a hunch. And with that, we are just getting started. Another topic that we got to with Senator Cruz yesterday is this radical nominee. Speaking of Joe Biden wants to put a man on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals for life. Republicans and now some Democrats are opposing the nomination. He is a total extremist with very disturbing ties, but we're told that's all Islamophobic to notice any of that because the man happens to be Muslim. Well, Mitch McConnell gave a fabulous speech refuting all of that earlier on the floor today. I want to play some of it and give you some of the details that you need to know when we come back. It is the Guy Benson Show on this Thursday. Keep it right here.
New talk for a new generation. The Guy Benson Show.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy. She sleeps well. She's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/healthy or text healthy to 511-511. Text healthy to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Dr. Benghazi died of blunt force trauma to the head sometime in July of 2017, 7 months before he was found. Prosecutors say his wife continued to collect his salary in that time. She claims self-defense in the killing. Neighbors say Kasuda Benghazi was a confrontational person and has had the police called on her after acting angry towards neighborhood kids. She's going to be sentenced June 28th. There's more on the story at foxnews.com. Subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campagno. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Saturdays, baseball's best are back on Fox. Where MVPs are VIPs and aces always come in pairs. Saturday means it's showtime for Shohei, and Acuna's at it again. All the swag, all the salt, and all the slams. The biggest games on the best day of the week. Fox Saturday Baseball returns March 30th.
I'm Guy Benson. Glad to have you here. As I mentioned in the previous segment, Ted Cruz of Texas, U.S. Senator, joined us to start yesterday's program. One of the topics that we brought up is a name, Adil Manji. He is Joe Biden's nominee to sit on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals for the rest of his life. Lifetime appointment. And the opposition to this nominee has grown and has now become bipartisan, and it appears that there's a good chance the nomination will fail. The White House is saying, well, that's just bigotry because he's a Muslim. The New York Times has a column out by an anti-Israel zealot. I mean, just a real nasty piece of work. And she, of course, is lazily, falsely saying this is all an exercise in, quote, Islamophobia. Well, David Harsanyi, who's been on this show, writing at The Federalist, has a piece that I would encourage you to read entitled Opposition to Adil Manji Isn't About Islamophobia. Subheadline, it's about his support of terror-friendly, cop-killing Jew haters. Here's the beginning of that column. This is the Federalist column refuting the New York Times column. How would Democrats react if a GOP nominee for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench had not only served on an advisory board of an anti-Semitic organization, but also donated thousands of dollars to its cause? What if that nominee also served on the board of an organization founded by a cop killer? And what if that person then conveniently forgot to inform the U.S. Senate about this association? Well, meet Adil Manji, Joe Biden's nominee for the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. He's guilty of all of the above. Now, I think you might have to change some of the details to get all the Democrats really angry at that nominee, but radical associations, members of deeply questionable boards, personal donations to these, let's say, totally extremist groups, and then withholding information and relevant facts about those associations from the Senate over the course of the confirmation process, I think you would probably see that nomination crash and burn, as this one might. But because this guy happens to be a Muslim, they're saying, well, it must be an animus rooted in that is driving opposition, as opposed to the choices that he has made. For example, that Manji failed to tell the Senate, back to the Harsanyi piece, that he serves as an advisory board member of the Hard Left Alliance of Families for Justice, an organization founded by the late Marxist terrorist Kathleen Boudin that has honored Mumia Abu Jamal and 5 other cop murderers as so-called, quote, freedom fighters. A convicted murderer, Boudin, the terrorist, served 23 years in prison for her role in an armored truck robbery that resulted in the murder of 2 cops. So she then founded an organization after she got out of the clink. And this Biden nominee has been an advisor to that group and then hid that fact from the Senate, among many other things. The anti-Israel, flagrantly anti-Semitic goings-on of a group that he was a part of at Rutgers and donated to. I mean, the list goes on. Cruz mentioned a few of them yesterday. And the White House and their allies are saying, well, if you're against it, it's just Islamophobia. Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, having none of it, he spoke earlier. Listen to cut 33.
Just yesterday, the White House called opposition to Mr. Maggi's nomination a, quote, smear campaign, solely because he would make history as the first Muslim to serve as a federal appellate judge. How insulting. What self-respecting attorney wants to hear that a president cares more about the demographic tick boxes than their life's work? Besides, in the case of Mr. Maggi, Senate Republicans' opposition has absolutely nothing to do with his Muslim faith. Rather, it has everything to do with his long-standing sympathy for and association with some of the most radical elements in society. I happily voted for the first Muslim Article III judge at the outset of the Biden administration, also of New Jersey. So did 31 of my Republican colleagues in one of the largest bipartisan votes for a judge in the Biden presidency. But we didn't support this nominee because he was Muslim. It was because he had an extraordinary personal and professional background.
So McConnell, I think, cagily and smartly makes the point that he and dozens of Senate Republicans voted for a previous Muslim judicial appointee from Joe Biden because he was qualified and didn't have all these radical associations. So it doesn't make sense to say, oh, all of a sudden they've discovered their Islamophobia with this guy. And McConnell, in the speech when he went on, and I tweeted the speech, he compared the previous nominee that he had supported versus this man, and it's night and day. If opposing someone for good reasons is Islamophobic, you are really defining down Islamophobia. And if you think this man represents Muslims more broadly, I think that is a problem unto itself that you have. It's a nomination that has to fail. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Tug. We're proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
streets clean, and all lives honored.
To hear more, go to Lighthouse Faith Podcast at foxnews.com. For Fox on Faith, Lauren Green, Fox News.
From the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Aaron Copland, who died in 1990, was an American composer of concert and film music who touched the heart of America and merged the classics with the truly American art form of jazz. As music trends were changing with the advent of rock and pop music in the 50s and 60s, Copland was open and excited about where music was headed.
If we thought that music should have flow, a kind of naturalness of flow, the younger people may think they should be just the opposite. It should be discontinuous. And it has too much flow, and that the flow is too same-like, etc., etc. So that every possible principle that I might name to you, they can give you the very opposite idea as a possibility. I think it's more revolutionary now, and therefore more difficult for the young people to find themselves.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
An incredible tip in memory of a friend in Benton Harbor, Michigan, makes today's Dean's List. The customer who wishes to remain anonymous had breakfast at the Mason Jar Cafe after being at a memorial service for his close friend. The check was $32. The tip was $10,000. Lindsay Boyd, the waitress who received the incredible amount, was shocked at the number. The customer confided in Lindsay, telling her how much the person he lost meant to him. She gave him a hug, and he told her he wanted to do something generous in his friend's name. And so he left the $10,000 tip to Lindsay in honor of his friend. There was a catch to the donation. He requested she share the money with her coworkers, and that would make his friend in heaven so happy. Meanwhile, for the other staff members, the customer's generosity came at a good time, since business has been slow lately, and you never know when something or someone will help you along the way. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Not the same talking points here. The Guy Benson Show.
Back on The Guy Benson Show, GuyBensonShow.com online. Thanks for listening. We welcome back to the airwaves Jason Rantz, who is host of The Jason Rantz Show on KTTH, our great affiliate in Seattle. Be sure to buy and read his first book, What's Killing America, a theme that we return to frequently on this show, and he does on his as well. Jason, welcome back.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
A couple things I wanted to get your reaction to. First, I saw that you were displeased with ABC News in their framing of a story out of New York City, so the other side of the country from where you are. But here is how ABC News gave an update to its audience about the case of Daniel Penny. Just in, Daniel Penny, the former Marine who choked a homeless man to death last May on a New York City subway car, will stand trial beginning October 8th, a judge determined Wednesday. And you called that shameful and despicable, but I'm not even surprised, right? I mean, this is what they do.
It is what they do. None of us should ever be surprised, but we should always call it out, because there are lots of folks who don't follow the news as closely as we all do. The folks who are listening right now, we are the outliers. Most people do not even get this much information about any of these stories, and oftentimes, especially if they're just perusing online, whether it's X or Facebook or anywhere else, they might just look at a headline. They don't always click even to get the full story, and this might be their takeaway, and it's all about frequency, right? And so we have to do a better job of always putting out the truth over and over and over again if we need to, because it's always going to reach someone else. And anyone who tries to define what Daniel Penny did as simply choking a homeless man to death is just a disgrace. It's absolutely a disgrace. And it does a disservice to the work that he did to protect people who were in desperate need of protection that day.
You and I follow the news pretty closely, and so we know the name Daniel Penny, but as you point out, a lot of people wouldn't immediately be familiar. And relatedly, Jason, I saw a story, and I'm failing to remember exactly what the context was, but just in the last week or so, there was some sort of violent confrontation in public, whether it was on public transit or elsewhere, where a bunch of people just sort of watched while this all went down, while there was violence occurring. And a lot of the comments were, why won't anyone intervene? Why won't the men get involved?
Yep.
And a lot of people just respond to that with photos of, Daniel Penny in handcuffs. That's why.
Precisely, and it's interesting. We had an instance here in Seattle on our light rail system of a man being approached by someone else and just randomly attacked, and he was stabbed multiple times. And I just got a hold of the surveillance footage, and it's as disturbing as you might think. But what I was noticing was a whole bunch of people who just watched it. One guy was literally a few feet away and just watching it. And in that case, it was a stabbing, right? So there was a weapon involved. And I don't know if anyone's going to just willingly or quickly jump to the rescue, but the level of, just the casualness, I guess, of watching something like this happen is it's just disturbing. And, no one knows how they might respond in a circumstance like this, but I'm not going to get mad at the people who decide to step forward and actually do something. I might have some anger towards the people who choose not to, but I cannot blame someone now choosing not to get involved, at least in a place like New York, where you're the one who's likely going to get charged rather than the criminal.
Yeah, Daniel Penny, as you recall, a Marine, stepped in because this man was out of his mind, menacing people, threatening people, making extremely disturbing threats to people, and he subdued this man. He eventually died. A bunch of witnesses 100% took Penny's side, and Daniel Penny ends up in handcuffs and in jail. There was the bodega owner who fought off two attackers, killed one of them. He ends up in jail until there was a public outcry, and then Alvin Bragg reversed himself. The viral video this week of a woman who changed the locks on her own house to thwart some squatters who were living there, she's the one who ends up getting arrested. It really does feel like law-abiding people in New York are suckers and idiots, and you should just kind of let the criminals have their way lest you end up behind bars. It is failed society level stuff. I'm not sure it's widespread enough in the country that it's a massive, survival level panic for the country, but not great signs from certain canaries in certain coal mines, i.e. subway cars, for example.
Yeah, it's taking us clearly in the wrong direction. I agree with you. We're not seeing this happen, thank God, all over the country. But, what happens in New York doesn't just stay in New York. It has a tendency to spread. And this is the epitome of what we talk about when we look at this ideological response from folks within the criminal justice system. They believe that criminals are the true victims. They're victims of an unjust society. They are victims of systems of oppression. And thus anything that the criminal does is not even necessarily their fault. And so they look at you as someone with privilege actually pushing back against this. And you are just perpetuating the white supremacy culture and the oppressive systems, blah, 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 blah. They do this all the time. And this is what it looks like when you go ahead and institutionalize those ideological perspectives. And even if it's not happening on a massive scale, if we don't push back in significant ways, politically speaking, well, then it will become nationwide, and we're all going to have to deal with this regardless of where it is people live.
And a lot of this gets then fought out in the criminal justice system, which, at least in your state of Washington, Jason, might feature a bunch of new lawyers who haven't passed the bar exam because apparently the bar exam has been deemed racist or something? What is this?
You say that with such a question in your mind. Everyone knows the bar exam is incredibly racist because it disproportionately and unnecessarily blocks historically marginalized groups from entering the practice of law. This was the basic argument that was made. And this whole thing started in 2020. This was November of 2020. So we're talking about really almost the height of the BLM movement where everything was deemed to be racist. And they said, we don't have enough, quote unquote, lawyers of color. So what can we do to ensure that we have more lawyers that look like the community, quote unquote? And so we knew, of course, what they were going to do is just claim it's a racist system. We just didn't know it was going to end like this. And what they basically argued was that in order to pass the bar, you have to study a lot. And to study a lot means you might not have time to go to work.
And by the way, Kamala Harris failed the bar exam when she first tried. So maybe she's helping make this point, Jason. Please continue.
Well, yes, perhaps. But I mean, the basic argument is that if you're black, it's harder for you to take time off of work in order to study. And so it's unfair to have black people have to take the bar. It is so ludicrous. Now, they have alternatives to become a lawyer. And, I've talked to some lawyers who say, they're not even necessarily opposed to looking at alternative ways to judge one's competency, but it's the underlying reason behind their decision here that's the biggest problem. Because if you're going into the system saying that the black person who couldn't pass the bar exam because of racism, if they go through this alternative path, which is, doing a certain amount of hours, basically apprenticeship with a lawyer, during that apprenticeship, do they then say, well, because this person is a victim of a systemic oppressive culture, do they get a little bit of a shortcut and maybe don't have to work the same amount of hours? Are we making excuses in other
or do they
ways?
just not have to be as good in front of the judge?
Precisely.
Like, is the burden of proof for them lower, like the burden of everything is lower because it's all such a racist system? I mean, I feel, this is just me, if I were in need of legal representation, which hopefully I never will be, but if I were in that position, I would probably want someone who passed the bar exam. Because you look at, there's a lot of lawyers running around, Jason. They all managed to pass the bar exam. I'm sure it is a lot of studying and a real challenge, but that's kind of what you sign up for when you decide to go to law school and take the LSATs and become a lawyer and graduate from law school and then study for the bar and then pass. These are things that you have to do as a barrier to entry into a specialized profession that, again, it's a higher bar, but it's not like every single lawyer in America is some sort of epic genius. I think it's fair to say that.
Fonnie Willis is a lawyer.
She's the district. There you go. But district attorney.
Exactly. But she has she passed the bar.
Michael Avenatti now in prison. Right. Go down the list. I feel like there should be baseline standards in society for things. Because, by the way, and we're seeing this in different respects. If they're going to do this in the legal profession, what about the medical profession? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, well, do you really have to pass those board exams? Do you really have to go? Is it racist to force someone to go and do a residency? You can really start expanding this concept in ways that are more and more ludicrous. And I would say, well, we shouldn't even discuss those hypotheticals because it's probably a bridge too far.
Well,
but
it's
maybe
already
not.
happening. But it's not a bridge too far because it's already happening in some regard. When you start looking in particular with medical schools, you see here in Washington, we certainly have seen a different standard of admission. The whole idea is to have a class of students that is, quote unquote, more representative of the community. And so what we've seen is just basically taking away certain spots from students unless they check some boxes from a racial perspective. And that was actually hurting Asian students here in Washington State and white students who were, quote unquote, disproportionately represented by the admissions process. And so I don't want to lower standards when, my freedoms are on the line.
Just for anyone.
My life is on for anything. We just shouldn't be doing that. You should address, if there's a legitimate issue, and I've said this from the beginning, if there's a legitimate issue as to some sort of racism that's involved that is stopping someone who happens to be black or Latino or whatever from being able to reach an accomplishment that otherwise they should be reaching, rather than punishing everyone and bringing everyone down, why not raise the people up? Why not address why there's a disproportionate number of people not being represented or overrepresented?
Well, because I don't
address the underlying cause.
That's not the point.
Yeah, of course.
That's the whole ball game here. It's a cynical take, but it is the correct take. There is an agenda at play, right? That's what that's really about. And it actually brings us to another topic that you've written about out there in Seattle. And what is this about? There was a police officer who's now in trouble because he or she was racing to a crime scene in a lane that he wasn't supposed to be driving in. Again,
it's worse.
It's just, I say this almost every time we speak, Jason. I don't know how you keep your sanity out there.
Oh, I know. It's a lot of crying and self-loathing, I think. But here's just the baseline of this. So Seattle Police Department, like many departments around the country, have oversight agencies that are independent, civilian-led. They handle any complaint that comes in against a cop. And so I got a hold of an email that was sent from the director of that oversight unit, basically telling the Seattle PD that, yeah, they're going to continue to investigate any complaint that comes in for an officer who violates a traffic violation or a traffic law, even in service of, responding to a 911 call. And the reason why this was such a big deal is the precinct that got this email from the director has a piece of downtown Seattle that is, if not the most dangerous, it's one of the most dangerous in all of the city. They are constantly being called there. Except in that area, there's bus-only lanes from 6 to 9 a.m. in the morning and then 3 to 6 p.m. in the evening. And so the only way that an officer would be able to respond to a call there would to be driving, technically illegally, in a bus-only lane. And so every time they do
It's
that...
a cop.
But it doesn't matter to these folks because they are going after cops. The whole reason why they're now doing these investigations is just to continue to harass. And of course, the Alt Weekly in the Seattle area is now asking the readers who also hate cops, hey, make sure you file these reports. All you have to do is do X, Y, and Z, and they will be investigated. It's going to be just a nonstop harassment campaign. And it's
And what's happening to the police force in Seattle again there? Jason?
Yeah, they're not doing so well. I've got a story next week about the true staffing numbers, which even shocked me at how low they are. And they're not recovering. They have not recovered in any meaningful way since the 2020 BLM riots and rallies and the defund movement. So we are losing cops at record high numbers. We're at record lows right now. It is not looking good. And this, of course, makes the case as to why so few want to be cops here.
Last but not least, Jason, you witnessed something very disturbing the other day. You said it highlights the failures in your city. What did you see?
Yeah. So I was on my way back from a speech. It was early in the morning, and I thought what I saw were two homeless people fighting. So I did what I normally do, which is, of course, take out my phone and start to record. But then I quickly realized, oh, this is not a fight. This is someone doing chest compressions on this man. He was outside of like a 7-Eleven on the sidewalk. He was clearly homeless. And I start hearing the fire department come. So I see them and then I leave. And as I left, I was like, I wonder what happened to this guy. So I did some investigation. I found out precisely who was that person. He's just a 30-year-old guy. He died. He died of a drug overdose, specifically fentanyl and meth. And I just sort of went down this rabbit hole of finding out who this guy was, getting his background. And I couldn't help but wonder if we had policies that were not so soft on crime, if we had policies that didn't say, hey, homeless people, you can do whatever it is you want, wherever it is you want. If we actually took this seriously, would this 30-year-old guy, would he have died? Or would he still be alive, maybe living a productive life? And obviously, if you're an addict, you're an addict. It's not always easy, but we certainly make it really easy to be an addict and not get treatment.
No, and they call it compassion.
I think he failed it.
Right,
Yeah,
they call it compassion, and then you witness a 30-year-old dying in the streets, which is not an outlier situation in the city of Seattle, which is, I think, the worst part of it, underscoring your point. Jason Rantz trying to keep the sanity train chugging even slowly in Greater Seattle on KTTH, our great affiliate here. Jason, as always, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Same issues, but with a fresh perspective. The Guy Benson Show.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. This is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code STRIKE or text STRIKE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text STRIKE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Fellow Americans, former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. Market instability and soaring debt have put your retirement at risk. For protection, I recommend diversifying into physical gold from Advantage Gold, a 5-star rated gold company I've used for years. Their customer service is unmatched. Call 800-741-GOLD now and say Jason Hansen sent you and get a free 2024 gold investing kit. Again, call 800-741-GOLD.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Releasing a new report focusing on chronic school absenteeism. The report spells out several key findings. In 2022, nearly 6% of children ages 5 to 17 experienced chronic absenteeism for health-related reasons in the 12 months before the survey was conducted. Children with family incomes of less than 200% of the federal poverty level were more likely to be repeatedly absent. The number varies when race and other factors like Hispanic origin are brought into the mix. Also, kids with disabilities were 3 times more likely to be absent than those without disabilities. The report says chronic school absenteeism can lead to poorer school engagement for students, in addition to decreased academic performance. It also leads to a risk of dropping out, which is also associated with many long-term health impacts. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Exclusively on Fox Nation. It's time.
The evidence that's come out is very compelling.
For justice.
The only thing worse than being accused of a crime is knowing you're guilty.
For vengeance.
They were as unlikable a pair of defendants as you'll ever see.
None of you guys are 21, right?
For
I am not drinking a little.
really bad decisions.
I'm drinking a lot.
It's time for crime. Only on Fox Nation. All part of Fox Justice. Sign up now and get your first year of Fox Nation for $29.99. America is streaming.
Back here on the Guy Benson Show, yesterday I reacted to a new report that 19 Democratic senators had written a letter demanding that the Biden administration move forward with some plan for a Palestinian state. And they put in a number of caveats and requirements, which the Palestinians would never agree to. So I guess there's that. They also criticized Israel, of course. This is a domestic political play. That was the point of the letter. Not because there's any realistic chance of this happening, for reasons that I laid out. Number one, no Palestinian leader could credibly deliver a peace deal and a Palestinian state in exchange for recognizing Israel and demilitarizing, even if they wanted to. There's no one who has that power or credibility. It can't happen. Second, you're not going to, in a sane world, incentivize or reward October 7th in any way. But another big part of it is, and I say this is like fundamental, most Palestinians do not want peace with Israel. They don't. There's a brand new poll of Palestinians, 71% of them approve of the October 7th massacre. 91% say Hamas committed no war crimes. They burned babies to death. They raped women systemically. 91% of Palestinians say, nope, no war crimes there. 71% look at that and say, yes, we approve of that. Almost 60% say they want Hamas to control Gaza after the war, which won't happen, but they want it. How are you supposed to give a state to that crowd and make peace with that crowd if those are their beliefs? This is what Israel is up against. Open your eyes. Another hour coming up. We all know Bidenomics is broken. Despite the gaslighting from the president, the vast majority of Americans don't believe the economy is headed in the right direction. They're looking for real solutions, not more of the same. That's where Americans for Prosperity comes in. Americans for Prosperity is the biggest, strongest, citizen-led grassroots organization fighting for freedom and opportunity for all. What separates AFP from other organizations is that they're focused on the grassroots, where the real power to change comes from. Americans for Prosperity is mobilizing this grassroots army of freedom-loving, concerned citizens just like you and me this year. How? Well, AFP is holding events all around the country, not just rallying folks against the Bidenomics that has made everything more expensive, but offering real solutions, like lowering inflation by reducing wasteful government spending, unleashing energy abundance right here in America, and empowering the American workforce by cutting the red tape of government overregulation. Learn more and check out AFP's Prosperity is Possible tour by visiting prosperityispossible.com. That's prosperityispossible.com.
Less than a day to avoid a shutdown. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Congress could send the U.S. into a partial government shutdown at 11:59 Eastern Time Friday night unless it approves a package of spending bills.
The bill will likely pass, but does Congress act before tomorrow night's deadline? Lawmakers are racing through more than 1,000 pages of the $1.2 trillion bill. Some conservatives are exasperated with Johnson for agreeing to the plan with Democrats.
Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Republican leaders say the House will vote on the spending package Friday. Immigrants storm the U.S. border as the new Texas immigration law remains on hold.
Law enforcement sources in Texas tell Fox that at least one migrant is charged with assaulting a Texas National Guard soldier after more than 300 migrants rushed the border wall in El Paso. Congressman Tony Gonzalez posted on X, quote, "There is nothing safe and orderly about this. It's a break-in. It's illegal, and there needs to be consequences." Texas is still awaiting an appeals court ruling that will determine if the state can enforce Senate Bill 4. The law allows Texas to arrest and deport migrants who cross the border illegally.
Fox's Nate Foy in Eagle Pass, Texas. An appeals court orders the judge who oversaw the Boston Marathon bombing trial to investigate claims of juror bias.
Johar Tsarnaev faces the death penalty for his role in setting bombs at the finish line of the 2013 Boston Marathon that killed 3 people. If the probe finds the trial judge should have dismissed any of the jurors in question, Tsarnaev's death sentence could be thrown out and a new penalty phase ordered. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The Justice Department sues Apple, accusing it of monopolizing the smartphone market. The antitrust lawsuit threatens to change how consumers use their iPhones. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, Fox News contributor and editor of the Transom.com daily newsletter, and I'm inviting you to join a conversation every week with the smartest thinkers out there about the issues Americans face and where we're going as a nation. This show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me as we dive into the fray. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
A U.S. Army unit critical to winning World War II gets a long-deserved medal.
An American military unit known as the Ghost Army used inflatable aircraft and tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and even costumes to deceive German forces around Europe in World War II.
The Ghost Army's tactics were meant to be invisible, but today their contributions will no longer remain unseen in the shadows.
Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey speaking at a ceremony honoring the military unit with the Congressional Gold Medal, Congress's highest honor. The Ghost Army included about 1,300 soldiers. The unit's mission was not declassified until 1996. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The U.S. is calling for a vote Friday on a revised and tougher UN resolution declaring that an immediate and sustained ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war is imperative and that more humanitarian aid must be allowed in. Israel says it is still planning a major military operation in the Gaza city of Rafah. A major decision for people on Medicare who need to lose weight.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have some updated guidance for Medicare Part D drug benefit plans. Popular weight loss drug Wegovy can be covered as long as the patient is also using it for heart disease. Earlier this month, the FDA approved a label change for the drug made by Novo Nordisk, which allows it to be used to reduce risk of cardiovascular events like heart attacks if the patient is overweight, obese, or already has heart disease. Wegovy, by the way, costs around $1,300 a month. John Saucier, Fox News.
And the next Mega Millions jackpot jumps to nearly $1 billion. Friday's grand prize will be worth at least $977 million. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
A new generation of conservative talk. Right here, right now. Fair, fun, and backed by the trusted voices and reporting resources of Fox News. Fox News. You're listening to The Guy Benson Show. And now, here's your host, Guy Benson.
A new hour is upon us here on The Guy Benson Show as we travel forward together. Thank you for listening. GuyBensonShow.com. That's our website. Podcast is always free. When the show is over, it's on demand, no charge. Again, GuyBensonShow.com. On the TV side of things, catch me tonight on Special Report on the Panel. 6:40 Eastern Time, Fox News Channel. Fox News alert as we enter this middle hour. The Dow with another consecutive day of big gains, up 269 points at the close at 39,789. So pushing Dow 40,000 potentially. Keeping an eye on that. Joining us now is Stephen Moore, who's a distinguished fellow in economics at the Heritage Foundation. He is a writer for the Wall Street Journal. He's a best-selling author, and it's great to have you here.
Hey, Gay, great to be with you.
Glad to have you. So I want to start with this. Let me read from the New York Times. This is a huge story in my mind that kind of got some passing attention yesterday. The Biden administration on Wednesday issued one of the most significant climate regulations in the nation's history, a rule designed to ensure that a majority of new passenger cars and light trucks sold in the U.S. are all electric or hybrids by the year 2032. So that's in 8 years. A majority of cars and light trucks would be EVs or hybrids within the next 8 years. Right now, the percentage is like 7.5%, far from the 56% target under the new regulation that they want to ramp up through government mandate in the next 8 years. The rule, the Times goes on to say, increasingly puts the amount of pollution allowed from tailpipes over time, limiting it so that by 2032, more than half of the new cars sold in the United States would most likely be zero emissions vehicles in order for car makers to meet the standards. So, Steve, I mean, this is not something that Congress has decided to pass, which would be crazy unto itself, but that would be a legislative process. This is the president and his team just declaring to an entire industry, you need to completely change your industry in the next less than a decade in a radical, transformative way, or else you're going to run afoul of the law that we've just made up. Am I missing something, or is this absolutely nuts?
Well, if anything, you understated how dangerous this is, Guy. I mean, everything you said is correct, but I think it's even more devious and diabolical than that. I want to just, give you the headline here. What Biden has done is ban. He wants to ban gas cars. He wants to ban them, even though 90% of us want a gas cars, not EVs. And by the way, I'm not against EVs. If people want to buy an EV, I have no problem with that. But do you remember, Guy, when Obama was pushing Obamacare, and he had that famous line where he said, "If you like your health care, you can keep it." Remember
of course.
That? Well, Biden's not saying if you like your car, you can keep it. He's saying we're going to force you to buy a car that you don't want. I think he just lost the election because of this. Americans have a love affair with their cars. People are not going to give up their cars. They don't want to buy these. Look at the rental car agencies. They can't get people to rent them. The car manufacturers and the dealerships, 3,000 of them have wrote a letter to Biden saying we can't sell these. Nobody wants them. They become for conservatives like Bud Light, where people, if you look at the red states, nobody's buying EVs because they've become what I call Biden cars. And here's the thing, I recently wrote a column on this. I think the EV industry would be further along today if Joe Biden had not been elected president, by trying to force people to buy these things and to force the manufacturers to produce them. There has been a great pushback against this among car buyers. The EV industry, which is supposed to provide 100% of our cars in the next 10 years, is practically bankrupt.
I mean, I'm letting all of this sink in because, like you, if you want an EV, go for it. And I know people who have, say, Teslas. I know Tesla, they don't really even talk about that because the Democrats don't like Elon Musk, so they kind of play up some of the other automakers. But if you want a Tesla, or you want one of these Chevy Bolt, I don't even know what they are, go get one. If that suits your needs and you want to, recharge at your convenience and tool around town for the environment, great. But if you drive a lot, or you want to drive on highways and do long road trips, etc., and you can't afford to constantly stop at these few and far between charging stations and wait forever to do so. I mean, I've heard horror stories from friends of ours who have been forced to rent EVs because all the other real cars were gone. So it's like you either get an EV or nothing. So like, all right, I guess I'll take the EV. And then just multi-hour ordeals have followed. At some point, if there's a demand for it, the market will catch up. And people, if they feel like that's the better alternative, can make that choice for themselves. But this is just government coercion, right? In addition to wasting taxpayer monies and all these, money on tax credits, like, which benefits mostly richer people anyway, then the other end of this that they're doing is telling car manufacturers, that they have no choice. They must, by this year, create a majority of new cars that are hybrids or EVs, or else they're illegal. They're breaking the law. I mean, that is horrible policy, and also just seems like way beyond something that any solitary politician should be able to do in a free country, to just dictate to entire industries, you must abide by my whims or you'll be now effectively criminal. That's not how things should work.
So last year, despite the fact that the federal government under Biden is just throwing money at the electric vehicle industry, Ford lost $40,000 on every EV they sold. So this is not a burgeoning industry, even with all the subsidies. And by the way, if you buy an EV, under Biden, the government will write you a $7,500 check. So we're enticing people with every possible enticement we can think of. Every subsidy will pay you cash to buy them, and people still aren't buying them. And
because they don't meet people's needs. That's the beauty of supply and demand. If this were a magical thing that worked really well and helped the environment and was affordable, people would be lining up saying, get rid of my gas tank. I don't want that anymore. But that is not the reality. And Steve, it's not going to become the reality in 8 years just because Joe Biden decided to say so. You said you think he could have just lost the election with this. Why is he doing this before the election? Why not wait for something this radical until after the election, at least? I mean,
because he is truly, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, I have to give Biden credit. I mean, he is a true believer in the radical climate change Armageddon agenda. He really believes this stuff, and he thinks this is going to be his gift to, the history books, that he was the one who ended fossil fuel use. But I want to make a point about that, if I may, Guy.
Please.
Guess what? The EVs don't reduce carbon emissions. They make, there's new evidence that given the cost of making the batteries, you have to use electric power. Where do you think the electric power comes from to juice your electric battery?
Coal.
Oh, it comes from coal plants and natural gas plants. So they're not good for the environment. They're incredibly expensive. And I got to tell you, I mean, these people are serious as a heart attack. And so if Biden wins re-election, they're going to go forward with this. Then what's going to happen? So here's the thing, Guy, I know you're not a PhD economist, but if you reduce the supply of something, which they want to do, so what they want to do is make sure that there aren't gas cars that you can buy, and then at the same time you've got increased demand for something. Guess what happens to its price? It's the price of gas cars is going to go through the roof. What's going to happen is people, once they realize after 2031 you can't buy a gas car, guess what everybody's going to do right now? Around buy a gas. You're going to have a black market for gas cars, like we had drug dealer markets.
Oh, I mean, it's such a crazy intervention in the market, and using the force of the federal government and the state to do this. Again, I'm all for the environment. I love the idea of a greener future. As you point out, it's not clear this is even necessarily greener. And electricity doesn't come out of nowhere, right? You have to get electricity other ways. And then there's other questions. If the electricity grid goes down or there's power outages, then what? If you're trying to get somewhere in your car. There's just so many pieces that go into a decision, Steve, about whether someone wants to buy that car versus this car. And right now, and I think for the foreseeable future, Americans are going to want to stick with their gas-powered cars. That might change over time. Yeah. I'm totally open to that. I'm not going to be screaming into the ether defending gas tanks forever if it doesn't make sense anymore. But that's just the reality for the foreseeable future. And just the hubris. I mean, setting aside just the I think, abuse of power and the economic calamity that this could be, the hubris to tell an entire industry, you have to change your product offerings radically and do so in the next less than a decade because I said so, and the planet go. I mean, it's dictatorial.
Well, it's also true that, shame on also the United Auto Workers president who endorsed Biden. Here you've got an industry that Biden is trying to absolutely destroy. Hundreds of thousands of auto jobs are going to be lost if they do this, because guess where the batteries are made? Oh yeah, China. Guess where the cars are manufactured? Oh yeah, China and Mexico. This is going to cost UAW hundreds of thousands of jobs. By the way, that's why Trump, I bet, will win 80% of the online on the job workers who have a union card, because this destroys the union, and it's going to export jobs out of the United States.
But of course, Steve, they say, no, don't you worry about that. This is going to create lots of green new jobs, and it's going to save people thousands of dollars on gasoline for their cars in the future. All these wonderful things. I don't believe them. Very few people believe them. If those things were true, people would weigh the evidence and make a choice for themselves. And what Biden is trying to do is get rid of the choices. That's the point here. I think this is a sleeper issue. Steve Moore on The Guy Benson Show. We'll be right back.
We're proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I am so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/healthy or text healthy to 511-511. Text healthy to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 gigabyte data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic. Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
dropping off the delivery, he asked if he could meet the dog named Jihu. It just so happened that Jihu had been at the shelter for almost a year and had become a pet of the shelter as he greeted people and was always wagging his tail. But it finally looked that Jihu had met his human, and not long after, Jihu has a forever home. Jihu, you made the Doggy Dean's list. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Is this the start of a NASCAR dynasty for Ryan Blaney? Ready to go to work. A redemption tour for Chase Elliott? Is Denny Hamlin a ruthless competitor or a villain? Is it time for a Bubba Wallace breakthrough? Ross Chastain to get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above, and it's about to go down. Let's go! The Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix from Circuit of the Americas, Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Guy Benson, we are back. We've been talking here on the show about the TikTok bill, came out of the House of Representatives. I hope something very similar, if not identical, will also pass the Senate, hopefully also resoundingly. Bipartisan. Adult decisions. Rare in D.C. these days, but apparently passing muster at least on this issue. Across the board, which I think is just a no-brainer. Look no further than the apoplectic response of the Chinese Communist Party as they see a huge propaganda and espionage tool threatened. They are doing everything they can to stop this bill, spending huge, gigantic amounts of money through ByteDance, the parent company. And you look at people on the board of ByteDance and you look at their roles literally in the Chinese Communist Party apparatus. It's not subtle what's going on here. They see, quite rightly, TikTok as a huge tool in their foreign policy toolbox against the United States. To steal data, to potentially coerce people, certainly to propagandize and mold public opinion, especially among young people in the United States. This is invaluable to them, which is why they want no part of selling it off. They don't want the ties severed. They want those ties intact for very bad, sinister reasons. It would be a very worrisome sign if the United States, even in our current state, even in our current politics in this moment, if we didn't have the wherewithal to actually move forward with a bill just like this one, that would be a red flag. And the good news is that in the House, at least, this thing got massive support. And it also enjoys massive support among the American people. There's a new poll out that shows 68% of Americans support the bill. So roughly 7 out of 10. This is despite gobs of money being thrown at the problem and all the lobbying that they've done. TikTok has bought up a bunch of people. They're doing what they can with their histrionics and their lobbying. They also enlisted a bunch of teenagers and young people to call up Congress and make threats. There were lawmakers whose lives and families were threatened. You had kids calling up saying, "I'll kill myself if you ban TikTok." Just totally insane, over the top. And you can see how this thing can be weaponized even worse in the future. That's the goal from the CCP. That's why this has to stop. And I'm encouraged to see not only the vote, but also a poll like this one, 68%. And you break it down at 74% of Republicans, 2/3 of independents and Democrats. There's not a big partisan gap here. Even among TikTok users, a majority, 56%, are in favor, based on this data, of a forced sale of TikTok. That's all the Chinese have to do. Sell it, make a bunch of money. TikTok can continue. But then it becomes so much less valuable. They don't care about the money. The money is secondary, tertiary. It is way more valuable for its other purposes. That's the point here. So I was pleased to see polling like this. And one other point, I saw a piece in The Atlantic that was spelling out what should be relatively obvious to all of us, which is we have a legitimate national interest in limiting foreign interference within our politics and our media. This is a long-standing tradition and policy, in fact, in the United States. You have to be a natural-born citizen to run for president in this country. You have to be a U.S. citizen to seek federal office. You have to be a U.S. citizen or green card holder to even donate to campaigns. We don't let foreigners fund our campaigns. Even for like a single member of Congress who has relatively limited power, we don't let foreign interference fund those campaigns. On the media side, there are laws, there are regulations against foreign ownership of U.S. media organizations. For example, our own Rupert Murdoch had to become a U.S. citizen on his way to being a U.S. media mogul and magnate. This isn't some wild new xenophobic idea. And if it applies to someone who might just say, I don't know, I'm a Brit and I like this candidate and I want to give some money to a U.S. candidate. If you're not a citizen or green card holder, you can't do it. Or I'm an Australian and I want to own a bunch of U.S. media outlets. I can't do that unless I become a citizen. If that's the rule for well-intentioned people who like the country, we should certainly not have a big loophole and exception for a hostile foreign power like China that wants to supplant and defeat the United States in any number of ways. And say, oh yeah, sure, sorry, we're going to just scream First Amendment and say that you have a special right to steal our data and to propagandize 70 million young Americans. Go for it. That makes no sense. The bill should continue its march through Congress. It should pass the Senate, or at least something very similar, and get this thing signed as soon as possible. Big, blinking red light. It's a no-brainer. The Guy Benson Show continues after this break.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
Levi off, Larry went shopping and purchased 2 pairs of pajamas, bringing returned as he hugged the pajamas close to his chest. Levi says his heart was filled with joy, and he did a happy cry. Larry says after working as a correctional officer, a truck driver, and now a bus driver, this is his calling. Mr. Larry, you made the Dean's List. Janice Dean, Fox News.
From the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Baltimore Orioles shortstop Cal Ripken Jr., the Iron Man, broke the record for most consecutive games played, 2,131. The record had been held for 56 years before that by Lou Gehrig.
Well, I see myself as someone that was very lucky and had a good career, and I think that I'm pretty good. I mean, I don't put myself all the way down and not think that I've had a pretty significant career. I've enjoyed being in the presence of all the great players and this collection of players. I sat and talked to Henry Aaron a long time and really enjoyed talking to Kirk Gibson and Pete Rose. I just enjoy being in the environment. Maybe when I get older and you start to look back, you may have a historical view of your career. But right now, I just see myself as a guy that was lucky enough to play baseball for a long time.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk. This is Poll Parade with Fox News Director of Polling, Dana Blanton.
People are curious about who we contact for our Fox News surveys. Many think we only reach out to Fox News viewers. That's definitely not the case. The people we interview have no idea it's for Fox. That's because we don't want a chance that it could nudge a respondent to answer questions one way or another. Our goal is to learn how everyone feels about the issues. We also don't contact people who have signed up to take polls. Instead, we use a random sample of voters, which means every voter who has a phone, mostly cell phones but also landlines, has an equal chance of being contacted and sharing their views confidentially. It's how we ensure we get an accurate read of how the whole country truly feels. In fact, to ensure we're reaching everyone, we recently started sending text messages so respondents can complete the survey online as well as phone. If you're curious, go to foxnews.com/polls. I'm Dana Blanton. That's your potpourri.
In the swamp, not of the swamp. Guy Benson.
Halfway through the Thursday edition of The Guy Benson Show. GuyBensonShow.com. Podcast always free. Back with us now is Peter Doocy, Fox News White House correspondent. Peter, welcome back to the show.
Good to be back. Thank you, Guy.
Interesting exchange earlier this week between yourself and Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor at the White House. Cut 36 for those who missed it.
When he does that, is he shouting and swearing about Netanyahu or about Hamas or about his poll numbers?
This is the when did you stop beating your spouse question, because I don't think he ever did that. And so, well, you use that as the premise of your question, which is when he does that. I've never seen him do that, shout or swear in response to that. So from my perspective, that particular report is not correct.
All right. So this was in regard to the NBC story that President Biden, behind closed doors, is getting agitated and cranky and shouting at people and cursing over his polling or over something. So you were trying to get to the bottom of that. And Jake Sullivan was saying, well, that's kind of like asking me, when did you stop beating your spouse, trying to neutralize the premise of your question. But the premise of your question was an NBC story, kind of a weird response in my mind. What did you make of that whole exchange?
It was a weird response in that there have been many stories over the last couple of months since October 7th about how President Biden is all worked up about various aspects of the Israeli response, about what actually happened on the 7th. It's kind of evolving, but there have been stories that President Biden, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, sometimes he uses bad words. Mm-hmm. And, it was even more surprising that he used that he turned that particular phrase, considering that the other big event of the day at the White House, right before he said that, was like an International Women's History celebration. And so I understand what he meant, and I know the phrase, but it's not a headline that you would think that they would want in the press shop. something about a spouse being beaten.
Right, especially because what he's basically saying in response to your question is, how dare you even ask that? It is such a phony, outrageous premise. There's no good way to answer it. But if NBC is reporting that the president gets ornery and shouts and uses foul language, I guess his one little snippet was, well, I've never seen him do that. We've all seen him do that. He shouts at people when he gets questions that he doesn't like. He raises his voice. He gets testy. And you referenced this, Peter. He called you a curse word on an open microphone. So, the idea that this is somehow beyond the pale, oh, heavens to Betsy, Joe Biden would never lower himself to such a thing as shouting or cursing. We know that he does those things. He's done them publicly by accident.
Yeah, and I gave him, it was a multiple choice question. I said, is he mad about Israel? Is he mad about Hamas? Is he mad about the polls? There have been stories that he's upset about each. So just pick one.
Yeah, and I guess
maybe another time.
He didn't pick one. My guess is it's probably all of the above. That's my speculation. And based on the NBC story, unless they're denying all of NBC's sources, which maybe they are, but based on what they've heard from multiple sources in that story, he's especially worked up over his polling numbers, which is my next question. Peter, flashing back to 2 weeks ago, it was State of the Union Day. The president was going to give a speech that evening. He then delivered that speech. And at least in Biden world and in a lot of the press, the verdict was, what a success. What a tremendous performance by Joe Biden. We're thrilled. Now, was that generally what they were spinning you guys in the immediate aftermath of the speech? Am I remembering that correctly, that they were very pleased?
Yes, very pleased.
Very, very pleased. Okay. Since then, and I've built the case looking at actual numbers, the president's polling numbers have not improved. In some polls, they've gotten worse. I would say overall, they've basically frozen in place. They're overall indistinguishable in terms of the averages, pre-speech to post-speech, and we're now 2 weeks later. Is there any sense that they might want to, I don't know, go back and reconsider their very strong feelings about the effectiveness of that speech, given the actual results out in the real world?
No, I don't think so, because, at this point, even though the polls didn't move, they have pretty effectively, from an outsider's perspective, they've done two things very effectively. They've made a lot of money compared to Trump over the last month. I mean, I'm looking at it right now because I'm putting something together for Brett Baer Show. Right now, cash on hand, Team Biden-Harris has $155 million, the official campaign, which is like triple what Trump's got, $42 million. And they've had President Biden out at, it's mostly fundraisers, but out at events in swing states with the kind of schedule that you don't normally see until much later, until like October. Like 3 events a day, 2 states a day, earlier this week. And that's not something that we're seeing Trump do yet. And so I think from the Biden perspective, he still gets Air Force One. He still gets the full package. He has a campaign and an official wing, an official way through the White House to get out there. And so I think they would be pleased with the position that they're putting themselves in for later, even if the polls haven't moved yet.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And certainly the fundraising piece of it is a huge one. And Trump's battling financial issues on other fronts, of course, at the same time, which could present problems for him and his campaign just competing with the left collectively, not just the Biden campaign, the DNC, but all the outside groups as well. Since you mentioned the schedule, you obviously follow the president's schedule very closely, and he is more active than he has been in quite some time. Often we've seen the schedule that's just almost empty, devoid of serious events. That has not been the case, certainly this week. He's out west. He's done this big swing. I'm not sure how effective the events have been, and there have been a few sound bites here or there that haven't been great for him, in my opinion, but just the change in gear from the White House plus campaign, kind of noteworthy at the very least, right?
Very noteworthy, but it's also then worth noting that a lot of the events, especially the ones late at night, are off camera. We do get like a readout of what he said afterwards from like the White House stenographer, but they're not putting him out there super late to try to perform at a high level, especially on the West Coast when he might be jet lagged or just wiped out from a long day.
Peter Doocy, White House correspondent at Fox News, with the very latest for us. Been quite a week already, and who knows what's still around the corner. Peter Doocy, all over it as usual. Peter, thank you.
Thanks, Guy. Talk to you soon.
You bet. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. The Guy Benson Show resumes right after this.
Miss a minute, miss a lot. The Guy Benson Show.
Miss any of your favorite Extra 106.3 shows? Download the Extra app and catch up now, or listen anytime at thepodcastpark.com.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code STRIKE or text STRIKE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text STRIKE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
clip on social media earlier in the week that I wanted to make a point of at least mentioning, and we've just been busy with news, but I want to get to it. There's a guy I'd never heard of called Ahmed Kota, who is, I guess, a Palestinian activist. And he made a video of himself unpacking and consuming MRE meals. So these are meals ready to eat that were dropped into Gaza as part of this humanitarian relief for Gazans, courtesy of the United States government and you and me, the U.S. taxpayer. And old Ahmed was not impressed. He wasn't a fan of the meals that he was getting for free from us in the middle of certainly a war zone, but what people on the Palestinian side and the pro-Hamas side would call mass starvation and genocide, right? These are the things that are claimed. Genocide is just a smear. It is a blood libel. It is utterly untrue. Even if you believe the Palestinian numbers or the, Gaza Ministry of Health numbers, that there are 30,000 deaths in Gaza since the beginning of the war. Number one, the war was started by Hamas in the most heinous way possible, deliberately targeting civilians. Number two, a large percentage of the deaths in Gaza, whatever the full number is, a large percentage, Israel says 13,000 of them roughly, are Hamas terrorists. So you don't get to include those in the death count of innocents or civilians. Those would be terrorist deaths. And we also should not just take for granted that anything coming out of Hamas, because the Gaza Health Ministry is Hamas, that any of that is true. Surely, and I've made this point before, and horribly, there have been civilian deaths. Probably a lot of them. It's terrible. No one wants that, particularly kids. I mean, it's heart-wrenching. But the reason that there have been so many civilian deaths is because Hamas intends that to be the case. They ensure that that is the case because they embed themselves with civilians. They operate out of hospitals. There's just a video that the IDF put out, body cam stuff, of IDF, Israeli forces, going into a hospital in Gaza and having a big shootout with the terrorists who operate in hospitals for a reason. And in the schools and in neighborhoods. They use these people as human shields. They also launch rockets at Israel. Some of them misfire and land and destroy and kill people on the Gaza side of the border. That's another reality. So genocide, when Israel takes more measures to avoid civilian casualties, even in difficult urban warfare, than practically any other fighting force in the history of war, that is a horrible, disgusting lie, to use that word. And yet it's just thrown around very casually by the Hamasnik crowd. Hasn't really taken root in the U.S. People don't believe it because it's not true. But it's an article of faith on the hard left and the Islamist coalition. Genocide. They spout that word constantly. And then starvation. That was the other one. Oh, they're starving. There's a blockade and people can't eat. Israeli officials have pointed out that truckloads of food have come in actually at a higher volume than in many cases before the war broke out. It's true that Hamas tries to confiscate a lot of the aid for themselves, and they've intimidated and even shot people while they've been in the process of stealing the aid. Stealing humanitarian aid and money is what Hamas does. That's how they have run that place for decades. And yes, there was a terrible incident where the people were trampled and run over during one of these swarming of the trucks. They tried to blame that on Israel and say that Israel just killed a bunch of people for no reason. Fortunately, there was video, and that was disproven. But there's just a lot of disinformation, misinformation, lying, and propaganda put out there by the Hamas side of this. And the starvation storyline is undermined by the visual evidence of lots of food coming in. And then videos like this, bringing us back to Ahmed, who's making basically unboxing videos. You've seen these from social media influencers? Like, oh, I just bought some new sneakers. Let me take them out of the box step by step, and you can watch me do it. Hashtag ad. Right, he's doing an unboxing video of a made, ready-to-eat, U.S.-provided meal, an MRE. And boy, he turns his nose up. He is not happy with the contents of the pouch. Here he is in cut 26.
So, starts with the top, crackers, and then applesauce, and then, oh, wow, gum. Wallah balum fake, right? What's this? This is like some, I don't know. We don't see these here. And the energy bar. This is the most thing I'm excited to have. French vanilla. Wow. Cashews, so nuts, peanut butter.
Crackers, apple juice, energy bar, cashews, peanut butter. Sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? And apparently he didn't really know what the main course was. He didn't know how to prepare it. There's a way to heat it up. I guess he either was unaware of that or for dramatic purposes didn't do that. And overall, his review of this restaurant was quite poor in cut 27.
So overall, it's one of the worst meals I've ever had. I literally ate a piece of everything because, and imagine I'm fasting all day, hungry, haven't eaten anything, and then I came to eat this. Nothing tastes good. Only the peanut butter tastes like our Canadian peanut butter. Everything else, this whole meal is like a 2 out of 10. Not even a 1 out of 10, actually. This is torturing us more than it's being aid.
Okay, so it's less than 1 out of 10 review from Ahmed in his unboxing video. In parentheses, I'll just say, when you're talking about genocide and starvation, typically I don't think you see influencers doing unboxing videos to poo-poo the provisions being provided to them by their alleged genociders. That's just, in my experience, not something that you typically see. And then he uses another loaded word, torture. Giving them this food is torture more than even aid. That's his big conclusion because he doesn't like it. And as many people have pointed out, these MREs are designed to pack as much of a calorie punch as possible. The fact that he's ignorant about how to prepare some of it and consume some of it, that's a separate story. But there are lots of calories that are jammed into that meal, into that packet. So much so that we give precisely these MREs to our own troops. If it's good enough for our troops, it should be good enough for the people of Gaza as they claim to be the victims of genocide and starvation. And here's a guy being like, ew, this isn't good enough. It's really only the peanut butter that I like. Everything else I just took 1 bite out of. But I'm really super hungry, you guys, and 1 out of 10. I don't know what he was exactly trying to accomplish with this video, but certainly this was not an expression of gratitude for people preventing starvation, because maybe that whole narrative was kind of, in many ways, BS in the first place. This would not be the way to respond to that, at least not the way that I would. So thank you, Ahmed, for your review. Duly noted. The Guy Benson Show continues with our final hour. Congressman Michael Waltz will join us on 2 different major committee hearings on Capitol Hill this week. We'll get his review straight ahead. Were you aware that high blood pressure is one of the biggest risk factors for mortality? 1 in 2 adults have high blood pressure, which is why I've been telling you about 120 Life. Now, what is that? It's a blend of great tasting super fruit juices that actually helps lower your blood pressure. It really does taste good. And the best part is it's absolutely risk-free. They are so confident it will work for you that they offer a money-back guarantee. If you're not 100% satisfied, if you don't see it working for whatever reason, you get your money back, no drama. But people stick with 120 Life because it does work. Go to 120life.com and use the code GUY, G-U-Y, to save 15% and to get free shipping. Go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com. And remember to use code GUY to save 15%. This is serious. This is your life we're talking about. 120 Life can help. These statements have not been approved by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Calling for an immediate ceasefire. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. The UN Security Council is set to vote Friday on a U.S. resolution declaring that an immediate ceasefire in Gaza is imperative. Secretary of State Blinken has been meeting with Arab leaders and spoke from Cairo.
The progress is good. It's real. I can't put a time frame on it, but we are, I think, getting close to a point where we'll have agreements.
On Friday, Blinken will meet with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu and the war cabinet. Police arrested more than a dozen pro-Palestinian demonstrators at the Russell Senate office building. They were heard repeatedly chanting, "We call for a permanent ceasefire." The manhunt in Idaho for an escaped prisoner and suspected accomplice ended Thursday.
Boise police say inmate Skylar Mead and shooting suspect Nicholas Umfenhauer were located in the Twin Falls area and taken into custody. Lieutenant Colonel Sheldon Kelly of the Idaho State Police revealing 2 homicides involving adult males in 2 separate counties may be connected. Officials say Umfenhauer is an associate of Mead's and that the 2 planned an ambush at a hospital where Mead was being treated, with Umfenhauer attacking and firing an Idaho Department of Correction officer. One officer released from the hospital, 2 remain in stable condition. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A prosecutor in Oklahoma declines to file criminal charges against the 3 Oklahoma teens involved in a high school bathroom fight with a non-binary student whose later death was ruled a suicide. The Tulsa County DA agreed with police that the fight between 16-year-old Nex Benedict and the girls was mutual combat. All 3 major stock indexes closed at record highs for a second straight day. Over optimism about future interest rate cuts, the Dow rose 269 points to finish at 39,781. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The Voices America trusts. Download it now.
Tennessee becomes the first state to protect musicians from potential AI dangers.
It's called the Elvis Act, short for Ensuring Likeness, Voice, and Image Security.
It's the first of its kind in the country, and it should be, because we're the music city capital of the world.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signing the bipartisan bill in Nashville, aiming to protect performers, songwriters, and others from what bad actors can do with AI.
These individual artists whose unique God-given gifts transform people's lives, it can steal those gifts. It can impersonate those gifts.
The new law adds vocal likeness to an existing list of what Tennessee considers property rights, including name, photographs, and likeness, and allows people to be held liable for using or producing any of those things without permission. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
New York Attorney General Letitia James takes the first steps to seize some of former President Trump's properties if he misses Monday's deadline to post a massive appeal bond for his civil fraud conviction.
The AG's office formally filed the multi-million-dollar civil fraud judgment in Westchester County. That's where the former president owns a golf course and a private estate. This is all in case Trump and his legal team are not able to come up with the $454 million appeal bond. And just recently, Trump's lawyers revealed they've struggled to find the backing necessary to cover that amount of cash. And now Trump's campaign is calling on his supporters to help raise the money in a, quote, effort to stop the witch hunt.
Fox's Chanley Painter. This as New York City prosecutors urge a judge to start former President Trump's hush money criminal trial on April 15th as planned. They say that his attorney's calls for further delays or dismissal of the case because of a last-minute evidence dump are a red herring. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Raise your glass to the Guy Benson Show Happy Hour. Brought to you by the Finnish Long Drink. Finland's most popular alcoholic beverage is taking America by storm. Visit thelongdrink.com. And now, here's Guy Benson.
It's the happy hour here on the Guy Benson Show, Thursday edition. Thanks very much for tuning in. GuyBensonShow.com. That's our website. Podcast is always free and on demand. No charge to you every weekday, plus bonus Benson on the weekends. GuyBensonShow.com, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm on the panel tonight with Brett Baer, special report, 6:40 Eastern, Fox News Channel. See you there. This hour on the radio is sponsored in part by our good friends at the Finnish Long Drink. Terrific beverage, alcoholic, so please be 21 plus. Always drink responsibly. TheLongDrink.com. It's getting to be spring. It is a beverage especially delicious in warmer weather. Just put it out there. TheLongDrink.com for more. Joining us now is Congressman Michael Waltz, Republican of Florida. He's a combat decorated Green Beret, and it's great to have you back here, sir.
Hey, good to be with you guys. Thanks.
I want to start with the hearings earlier this week on the Afghanistan withdrawal in the House of Representatives. I know that many within the media tried to ignore the story to the greatest extent possible. I saw that it was sort of minimized and poo-pooed by some in the press. But a number of things that were said, including by General Milley in Cut 25 here, I think are extremely significant. Let's listen.
I think some were killed, Afghans. I don't know about the Americans. I don't think the Americans were, but I think some of the Afghans were tracked down that worked with us, and I think some of them were killed, and I'm pretty certain some of them in pretty brutal ways.
So just some confirmation of a huge fear that came as a result of this massive, shameful, broken promise, not just to Americans who were left behind, but to U.S. allies who were left behind. We promised we would get them out. Instead, we got the chaos that we did because of unbelievably poor planning or almost non-existent planning, culminating in Abbey Gate and the deaths of 13 U.S. servicemen. I mean, the list goes on. But to me, one of the biggest disgraces of that whole episode was the broken, solemn promise based on like our national character to help fulfill the obligation that we had made and promises we had made to these folks, and we didn't do that in the cases of tens of thousands of them. Here's Milley saying that he is aware that at least some of them were tracked down, hunted down, and murdered by the terrorists. This is a wider picture that the Commander-in-Chief has described as an extraordinary success, and just this week, Congressman, the State Department put out a statement saying that they are immensely proud of this whole effort. I just wonder, as you listen to the testimony, then you see the split screen of how it's spun by the administration. What goes through your head as someone who's been obviously very hot on this since day one?
Well, a couple of things. You're absolutely right. I mean, General Milley wasn't holding punches, nor was General McKenzie, the commander of all forces in the Middle East. And here's the new things and the validation that came out that the media wants to ignore. And heck, almost all the Democrats, even in the hearing, didn't bother showing up, which is also shameful. Number one, not only did General Milley talk about our allies that are being hunted down, tortured, brutalized by the Taliban that we left behind. Number two, he said we really never had a clear picture of how many Americans were out there, despite the fact that Commander-in-Chief Ann Blinken at the time saying, no, it's less than 100 that want to get out. It's a very de minimis number, and we're working on it. We never really knew, at least according to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And by the way, state has since revised that quietly to nearly 1,000 that wanted to get out, that we didn't get out. American citizens on top of the thousands of Afghans. And then the biggest piece, and this is what I want everybody to take away, President Trump was briefed, this was according to the testimony, on getting everybody out. But when President Trump said everybody out, he meant everybody, Americans, our allies, our SIV holders, and our military. Biden, on the other hand, was living in a fantasy land that, no, even if the Afghan army and the government fall, we can keep our embassy there because we're kumbaya with the Taliban. And why is that so important, Guy? Because once you say, well, get the military out but not our embassy, then that means, well, if American citizens want to leave later, we don't need to get them out ahead of time. And if our allies, they'll be fine too. We could keep processing their visa. And that critically bad, horrific decision, with frankly their head in their rear end, to think that would ever be possible, was what led to a total lack of planning, which was what led to the military getting out before everyone else, or civilians. And then when they said, oh my God, the crap hit the fan, reverse that is why you had the chaos that was that withdrawal. And oh, by the way, I just have to get this point in. Where was Anthony Blinken, Biden's Secretary of State, on the day before Kabul fell? According to the Washington Post, he was vacationing in the Hamptons. And that just says it all for this State Department or this Secretary of State and the decisions that were being made in the White House.
And then Biden, with his mission accomplished moment, calling it an extraordinary success. I mean, this is while people were watching people dying. Afghans were dying. Americans were dying. People were tossing their infant children over walls, trying to get them out of the country. And the president looked at all of this to the extent that he was watching or caring and said, extraordinary success. And here we are years later in the State Department saying, oh, yes, we are nothing but immensely proud of this whole effort. I mean, I can't imagine a more outrageous and enraging slap in the face, especially to the families of those who died.
No, that's absolutely right. And because of those bad decisions where we gave up our bases like Bagram Air Base, which, by the way, not only was important for the evacuation, is important to go after terrorists that are now brewing to hit us again out of Afghanistan, like before 9/11. It's also only a couple hundred miles from the Chinese border where they're tripling their nuclear arsenal. That kind of would have been important, too. But because of these bad decisions, the military was reliant on the Taliban for security. They outsourced our security to the Taliban to screen
to a terrorist group.
To a terrorist group to screen for the other terrorist group. And you now have 13 Gold Star families because of it. And so that's where the real slap in the face is. And all these families have asked for are transparency. Tell us really what happened, good, bad, and ugly. And the point I made, there is a difference between responsibility, a lot of people taking responsibility, and accountability. Mm-hmm. Not only has no one been fired, he's saying it's an outstanding success and promoting people within the State Department, his White House, that were responsible. And that's just the kick in the gut to these families, and why the one father, Steve Nakui, was just so outraged. He yelled out at the State of the Union, because to this day, Biden has never said their names, has never even said Afghanistan since at a State of the Union. And oh, by the way, in their limited engagement with him, all he does is talk about Bo and how Bo died in Iraq, which everyone knows he died of cancer in a hospital.
Yep.
So it's just insult upon insult to these poor families.
Fortunately, the man that you just mentioned, the Gold Star father, has had the charges dropped against him. I don't think they should have ever been filed in the first place, but that was a development that we just saw recently. One last question. I want to make sure that I heard correctly what you said. In the Afghanistan hearing, you said that the Democratic members of the committee didn't even show up for the hearing. Is that right?
I want to be clear. There were a few. There were veterans and, like Rep. Jason Crow from Colorado and others that have been very vocal on how bad this was since day one. But 95% didn't even bother to show.
Wow. That is something I had not heard. And that is, I mean, it's at the very least incredibly disrespectful. And I don't know, what's the point of being in Congress if you're not going to show for something like this? I know what the partisan interests are, but if you're not going to show for something like this on a topic of that import, I mean, I don't understand what you're doing there. But we can leave that for another day.
Especially on the Foreign Affairs Committee. This isn't, like some are committees where, we're just partisan flame throwing each other on. This was two retired generals had served collectively for 86 years between them, saying what went right, what went wrong, and here's how we could prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah, and you've had mostly no-shows.
You show up for.
Mostly no-shows. Because why would you? Why? There's no lesson to be learned if it was an extraordinary success, which is the official party line of the Democratic president who wants to get reelected. So, I mean, there's your answer, as depressing as it is. Now, another committee where things are obviously going to be a lot more partisan is the investigation and the hearing this week, yesterday, into the Biden family enrichment scheme and this impeachment inquiry into the president. I just want to get your biggest takeaways from what happened yesterday, because predictably Republicans are saying, Tony Bobolinsky and these other witnesses were very compelling, and there's more evidence of Biden's involvement and the family lying about it and all this money. Democrats are saying there's nothing to see here at all. What a pathetic witch hunt. And the White House says it's long past time to drop the whole matter. What were your lessons learned yesterday on this front?
Look, I'll tell you, Guy, the more I dig into this on the Oversight Committee, it's so complicated. There's so many bank records, so many shell companies. I mean, look, we've got it from Hunter Biden himself that they deliberately created it this way to obfuscate the money. But the more I dig into it, the more obvious. Joe Biden knew exactly what was going on. Not only did he know what was going on, he was engaged in dinners and calls and meetings with the business partners, and with the clients, the Kazakh, Russian, and Chinese oligarchs and heads of state-owned enterprises. So that's one. To say there was no connection to Joe Biden is just blatantly political and false. But let's talk the actual crimes. Hunter Biden was clearly acting as a foreign agent. You have to register as a foreign agent if you're representing foreign entities to the U.S. government. He was representing them, the vice president of the United States, and the vice president was a party of that, was a party in that. So a violation of FARA. We finally, thanks to the dismantling of the sweetheart deal, Hunter is getting charged for tax evasion. I think Joe Biden has real exposure there, too, and we are working on getting those records. And then, look, I mean, this is just money laundering and corruption 101, but I'm most concerned about the national security implications. And the Chinese, through their state-owned enterprises, have a long history. There was a series of convictions of CEFC officials in the Southern District of New York. It's all out there publicly available of how they were bribing officials, bags of cash, because they were implementing Belt and Road, which is how China infiltrates countries right here in the United States. And they have a term for how they do it. They call it co-opting the princelings. That's the sons of the powerful. Well, gee, they got one in Joe Biden. And look, if it is just obvious to me that there were crimes. We need to have referrals of those crimes. Jamie Comer is working on that. And that Joe Biden, as vice president of the United States, was a corrupt official.
Oh, and they absolutely, at the very least, were lying about his involvement. And there's actual text messages where some of the collaborators and family business partners are saying, never mention Joe's involvement except in person, because they're paranoid about that. That also seems like a pretty big smoking gun. So keep following the evidence, no matter what some of the outside noise may be, and we'll see where it leads. It's already led somewhere pretty significant, and it's not over yet. Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida, a Republican, on the Guy Benson Show. Congressman, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
A fresh perspective on the topics of the day. It's Guy Benson.
Your voice matters more than ever. It's Buck Sexton, and I'm proud to be a part of Atlanta's only conservative voice, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouth-watering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale, where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
looking at everything from food production and distribution to grocery stores and farmers markets, and also food storage and safety practices. It's also looking at how you eat. It's not always just at your dinner table. It's about being on the go at restaurants, schools, and at events and games. This year's theme is also looking at food sustainability, like decreasing food waste at school, work, and home. There are 4 weekly messages. Week 1, stay nourished on any budget. 2, see a registered dietitian nutritionist. 3, eat a variety of foods from all food groups. And lastly, eat with the environment in mind. You can get more details at eatright.org, or for more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
It's dimly lit. He's dressed in black. He's holding a knife in his right hand.
4 gruesome murders.
This is going to be the social media murders.
3 Fox Nation originals.
The evidence that's come out is very compelling.
1 suspect.
Who is Brian Koberger?
Mark Furman hosts 3 exclusive specials you can only find on Fox Nation. Delve into the Idaho College murders, Digital Shadows, Savage Instincts, and Moscow murders. All streaming now, only on Fox Nation.
Continue on the happy hour here on the Guy Benson Show. And for big sports fans, specifically college sports fans, today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday are extra special days with March Madness, the first big weekend of the big dance, where the games stretch from midday till late night, back to back to back. You can flip among games. I'm, of course, not doing that. I am focused on my job and this show and preparation for special report tonight, because I am serious. But I'm checking scores a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a few games this evening. I will certainly be tuning in tomorrow, just after noon, on CBS, Northwestern and Florida Atlantic. I'm nervous. I've gotten into the nervous phase. I'm just happy that they made it, honestly. Back-to-back tournament appearances, despite the injuries. It's just like gravy at this point to be there. But then the ball goes up with the opening tip. Then you want to win. So I'll be rooting fanatically for my guys tomorrow. And then my mood, because the game is before our show, so my mood on the show is going to very much, I think, depend on the outcome. So if I'm extra chipper at the start of the show tomorrow, that'll be because the Cats put up a W in advance of the round of 32. And if not, or I seem a little too fake chipper, maybe I'm compensating, it's because I'm devastated by a loss. The Owls are tough. It's a tough opponent. They made it to the Final Four last year. FAU did. So I'm getting a little anxious for the game. This is how I am. And I apologize in advance for that. Go Cats. So many friends are going to be there. Even like random people are texting me, hey, you're going to be at the game? I'm thinking about going. Not even necessarily Northwestern grads. It is killing me not to be there. But I'll be wearing my purple at the house watching the game. I did notice earlier that Michigan State of the Big Ten Conference, another 9 seed in the tournament, looked like they were playing extremely well in their game. So I wouldn't possibly comment on a final score because we're doing this show. But I will be rooting for my team and generally my conference as well. Christine, did you fill out your bracket? Because as of earlier today, you were making some comment about the Madness of March bracket things as something that you were interested in doing. And then the deadline was like 5 minutes away and you hadn't done your research yet. So
yeah, I didn't do it because I didn't want to just waste, $10. I think a bunch of the guys are doing brackets here. And I just knew that if I hadn't studied up, then what was the point? Because I didn't think that I had a chance to win.
Yeah, but you studied up and picked the Jets to win the Super Bowl last year. So maybe studying isn't the best plan. Maybe you should have just done it randomly, almost by color. Which color do you like the best?
No, I'm going to say this again, and I don't think it's getting to you. I picked the Jets to win because of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers did not play the season. Therefore, my studying, it wasn't bad studying. It's just
they still would
things
not have won.
changed.
But that's a counterfactual.
Okay. So no, I did not do a bracket of the March Madness of March thing. But I've been hearing some good stuff about this UConn team.
Oh, yeah. They're the number 1 overall seed, which means that they're the favorite to win the whole thing. They are scary good. And here's the thing. If Northwestern can win tomorrow afternoon, their reward for that victory would be facing UConn on Sunday. So, I mean, it's a really tough draw for the Cats. If the Cats can win tomorrow, then I will entertain a conversation about UConn after the game. But for now, FAU. Got to focus on FAU. Can't look past the actual task at hand tomorrow afternoon.
Can I pitch you one thing? And don't say no right away. Okay? Just promise you're not going to say no right away.
We're almost on a break, so you've got your window. It's
what
closing.
if I book a psychic tomorrow to talk? I said don't say no right away.
No, it's the word psychic and we're done. But the word psychic and we are done. By the way, it doesn't take a psychic to say, in all likelihood, if Northwestern plays UConn, UConn's going to win. But I would be thrilled if that's not the case. But I'll only have the opportunity for that thrill of victory or agony of defeat if the Cats win tomorrow after a whole slate of games today. Currently underway, but you know who's watching that. You've got the Guy Benson show to listen to. You've got special reports to tune into later on. Christine, no psychic. Go Cats. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's a camera look out, and this is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Always fresh, always fair. The Guy Benson Show.
Earlier on today's program, we caught up with Jason Rantz of KTTH in Seattle, our great affiliate. Always an interesting, often outrageous conversation with Jason. Here's part of it. You and I follow the news pretty closely, and so we know the name Daniel Penny, but as you point out, a lot of people wouldn't immediately be familiar. And relatedly, Jason, I saw a story, and I'm failing to remember exactly what the context was, but just in the last week or so, there was some sort of violent confrontation in public, whether it was on public transit or elsewhere, where a bunch of people just sort of watched while this all went down, while there was violence occurring. And a lot of the comments were, why won't anyone intervene? Why won't the men get involved?
Yep.
And a lot of people just respond to that with photos of, Daniel Penny in handcuffs. That's why.
Precisely, and it's interesting. We had an instance here in Seattle on our light rail system of a man being approached by someone else and just randomly attacked, and he was stabbed multiple times. And I just got a hold of the surveillance footage, and it's as disturbing as you might think. But what I was noticing was a whole bunch of people who just watched it. One guy was literally a few feet away and just watching it. And in that case, it was a stabbing, right? So there was a weapon involved. And I don't know if anyone's going to just willingly or quickly jump to the rescue, but the level of, just the casualness, I guess, of watching something like this happen is it's just disturbing. And, no one knows how they might respond in a circumstance like this, but I'm not going to get mad at the people who decide to step forward and actually do something. I might have some anger towards the people who choose not to, but I cannot blame someone now choosing not to get involved, at least in a place like New York, where you're the one who's likely going to get charged rather than the criminal.
Yeah, Daniel Penny, as you recall, a Marine, stepped in because this man was out of his mind, menacing people, threatening people, making extremely disturbing threats to people, and he subdued this man. He eventually died. A bunch of witnesses 100% took Penny's side, and Daniel Penny ends up in handcuffs and in jail. There was the bodega owner who fought off two attackers, killed one of them. He ends up in jail until there was a public outcry, and then Alvin Bragg reversed himself. The viral video this week of a woman who changed the locks on her own house to thwart some squatters who were living there, she's the one who ends up getting arrested. It really does feel like law-abiding people in New York are suckers and idiots, and you should just kind of let the criminals have their way lest you end up behind bars. It is failed society level stuff. I'm not sure it's widespread enough in the country that it's a massive, survival level panic for the country, but not great signs from certain canaries in certain coal mines, i.e. subway cars, for example.
Yeah, it's taking us clearly in the wrong direction. I agree with you. We're not seeing this happen, thank God, all over the country. But, what happens in New York doesn't just stay in New York. It has a tendency to spread. And this is the epitome of what we talk about when we look at this ideological response from folks within the criminal justice system. They believe that criminals are the true victims. They're victims of an unjust society. They are victims of systems of oppression. And thus anything that the criminal does is not even necessarily their fault. And so they look at you as someone with privilege actually pushing back against this, and you are just perpetuating the white supremacy culture and the oppressive systems, blah, 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 blah. They do this all the time. And this is what it looks like when you go ahead and institutionalize those ideological perspectives. And even if it's not happening on a massive scale, if we don't push back in significant ways, politically speaking, well, then it will become nationwide, and we're all going to have to deal with this regardless of where it is people live.
My full discussion with Jason Rantz of KTTH in the Pacific Northwest, available online at GuyBensonShow.com. It's part of our free podcast, the whole show, every day, on demand, no charge, free. GuyBensonShow.com, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. When we come back, it's the home stretch. Producer Christine has some new theories on the Kate Middleton saga, which I thought was resolved, but apparently not. We'll explain, or at least we'll try, after this.
America is listening to The Guy Benson Show.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she acts like she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I am so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/healthy or text healthy to 511-511. Text healthy to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. The most important thing you can do is get screened starting at age 45. Insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also virtual colonoscopy and other less invasive exams. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtualct.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
To hear more, go to Lighthouse Faith Podcast at foxnews.com.
here on The Guy Benson Show. It's Friday Eve. Catch me tonight on Special Report coming up on the panel, Fox News Channel, like 6:40 or so Eastern Time. Brett Baer and company, see you there. Here on the radio side, GuyBensonShow.com. Podcast always free. So we indulged this topic, what was it, last week? Finally, maybe the week before. Not really sure how long this whole thing's been going on, but Kate Middleton, who is the Duchess of, or the Princess of Wales? I don't even know. Whatever her title is. William's wife, queen-to-be, she's been out of the spotlight, and people have been wondering where she's at. Then there were those photographs that came out, some of them grainy and blurry. I saw one of them described as deep fried, which made me laugh out loud. Then there was the Photoshop allegation and then the quasi-admission. It's been, I'll admit, suspicious. As someone who follows this stuff very, very little, but others are obsessed. I have whole friend groups talking about this almost constantly. So we will occasionally, so long as this is a burning topic among many, we will occasionally dip in and see what's happening. I guess William and Kate were spotted. They were filmed out at some sort of event or some sort of local outdoor market or something in the UK. And it was like, okay, there they are. She's alive. She's smiling. She's walking around. She looks fine. They're together. Maybe we can put this issue to bed. But Christine, you are saying absolutely not. You, and in fairness, many other people are saying this only causes more suspicions and questions to percolate. Why? Why isn't that enough? She's right there on video.
Because that's not her on video. How could you prove that was her? I believe that was some sort of body double. I don't think that was her at all. It just so happens she was shopping, but that's I mean, cameras are pretty good these days. That's what they got of her. That doesn't look like her.
What do you mean it doesn't look like her?
It doesn't no, it doesn't. I know my Kate. That didn't look like Kate.
I mean, are you conceding that that's William?
Yeah, I think that's William.
So you think it's him? So hold on. Let's unpack this.
Okay.
You think the Prince of Wales and the heir to the throne deliberately engaged in a photo op with a body double look-alike of his somewhat missing wife to throw people off the scent?
I don't think that she's missing to us. I obviously don't think that she's missing to them. I think what happened is she found, now, and don't call me crazy because a lot of people think the same thing. I think so. There's been rumors for a very long time that William has a mistress named Rose, a longtime friend or companion.
Right. And in fairness, I have heard this as well. I've seen photos, and she is, in my estimation, a less attractive version of his wife.
100%. Yes. Okay. But let's remember, you really can't compare Camilla to Diana.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. I remember.
Princess Diana was just a stunner. And
then you've got Queen Camilla, who was the true holder of Charles' heart. But that was a thing where they were kind of forced in some ways into a marriage. It seems like William picked Kate.
Don't forget. It took him, they were dating for a very long time and then broke up because he wasn't proposing. They had met, remember, in college. The name that the press gave her for a long time was Waity Katie, because she was just waiting to get the ring. And it took a while. And maybe it was the same thing. Like maybe they were pressuring Will, and she fit all the boxes. I mean, she checked off every single box. And she's amazing, just like Diana, amazing. But maybe it doesn't mean that he has to be in love with her, or maybe they fell out of love. But I think she may have had some sort of breakdown mentally.
Kate Middleton?
Mm-hmm.
This is what you've come up with now? A mental breakdown. This is absolute pure speculation.
Correct. But me and all the wine moms out there.
Okay. Because I had heard it was some sort of medical operation or like bona fide procedure.
No, I think that happened. I think that maybe after Maybe she found something out or something happened and then she had the breakdown.
Yeah, but they're talking about her making a big grand re-entrance around Easter. So, like, what's all this then about the Easter reemergence?
Well, sure, they could say that. And who's to say they don't bring out some other body double on Easter with the bunny? Like, you don't know. But listen, I don't think the royal family, don't come after me. But I don't think they're to be trusted. They're not a good source. And you and I both know why I feel this way. And I'm not going to say her name, but she had to get out. She had to go across the pond to a different country.
She knew what she was getting herself into.
She didn't. She did not. I mean, we could debate that.
She did, and she pretended that she didn't, and she should have known, certainly, that there were things expected of her. Of course, we're talking now about Meghan Markle. I have no tolerance or patience or sympathy for that side of this. And I don't really care that much about this current drama either. I'm just fascinated that there are people, yourself included, you're not the only one, because I have friends who think like she's secretly dead, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Here's a video of the two of them. It's her. Like, the idea that they went and found an incredible lookalike, and they're putting William out there with the body double on camera to cover up what? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sure there's some problem health-wise or maybe in terms of their marriage. I don't know. I don't really care at all. But body double, when we're talking about body doubles, I think we've jumped the shark.
Well, but no, I disagree. I think there are body doubles. I mean, Guy, one day you and I are both going to become so famous that we're going to need body doubles. Oh, wait, we're on the radio. Nobody really knows what I look like. Anyway, I truly believe this. I think that there's an affair. I think there was a medical issue. I think there was an affair for a long time.
I can buy both of those things given what we know, what they've put out publicly, and the history of this family. Those things combined, sure, that makes sense. But elaborate schemes and conspiracy theories and putting someone out there who's a lookalike for the cameras. And she was apparently also seen at like a soccer game or something for her kids. Was that also a faker? Where is she? Tied up somewhere?
If everything was fine and this just was about her medical issues, why is she not in front of a camera speaking right now? Well, you could put everything to rest right now. She just had somebody come, do a quick interview. She doesn't have to say too much, but say, I'm here, I'm alive, there's nothing going on other than me recuperating. That's not happening. And why?
Well, maybe she doesn't want to get into what she's recuperating from.
She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to say.
Okay, she's not a private citizen. Let's stipulate that, right? She is very much in the public glare.
Yep.
She also knew what she was getting into, even more so because William was in line to become king, unlike Harry. So, or at least he was way down, or whatever the rules are. Again, don't care. But putting her out there, I think to just say a few words is probably smart. She might be upset with whatever's happening within the marriage and using this moment for leverage. Diana used to do that based on my deep research, aka watching The Crown. She knew that she had power unto herself. Maybe she is using this opportunity to extract some sort of concession. I have no idea. I'm willing to tolerate any number of different theories about what's actually going on behind the scenes. I just don't think I can go all the way to, oh yes, they found a lookalike and they're trotting the prince out there with her as misdirection. That, I think, is just too much.
Okay, so then the theory that she's at Mar-a-Lago right now would really be probably nothing that you would entertain.
Hold on. Just my brain just short-circuited. That Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, is currently residing at Mar-a-Lago, home of Donald Trump, in Palm Beach, Florida.
Yes, that's been going around today.
Based on what? Do I even dare ask?
I mean, I don't have much to base it on other than the TikToks that I'm watching. But yeah, that's a big one. There's she's with Melania.
That she's with Melania?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh. I mean,
she's secretly holed up at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, because I think if there's one place that you want to go, if you're seeking to avoid media and the spotlight and controversy, It's definitely Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, plus I would not trust Trump with that. Like he would totally use that and be like,
oh, yeah, Trump is not someone who keeps a secret. He'd probably, he literally keeps state secrets in Mar-a-Lago, which he's not supposed to do, allegedly, according to the court documents. Christine.
Well, and they're saying that Kate will help pay the bond.
Stop it.
I swear. I'm reading the article right now on Yahoo.com.
Like Kate has come in out of the goodness of her heart to help Donald Trump with his legal fees?
Because he's keeping her there, so they're going to help him.
She is going to use the Crown's money to pay some of these legal-related fees so he can appeal this case, like the business case in New York. That's one of the theories. You're not really helping here, are you?
No, but this is the last thing I'm going to say about this is...
And Trump would not... He would come out to the microphones as soon as possible. He's like, folks, one of the most incredible people on earth staying at Mar-a-Lago. We can't say who it is. She's very beautiful. She's an incredibly beautiful woman. You might even say she's, folks, princess.
Listen... We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're not done. And I will be honest.
Who's the we here? You?
I mean, a collective, all the wine moms out there.
This is like when you were going to go to L.A. to get to the bottom of Britney Spears and that whole, conservatorship.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you were going to go on a fact-finding mission.
Yeah, but then I got denied from the boss. He wasn't going to pay for it.
Yeah, so you should put in that request now. Be like, hey, bosses, I'd love to go to Mar-a-Lago and or